Welcome to Sunday action from South Ozone Park, New York. Today's feature, filly and mare sprinters with designs on the Breeders' Cup less than 6 weeks away. Kamari ran the race of her life in her honorable miss win at Saratoga. Another performance like that, she could be the favorite come early November. Lady Rocket should be blasting off from the inside post with her speed. She'll try to rebound after an uncharacteristic off-the-board finish in her lone Saratoga appearance. Speaking of speedy fillies in today's 8th at Churchill Downs in Louisville, Magic Quest has one way to go and off a long layoff. She'll see how far her speed can carry her. She was on a roll before going to the bench in August of last year. And the coach, Dwayne Lucas, sends out Spankster in today's 9th, who's won 2 of his 3 starts since being transferred to the legendary trainer's care this summer. All that and more coming up on this Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races on FS1. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us here in South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the Sunday card from here at Belmont at the Big A and from Churchill Downs, as we talked about in the Open, the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom, where we'll see Kamari and Lady Rocket, both those 2 mares, absolutely with designs on being part of that Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint. Kamari was sensational the last time we saw her at Saratoga. Again, with another performance like that, she's going to be one of the fillies and mares to beat in that Breeders' Cup come early November. Here's the field that will line up, just 5 we will see, but there is a lot of talent in here. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliori, and Kamari made the 4-5 morning line favorite here, Mig, for Wesley Ward. That honorable miss, obviously it was brilliant. Can she repeat it?
Well, I think she can repeat it, and I think that Joel Rosario having the mount kind of it leads to continuity. He's a rider that wants to take horses back, get them to settle into his hands, and it seemed like that was the plan last time, and he executed it perfectly. Don't see why he can't do it again. Looking
forward to it. Kamari got off a step slow in that race, too, and still able to come up with that big performance. Kamari, 105 Beyer speed figure in the win. This was July 27th at Saratoga, so she's had plenty of time as well to recuperate from this big effort.
Yeah, but look at the way Joel's riding her. It's so easy to pick up when Joel has so much confidence in his horse. Kind of let her sift out to the middle of the track, hands and heels, hands and heels. Now he goes, well, wait a second. Frank's Rocket isn't just going to lay down for me. I got to get after my mare a little bit more, but she kept finding. And it always felt like, Greg, that he felt confident he had the measure of Frank's Rocket. Gets a good outside draw again today. I don't see why she doesn't work out a similar trip. And there's some other speed signed on here, too, to help her cause, especially right inside of her with Chitara, the Chilean-bred mare. You know, Lady Rocket down on the inside's got some speed. It doesn't feel like Lady Rocket's Frank's Rocket light. And she already caught Frank's Rocket.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. You brought up a good point. I mean, Lady Rocket, her game is speed, even though she has won sitting off the pace, but she wants to go. And the presence of that Chilean mare, Chitara, might make her life a little more difficult.
Well, especially from the rail. Maybe if she was drawn outside that filly, she can find herself in more of a stalking position. But I think the rail dictates that she has to go forward and hold her position.
There's no standout in this division right now, as we're just under 6 weeks to the Breeders' Cup. We saw Goodnight Olive impressive at Saratoga. The Champ Cece, she got beat last time we saw her. Monterey, Edgeway, Bell's the one older 6-year-old mare, so it's wide open.
Oh, it's still wide open, and you know, these mares change throughout the year. Different times of the year, they get better or they tail off. It's going to be who gets good heading into the fall.
Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Belmont at the Big A will bring you the entire card. Fast and firm for Sunday action. We're going to get to the Pick 5 in just a little bit. They kick off at 1 Eastern time, and we'll bring you that whole card from Churchill Downs as well. That's going to be our first live action of the day. You can play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there for new members. Match 200 at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Churchill Downs going to kick off their action with a $16,000 claiming race at 1 mile and a 16th. Let's check in live with Paul LaDuca for more.
Hey, Greg, I'm just coming off an unbelievable evening last night in the Saturday Downs After Dark with obviously a couple great stakes races. with Echo Zulu making her comeback, and obviously Gun Knight out finishing Conager. Very, very good night. And Tom Amoss getting another stakes win here at Churchill Downs. I think one of the bigger stories as well is Edgar Morales on the top of the jockey standings along with Tyler Gaffalione. Tyler usually doubles up this colony, but so far in this short meet, 7-7 so far at the top of the list, and Edgar's been riding very, very well. I think that he's got some big shots today on a couple of Tom Amoss horses. The stakes race today, or not the stakes race, the feature today, I thought was very, very interesting. It's a 6 furlong race, an optional claimer, 80,000, and Spankster in there for Dwayne Lucas, who had another winner last night. He's had 3 over the last 4 days, and he's been hot as a pistol. But Spankster and his main man, Bet Mitch and Get Rich Morale, is a horse that won last time at Ellis Park and has won here at Churchill Downs, but that is a very, very tough race. I thought Gagetown had a very big shot, and I also thought the outside 3 geldings in there, Coltonator, Silk Trade, and Hirolamos Attack. But Spankster, the coach, will have a big shot in there. We'll get back to race 1 in the early pick 5. And then the last race, the 10th race, is a bunch of babies, a bunch of 2-year-old fillies that I thought was very interesting, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Paulie. 5.5 furlong sprint to close it out for 2-year-old fillies in race 10. We will get to the first on the card and the start of this early pick 5. Mile and a 16th, $16,000 claiming race to kick off the card when we return. Stay with us. We will have the post parade from Churchill Downs when we return.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races here on FS1 as we get set for our first live action of the afternoon. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We're going to start off the early pick 5 with this race here, where our 7-5 favorite, What a Country, off since mid-July for trainer Jason Cook, and the last start was a win. It's a race, though, Mig, that was meant for the turf, was taken off, winning on a sloppy racetrack.
Yeah, and this horse hasn't been seen since July. I mean, that feels like a really short price for a horse that only has 1 published workout since then.
We'll get a look at What a Country here in a moment. Post parade's going to start with Mine Own Star at 7:01.
Horse who's been more recently sighted on the turf. showed more speed when he was running on the dirt. It's kind of turned into more of a closing type on grass.
Yeah, we'll see if he's more forward back to dirt today. Here's the favorite, so What a Country, Rafael Bejarano aboard.
Yeah, I mean, the last race was a big run, obviously, but that was on a sloppy track and off the turf. For the form previous to that, leaves a lot to be desired.
Another one at least going a little longer, who could show some pace on dirt, the 3.
Yeah, and a horse that actually even sprinting was attending a pace. I think this horse will be forward.
King's Mischief, I know, coming in from Belterra, but this horse has form at some bigger racetracks like Keeneland as well.
I think this horse's recent dirt form, particularly last race, points this horse out as a contender.
I agree. Indamage player as well for Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, precipitous drop in class. Last seen running for 50 in Saratoga against the likes of Zoomer. He runs anywhere close to his A race, he's going to win.
And Jammer's Justice just claimed and has been on turf most recently the last 3 starts.
Yeah, they don't have that option of turf at Churchill Downs this fall, but Jammer's Justice last time on dirt was sprinting at Keeneland, actually showed good speed.
So 4 minutes away from a race that's going to kick off this card and this pick 5. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, Greg, you made some good points in the post parade, and Mig hit the nail on the head with the 5. You know, Intimage in here is the kind of horse that you look at and say, okay, this is the Ricky Bobby horse, like I say, first or last. But let's get to the 2, What a Country for Jason Cook. Now, the win obviously was very good, but over a sloppy racetrack. But if you look back at some of the other races, they're kind of plodding races when he was in the Gary Hartledge barn and the Joe Sharp barn. The kind of races where he closed up and got a piece. I will say this, 2 of his 3 wins are here at Churchill Downs, so that does help. So can he come from off the pace, this son of Verrazano? He did win at Ellis at that time, and he was 6-5, and he just circled that field. There was not much in there, so I get what you guys are saying at 6-5, probably too low of a price. Now, when you look at some of the others in here, like I was talking about, the 5, Intimage, I mean, is he getting a little bit long in the tooth at 7 years old? His last 2 races have not been good, but he's got about 4 or 5 races before that just wiped this field out. And you kind of wonder, earlier in the wagering, he was 6-5, and the 2, What a Country, was 9-5. Now that script is flipped in here. And the 4, King's Mischief, I wanted to get back to Wolfie's point, because sometimes when you get down to this level and all of these horses are dropping, the horse that's kind of sort of been at this level, the horse that's in very, very good form, is King's Mischief. His best 2 races, his best 2 numbers are around 2 turns. I get it. They're at Belterra, but, you know, the Belterra horses have been translating in here. So I understand where the public's going with the 2 at 7-5. If you believe in the 5, Intimage, which I kind of do, I'm going to give him 1 more race. With this drop in class, I think he can just get clear enough and get brave and keep on going. And sometimes, like, when we get to this low of class, these horses don't want to pass each other.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Looking at the track feed, by the way, they have the track listed as good on the main track. So we'll try and get you an update on that. Back to the point about the 4. Yeah, coming in from a softer circuit, Belterra, where the numbers would match up here. But again, there's a couple of races at Keeneland in the big leagues where those numbers, he's run at those races at Keeneland as well a couple of times, not just once. They fit with what he's been running at Belterra.
I think he's very tactical, too. He's a horse that can set up his own trip. He can stalk. He can lead if necessary. I think King Mischief is very interesting here.
All right, he's 4-1 on the board. Let's check in for the first time today with Jonathan Kinchin, how to go after this opener at Churchill.
Yeah, look, I'm on the 5, Intimage. This is a horse that has some fast numbers in the past. Now, when you look at the form, you look down, everyone sees that 5th beaten 35. Well, think about the circumstances there. First of all, it's for $50,000 at Saratoga. We've highlighted this all summer long at Saratoga. Owners want to win there, so they aggressively drop their horses. A $50,000 claimer at Saratoga is actually tougher than most $50,000 claimers anywhere. Now this horse drops even further. And the other thing to keep in mind is he's going 9 furlongs last time. Okay, I think it's probably a little bit too far for this horse. I think the cutback, the drop, hits this horse right in between the eyes. I think Intimage will be getting his picture taken in about 2 to 3 minutes.
All right, JK, thanks. 9-5 on Intimage, and it is good on the main track to start this card, so keep that in mind. A little bit of moisture there on the track. You know, go back to What a Country, and JK, and he's right. A 50,000 claiming race, it's a big drop, especially being at Saratoga, even a little bit tougher 50 claimer than anywhere else. But what a country, the two. Look at who he's faced. Lone Rock, the best marathon dirt runner in the country last year. Cody's Wish, we just saw beat Jackie's Warrior at Saratoga. Caddo River was on the Triple Crown Trail last year. Running Ray. I mean, there's some big names in his running lines. So from those runners, certainly getting major class relief.
Yeah, I mean, when you look deeper, I guess you're right. You're coming up with names that would look very formidable here, wouldn't they? But I just hard for me to take a horse that the last win out of a bunch of races came on a sloppy track and off the turf at that short a price. I'm not saying he can't win. I just think that there's some more interesting runners here, including the 5 Intimage, which, by the way, means unite or bring together in Arabic.
We're set for the opener. It's going to kick off this pick 5, 3-2 favorite. What a country off that win in a race taken off the turf at Ellis. Can he back it up? Freshened since then. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Carmel Bay off slowly near the back. King's Mischief breaks alertly. And here comes Indimage on through to challenge. So it is King's Mischief and Indimage. And those two into the clubhouse turn together. Mine Own Star for that inside post is going to save ground, racing up to be third. What a country. In between while fourth. Gemmer's Justice is back into fifth. And slow starting Carmel Bay is the trailer in sixth. The leader is King's Mischief. Indimage with only mild pressure, reserved on the outside second, prompting through an opening quarter in just 25 1/5 seconds. So down the backstretch they go. King's Mischief the leader. Not much pressure at all from Indimage, just sitting in second with 5 furlongs remaining. A length and a half, Gemmer's Justice on the outside of What a Country, and Mine Own Star down toward the rail. They're third, fourth, and fifth, right in behind the top two. And now it's 3 back to Carmel Bay, the trailer, with just a half mile to go. 50 1/5 seconds, the pace is pokey, and it's King's Mischief heading for the far turn. Indimage has been sticking right with him every step of the way, and with 3 furlongs to go, they're getting closer now. King's Mischief, the lead's down to a neck. Indimage cranking up the pressure, but after those soft fractions, King's Mischief has something left, and once again opens back up and rolls off the turn in front of length and a half. King's Mischief, the one to catch, now clear 2. Indimage is fully extended. What a Country coming down the center. Mine Own Star up the rail. 8th pole. King's Mischief still clear by 2. What a Country's trying to run this one down. Indimage fights on. Mine Own Star to the rail. Here comes What a Country. And What a Country's up in time to win it. It's tight for second. Mine Own Star or Indimage. King's Mischief gave way late, settles for 4th.
What a Country off a short layoff with the win from off the pace to catch his pace setter, King's Mischief.
Wow, the race was run very slowly early. King's Mischief got everything his own way, with just loose on the lead, kicked away at the right time, turning for home, and he just did not stay the mile and a 16th. Indimage was on the hard chase, struggled, looked like he was going to finish off the board, and then he kind of got caught up in the wake of the two, What a Country, and kind of re-rallied with him, but What a Country made it 2 in a row. Albeit from July till now, but the board was right early.
Runs down a slow pace. That was impressive from What a Country. Opener Belmont at the Big A is next. 6 furlong sprint to kick off the Sunday card here in South Ozone Park. When we return, we'll get to the post parade right after a break.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. As Emma Shaklawan here in the paddock, taking a look at these 2-year-old fillies for this maiden claiming. And we'll start with the plain part of the entry, the number 1 Slow Dial. This is a Todd Pletcher firster, debuting for $40,000. That had a pretty good price tag, especially given the fact that she is a daughter of Dialed In. Sold for $200,000 at the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale back last summer. She is the half-sister to Sudden Breaking News, who was pretty precocious, also won the Southwest and was second in the Arkansas Derby. There's the pedigree to go longer, and she was very laid back here in the paddock. I'm taking the wait-and-see approach with this firster. Of the ones with experience, I do like a couple coming out of that Maple Leaf Mel race. The number 4, Blanchiment, she looks very fit, very strong, second time out for Rob Atras, and I do like that she actually did run on a little bit late last time out. She steadied back a little bit after the start, but she looks well built in her hindquarters. She was also bright. She was perky here in the paddock, which I appreciate. I really like what I see from her, and we'll take a look at how we see Kendra Carmouche warm her up. I expect her to be more forward this afternoon. The number 6, Joey the Fish, a filly by Good Samaritan, also coming out of that race. She was one who was actually really kind of asked out of the gate in that first race, but she finished up well. It almost seemed like the light bulb clicked a little bit later on in the race. She was accompanied by the pony throughout the preliminaries here in the paddock, and while she was pretty sharp, she didn't do anything wrong. Beautifully turned out. There is some good size to her as well. She doesn't have the look of one of the quickest athletic type of builds for a 2-year-old, but once again, we'll see if she can be a little bit more forward, taking that drop in class. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Here's part of the entry. Slow Dial, first-time starter for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, out of a mare that has produced 4 winners, and 2 of them that won on debut.
Gets post 4. The other half of the entry gets post 7. This half trained by Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, adds the blinkers after being well beaten by Maple Leaf Mel, which several in this race were.
That was a very productive maiden group, and their security code came back to win as well. Dark and Stormy gets the rail.
Gets the rail, third start, gets the apprentice Jose Gomez, so you get a 5-pound break in the weights.
First-time starter here, attached at 7-1.
There's a full to a horse named Button Up, who won on debut.
Blanchiment at 4-1. Had a little bit of trouble at the beginning of her debut.
Again, well beaten by Maple Leaf Mel. This is a half to Excursion East. We saw win yesterday on the turf, breaking his maiden.
20-1, My Gorgeous debuting for trainer Pat Reynolds.
Yeah, first foal, the Grand Am Fair Maiden was a very nice mare around here for a number of years.
Joey the Fish coming out of that Maple Leaf Mel race as well for George Weaver.
Yeah, beaten the least amount of distance at 24 lengths to Maple Leaf Mel, who is very talented.
And Maggie going turf to dirt, shortening up for trainer John Kirby.
Yeah, and this horse is the most experienced in the race. Did show some decent speed first time out at Parks. And this is the first time this horse is getting to run against state breds on the dirt.
5 minutes away from a race that's going to kick off the card in the early Pick 5 here at Belmont at the Big A. You can download free Equibase past performances, get all the stats on the jockeys, trainers, and horses by going to naira.com/TV schedule. Download your free PPs and play along with us. So the entry 8-5 in here, JK. Who else has caught your attention?
Yeah, you know, it's a situation when you see a horse like the one Slow Dial debuting for a tag, it makes you wonder. And the name also kind of makes you wonder, too. I'm going to go with the 4, Blanchiment. This is a horse that didn't take a lot of money on debut, but did run into a pretty good horse in Maple Leaf Mel, broke slowly in there, and just felt like a horse that because, you know, didn't take a lot of money on debut, you got to feel like that horse probably wasn't ready for that spot. So I'm hoping that this horse will be a little bit tighter, taking some money in here. And it's just one of those races where I just don't like anyone else, so it kind of it's that process of elimination situation. I don't like the entry at such a short price. You know, I'm sure the 2 Dark and Stormy could win, but that horse doesn't take much money either. So I just ended up landing on the 4 in one of those situations where I just didn't like the other ones. And just because this horse broke so slowly, I'm thinking maybe Kendrick probably gave this one education, so that's why it was beaten so badly last time, and I'm hoping for another step forward. And if you look at the tote board now with the horse at 9-2, that's a little bit of money for a horse that was beaten 25 lengths last time.
I mean, so many of these starts, thanks, JK, with these 2-year-olds, you almost just put a line through that debut race, and you're going to have to be forgiving when you look at the form of everybody in here who's run, because for the, you know, for a lot of them, too, they faced just a really good runner in Maple Leaf Mel.
Well, I think that's what you have to take into account, the fact that they were all chasing just a superior rival. Maple Leaf Mel looks like she might have the kind of ability to step forward and go into open company and be very competitive. I think Jonathan made a really good point. Kendrick Carmouche is a very smart rider. You know, he's a veteran. You find yourself in a situation with a young horse, you know you're not going to win. You can't win. You educate them. You get something out of the race, something to build on. And I like when I see a horse race and then their work tab picks up. So you look at her works before she ever ran. We were talking about the 4 Blanchiment. They're slow. Steady, but slow. Since then, the tempo of her workouts have picked up, and that leads me to believe that the race turned on that proverbial light bulb that, oh, wait, I understand now what I'm here for. I'm a racehorse, and they start training with more focus, more purpose.
Meanwhile, 8-1 on the filly on your screen right now, attached for more. Let's go to Acacia.
Take a look at her and the remaining other first-time starter in this race. As far as attached is concerned, this filly by Fed Biz, she certainly wasn't carrying any excess weight coming in here, but I do wish that she had a little bit more strength, a little bit more development across her flank and in her hindquarters. She's a homebred for Colts Neck Stable and has been training at their facility there, both on dirt and on turf. And I could see that with the fact that she is by Fed Biz and maybe just lacks a little bit of the push off behind. She seemed to be moving well. She had a good solo warm-up taken away from the pony and came back to it nicely. Just one that I think will benefit from having a start. The number 5, My Gorgeous, is a big price, but did want to mention too, she was a late scratch back on September 2nd, the last week of Saratoga, when she flipped in the paddock. And while it seemed like every step of the way she wanted to do something naughty, she acted very well and very professionally today. And Trevor McCarthy gave her a nice warm-up, kicked his feet out of the irons, and she's relaxed quite well. So this is her second time being led over for a race, and while she's a big price, and I think that there are a couple of others who maybe offer a little bit more interest given their experience in this spot, I do like that she has been acting much more professionally today, as we'll hopefully get a chance to see her out on the racetrack. But I liked everything I saw from Blanchiment. Kendrick Carmouche gave her a strong warm-up, and exactly what Richie said, he rode her all the way through the wire in that first race, teaching her that you can't just stop even though she was far back, and that's an education that you like to see for a 2-year-old.
So who will step forward in here? Attached, though, one of the new faces making the debut, along with the 5 in here who's taking no money at all, My Gorgeous. Those are the 2 first-time starters in this field, along with half of that entry, Slow Dial, who's favored at 3-2 in here.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting race. So, you know, you've got to make a decision. Am I going to go with the new face, or am I going to go with horses that, you know, faced a pretty good filly in Maple Leaf Mel? I thought Dark and Stormy was a little bit interesting. At least she's shown some life. She broke much better last time. She does add blinkers. And Jose Gomez getting 5 pounds with this young guy, to me, is a huge advantage.
Well, there is the apprentice we've talked so much about on this program, and he still has quite a few months left to take advantage of that weight break.
He has his apprentice allowance all the way into January, and he's going to get some days back. Cancellation days, an apprentice gets those days back. He had COVID in Saratoga. He missed a week. He'll get those days back. As long as he keeps his record straight and he can present it to the stewards and show where he lost riding days, he'll get an extension on his apprentice allowance.
Here's Blanchiment stepping in, 3-1 on the 4. The entry, though, heavy favorite. Here's the first-time starter half of that entry for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Those Rapoli Stable Silks. Rat Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Again, breaking from post 4. And that other half of the entry, one of the many in that Maple Leaf Mel race, Book and Cancel. Start number 2 with a drop in class. We're set for the opener. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
They're all in the gate. And they're off. And from the inside, it is Dark and Stormy. Book and Cancel is right there and moving up in between those two, Blanchiment. And from the outside, Maggie. So 4 of them are right together for the early lead. They've got 2 lengths unattached, who sits behind in 5th. And it's a 6-length break back to Slow Dial, along with My Gorgeous. And at the back of the pack is Joey the Fish. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Up front, on the inside, it's Blanchiment, and on the outside, it is Maggie, and the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead. They've opened up 4 on Book and Cancel, who's running in 3rd. Attached is on the move now on the extreme outside. Dark and Stormy has dropped back to 5th, then My Gorgeous in 6th. Off the turn and into the stretch. It is Blanchiment closest to the rail. Maggie right alongside Blanchiment with the lead. And then Maggie, and Attached is rallying down the middle of the track with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Here is Attached. First-time starter who has the lead inside the 16th pole. And Attached is going to win it here, drawing away. Attached won by 6 lengths. Looked like Blanchiment did hold on for second over Maggie.
It's a new face at 14-1 to kick off this card here at Belmont at the Big A. Attached.
Attached took advantage of a setup. I mean, basically a cutthroat speed was on. Blanchiment went to the lead under Kendrick Carmouche, was aggressively handled. Maggie under Paco Lopez went right after him. They opened up on the field. They didn't have a lot left. You know, Kendrick was committed. He was inside. He couldn't take back at that point. And Attached, full brother, Button Up, also won on debut, and that's something that I look at, and this horse got by me at a bigger price, but certainly got the right kind of scenario, but showed a lot of professionalism. Look at all the kickback the horse took, mud on his face and excuse me, on her face and chest, but very game to come from off the pace and win first time out.
For Jairo Rendon from Medellin, Colombia. Leading rider in Panama multiple times. We see him at some different circuits along the East Coast here. We don't see him much here in New York.
No, don't see him much here in New York, but this horse trained by Jorge Duarte, who was a rider around here for a number of years, had his bug here, not afraid or not bashful about giving riders an opportunity, knowing that it's horse racing. You've got to have the horse under you to get it done.
Big price to kick off the card, 14-1 start to our Sunday action here in South Ozone Park at Belmont at the Big A. We're going to take a timeout, still to come, of course. Feature on this Sunday card here in New York, Grade 2 Gallant Bloom and Kamari. What will she do for an encore off that impressive honorable miss this summer at Saratoga?
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS1. Good to have you with us for our Sunday action. Our program brought to you in part by the one-of-a-kind sprinter. Run Happy won that Breeders' Cup Sprint in record time, now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Attached at 14-1, first-time starter. Kicks the card off with a victory against this New York-bred 40 maiden claiming field. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
To be joined with winning trainer Jorge Duarte as Attached wins on debut. She was a little quirky back in the paddock too, as you were mentioning. Jorge, talk a little bit about this filly.
Yeah, she was a little quirky, a little nervous first time. The mare was a little bit like that, but she put everything together and warmed up good with Hyra, and she gave a good race.
Not the quickest out of the gate, but she finished with a flurry today.
Yeah, she kind of hesitated a little bit, but it seemed like she got a nice rhythm, and Hyra got her in a good spot, and, it was a good performance.
She's been training at Colts Neck Stables. Talk a little bit just about the opportunity to train at that facility and what it does, especially for young horses.
Well, it's a great facility, the horses really get to be relaxed and stuff, but sometimes when we come to the track, their first tries, everything's different, but we have the perks of having the turf and everything. It's great. It's a good facility.
Well, she was ready to roll on debut. Congratulations.
Thank you, Cassia.
Attached to winning first time out with Hyra Rendon, finishing up well to upset at a big price.
All right, Acacia, thank you. $30 starts to our Sunday card here. Belmont at the Big A. Blanchard second. Maggie, big price, third, coming in from Parks. At least in the terms of the dirt races that Maggie had run. That's a big trifecta, $245 for 50 cents.
That is a big trifecta, and, we all liked Blanchard. Attached was, very well met and got a good setup, and Maggie pressed a hard pace there, but those are the kind of races you can get a little creative and find that, payoff, but you got to be right.
Big Saturday afternoon out in Ben Salem at Parks. Grade 1 cotillion for the 3-year-old fillies, and for the boys, the Penn Derby. Just about everybody except for that leader of the division, Epicenter, showing up in the race. And for Taba, it looked like bad news all over again. Trapped down on the inside where he gave up the bit in that Haskell and looked uncomfortable, had to re-rally outside. He was inside for a lot of the early running of this race as well.
Yeah, but, unlike the Haskell, he looked more comfortable to me. You could tell Mike Head Horse was waiting till he got that opportunity to get to the outside, which he did, and when he did, but this horse has got some reach to his stride. Look at how much ground he covers and the way he runs with his head out and down, really covering the ground there. Zandon ran on well to be second. Cyberknife a little further back than maybe I anticipated, but he rallied on to be third. But Taba is a very special talent, very lightly raced, son of Gunrunner, who I guess Gunrunner's going to be okay as a stallion.
Oh my gosh, what a night for Gunrunner as a stallion. 5 stakes victories last night alone. This was one of them. And, to the point I was bringing up, this horse is just really learning and getting a lot better, because now he's comfortable with that dirt getting kicked back in his face and just maturing as a horse.
He started his career in California in smaller fields, didn't have to really face much adversity, was fast enough to put himself in the race. In bigger fields, a horse is going to have to take kickback. He's going to have to learn how to run in and amongst horses, and it looks like this horse is really taking a big step forward. I thought this was a much more professional effort. Obviously, always has a lot of ability, but now showing that he's kind of maturing into a full, rounded racehorse.
I think a lot of people might have felt the most talented 3-year-old. The figures sort of bore that out. That number he ran in the Santa Anita Derby was the quickest of any 3-year-old this year, but so much asked of him to go to the Derby, third start of your career. Now he's had time to catch up to everybody else.
Well, it's like taking a kid that's been playing, in sandlot ball or Little League baseball and putting them right in the major leagues. There's a process, and even though they have the ability, they've got to hone that ability and mature into that.
Bob Baffert knows gets a little more difficult from here. He's going to take on the big boys. Flightline life is good, but he said, we'll do our best. Breeders' Cup Classic, obviously on the agenda for Taba. Race 2, Churchill Downs, start of the Pick 4. $50,000 maiden claiming route race at 1 mile and a 16th. And 2-1 favoritism to the 7. This is, wow, Canal favored from a 10-1 morning line. We start with I'd Rather Be Blessed from the inside.
Yeah, horse didn't take much money on debut. Maiden Allowance takes a slight drop in class and should take a move forward off of that race.
Trainer John Ortiz has Tyler Gaffleone on Prince of Roses.
Horse that took a lot of money on debut, caught a sloppy track, didn't show very much, but you get Tyler Gaffleone now on a fast track.
Brad Cox, two-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer with Chelonian blinkers on.
Another horse that was well meant first time, was favored by Gun Runner, could take a big step forward.
Airtime. Interested in this one. Speed against Straight Maiden Company, first time out and backed up.
And showed real speed. I mean, 22 and change, 45 and change, going 7 furlongs, 2 turns. This horse could make the lead and get very comfortable.
Martini shot start number 2, but took no money first start.
Took no money. And really, you know, when I look at first-time starters, I want to see at least an eighth of a mile or a quarter of a mile someplace within the confines of the race where they showed some run, and I just didn't see it.
He's a good dancer. Briefly in that debut, showed some ability against Damon's Mount, who'd come back to win the Saratoga Special.
Yeah, and basically chasing a horse like Damon's Mount. The last race to me is a bit problematic. Removes the blinkers and stretches further out.
And Canal 8-5 favorite with a horse adding blinkers start number 2.
Well, this horse was absolutely clobbered at the start first time. And from a physical perspective, this son of Run Happy looks like he'll appreciate stretching out.
Took no money in the debut. And yes, an excuse out of the gate, but didn't do a whole lot of running from there, but taking all the money right now. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin as we get set for the Pick 4.
Yeah, you know, I kind of agree with you there, Wolfie, with the 4 airtime for a couple of reasons. One, when you're dealing with these maiden claimers, you know, there's the opportunity that if you can be in front, it's a huge advantage. I think the difference between maiden claimers and maiden special weights, and Richie can elaborate on this a little bit more, I think it's probably that will to win. They're all talented athletes, but that will to kind of fight, to kind of, you know how it is when you go out for a jog and you start to get a little bit tired. You know, you and I might slow down a little bit, but the champions kind of keep going, and I feel like that's kind of the difference. Airtime feels like that horse is going to be out in front. Went extremely fast last time, going 7 furlongs, and then just got tired. Not going to have to go as fast to make the lead in this race. So you put that together, slow down a little bit, go a little bit further, kind of ration that out a little bit. This horse could open up and could prove hard to pass when they turn for home.
Yes, that was sprinting too. So now stretching out, going 2 turns. This horse, and here is the 4 airtime, could really open up on this field going 2 turns.
Well, some people might look at that and go, well, this horse, you know, stopped going 7 furlongs, so why would I like this horse going further? Well, just what Jonathan said, you're going to be going a much more moderate pace. You're not going to go 22 and 3. You're probably going to go 24 and a couple, maybe 48 and a couple as opposed to 45. You're talking about a 10 to 15 length difference in how fast the horse is going to have to run. So they get in a better rhythm. Their breathing's more controlled, more regulated, and they're able to carry it further. So just because a horse stops at shorter distances isn't necessarily a good barometer of their ability to go further.
Yeah, speed against better. You drop in class, and you're going to be able to do it a lot easier next time out. There's the 7, favored again, 3-2 here in start number 2.
You just look at him from a physical perspective. This isn't a horse that wanted to run 5 furlongs. They got him started. He ran 5 furlongs, took all the worst of it at the break. He is a big, imposing individual, and that's something we've seen from the Run Happies. Just big, strong, you know, really solidly boned horses. And I think, you know, the outside post doesn't hurt him because it's not a big field. Normally I don't like outside posts going 2 turns, but shorter field, a big horse like that gives him an opportunity to kind of get his legs unwound and find a rhythm.
Homebred for Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider in those Claiborne Farm silks. Canal, the 7, the favorite at 6-5. We'll see how he handles the stretch out here. Start number 2. What a difference a race makes from 35-1 in the debut, now the 6-5 favorite. Here's we get set for the start of the Pick 4 from Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Chelonian and Prince of Roses and Airtime, and he's a good dancer from the outside. And here comes Canal. But down inside, it's Prince of Roses and Chelonian to set the pace. Airtime was up top earlier, but tucks in behind to track the pace from 3rd. Canal comes on to be 4th. So Prince of Roses now is up to take the lead. Chelonian tried to back off, floated a bit wide into that first turn to settle from 2nd. Now it's 3. Back to Airtime in 3rd. Canal is wide on the track, racing from 4th. A break of 2 lengths to He's a Good Dancer and Martini Shot. I'd Rather Be Blessed is the trailer. Turning to the backstretch run, a sharp opening fraction, 23. and 2 5/5 seconds. 5 furlongs remaining. Prince of Roses the leader. Colonian continues to run off the rail to prompt the pace from second. Angles in just a bit as they head to the half-mile pole. Airtime within range. So too Canal. Canal's going to be wide to the far turn as well. 5 lengths back to Martini Shot. He's a good dancer. I'd Rather Be Blessed has been moved outside to try and muster up a late rally. Round the far turn, and it's still Prince of Roses working harder to hold that lead. Colonian is second. Canal comes on 3 wide. Airtime is ready to roll right in behind fourth. And I'd Rather Be Blessed has caught up too and comes wide for the stretch drive. Top of the lane, Prince of Roses. Airtime pops off the rail and comes on. Canal's on the wrong lead. I'd Rather Be Blessed continues to close at the 8th pole. Airtime has come away with the lead. Prince of Roses fighting on toward the rail. I'd Rather Be Blessed has flattened out. 50 yards to go, and it's Airtime. And a heady and skillful ride from Ray Gutierrez to win by 3/4 in the end. Prince of Roses settles for second. I'd Rather Be Blessed was third. And Canal checks in fourth.
Airtime, second time out, stretching out in distance. Not where we expected him to win this race from. We thought he'd be in front. Not the case.
No, Tyler Gaffleone was aggressive with the 2 Prince of Roses. I was questioning the wisdom of Raylu Gutierrez down the backstretch. You know, usually a horse shows good speed sprinting. You don't see them passing horse in the lane, but he gave the horse a good ride, sat the pocket, stayed cool, and got it done. Prince of Roses ran on well to be third. Horse you want to give another look at next time is the 7 Canal. Caught wide on both turns and just looked like he probably was in need of the effort. But I do think a horse that could take a step forward off of this race.
9-2 on Airtime for John Ortiz, Raylu Gutierrez, and Gary and Mary West, who had a stakes win last night. One of the few stakes winners who was not sired by Gunrunner. That was Homebrew, who won a tight finish down the stretch of that Bourbon Trail. We're going to get you back to Belmont at the Big A. When we return, pick 4 coming up next. 7/8 of a mile. There's one of the contenders. Last chance at glory, just missed in a similar spot last start.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree, with progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales. Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS1. We're getting set for the pick 4 coming up. Belmont at the Big A, New York City's racetrack. And some fireworks to start it off at 14-1. 7/8 of a mile here in race 2. $32,000 claiming race. The horse we saw going to break, that was the 6th, Last Chance at Glory. 5-2 on the board. There are 3 betting interests at that number, including the 1 and 1A. And here's Lafitte's Fleet, who will have that inside post.
Could get a really good trip. I see a lot of speed signed on by contenders here, and this horse is, I think, a very natural closer and could sit right in behind that phalanx of horses trying for the lead.
And last time he won for $40,000 at Belmont, dropping from a $50,000 claiming race at Saratoga last start, the 1 Lafitte's Fleet. And you get that other half of the entry as well, Mount Travers, who he ran a huge race that if he can repeat that, he's as likely as anyone to win in here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real competitive race, and pretty much the whole field, and I'm actually anxious to get your take on this because you look at, different sheets and figures and have, an idea of what all of these horses have a race that they could get back to that would make them tough here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I look at Thoroughgraph quite a bit.
Sure.
And, with the exception of the 4, this race is wide open. I mean, even someone like the 3 who's paired up really good starts against better company. This horse faced Aloha West, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Firenze Fire in the past, Mind Control, who we just saw win again in that Park Dirt Mile. That horse is a big contender. And then Last Chance at Glory, the 6. Can he repeat that number last time out? That's the best figure in this field. We'll see if he can pair it up again. And he's 5-2 right now, taking play like he can. Lafitte's Fleet, he is dropping in class. Trevor McCarthy aboard.
I feel like he's going to get the right kind of trip in behind the speed. So the Cantermasis nearly win a stake, the Athena yesterday with Evie Jets on the lead.
Should have won that race with those fractions, no?
Yeah, she just had everything her own way.
We'll talk more about it later. Mount Travers coming off a win, the other half of the entry.
Yeah, and I think he'll be involved, and the entry complement each other.
American Power's a grade 3 winner, just went by.
Seems to do his best running when he's on the lead. Can he make the lead here?
Striking speed, 20-1.
The one horse that would be a surprise in here.
Seeker Rules, huge number last start out. Won by 8 3/4 lengths at Belmont.
Yeah, it was claimed. We haven't seen him since May, but a horse that always showed ability, and he's also quick.
And Last Chance at Glory again. Here he is, 3-1, just claimed by James Ferraro.
A horse that can come from just off the pace, but looks like he's more comfortable when he's involved.
And Trophy Chaser outside. He comes out of a stakes race at Monmouth for Juan Avila.
I mean, obviously, as horses get older, just like human athletes, they may lose a step. This horse, though, has shown good speed. And you have to think with Paco Lopez aboard, this horse is going to be involved. Paco is a rider that can be aggressive.
Former grade 3 winner, by the way, Trophy Chaser. He's faced By My Standards. First captain, some very good ones. Pick 4 starts here. Let's head down to Acacia.
We'll take a look at the number 6 in Last Chance at Glory, Greg, who is first off the claim for Jimmy Ferraro, as this one actually was a horse that was won in a 28-way shake at Saratoga last time out. Jimmy Ferraro getting the win in that shake, as many had dropped in a slip for this horse, dropping and finishing second that day. I thought that he ran a good race, and it was interesting that he broke sharply and then kind of allowed others to come in onto the pace with him. And there were 3 horses up front early on, including Mount Travers, who he'll rematch with. But this horse just couldn't get by. He ran well, but I thought it was interesting because his speed is one of his best weapons. There should be some other speed in here with him. He got a little bit hot back in the paddock, but that's exactly what he did last time. That's just typical of him. Very fit once again and looking much the same, but a horse that had been well desired up at the spa and coming back for his new connections. To the outside, the number 7 Trophy Chaser taking a drop in class after coming out of Stakes Company at Monmouth. And it's been a while since I've seen this horse. Paco Lopez took him right away from the pony and did what he typically does, which is keeping a horse moving out on the track along the outside rail. Obviously knows this horse well for trainer Juan Avila. He has a lot of backlash, and he had looked so promising at the start of his career. And obviously he's had some soundness issues that have plagued him throughout, and he's filled out. He hasn't grown too much. He's kind of built now more than anything like a burly sprinter type. So I do actually think that this is the good spot for him, but I would imagine he'll be forward. Last time out too, it kind of looked like he was ranging up and in with a chance to win that stake, and then he just flattened out completely. This is the right spot for him. Let's see if he can run back to some of those other races. I will say he's beautifully turned out, just dappled from head to toe. The number 1 Lafitte's Fleet, I've always been a fan of this horse, and he also also gets a bit of a drop in class. Was closing steadily outside last time out. And Trevor McCarthy gave him a nice warm-up away from the pony, but he was settled nicely. He was well composed, just moving effortlessly out there. He has some nice length to his frame. He's a horse that just visually is so attractive too, and I thought could potentially get the right kind of trip in here, because the more I looked at it, some of the other horses, including the 6 and 7, just have so much early speed, as well as the 3 American Power. Maybe Lafitte's Fleet is going to just sit back in that catbird seat, and he's looking like he's one that's doing very well right now for the Cantor Mossy Barn. Greg?
Board tells the story. Thank you, Acacia. Just about everyone, with the exception of the 4, is taking money in here. 2-1, 4-1 separates everybody else.
Yeah, it really speaks to how competitive this race is. I'm believing that there's going to be pace on here, and I think the 1 is going to sit the right kind of trip.
Yeah, Secret Rules, the 5, 1A is not slow. The 6, the 7, all could be forward in here. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, the 5 Secret Rules is the horse I like in here, and I'm actually going to probably talk fast so I can get into my Naira Bets account to get on this 2-1 here. Look, Secret Rules ran extremely fast last time for Bill Mott when Bill dropped the horse for $25,000. Rob Falcone picks up. Now, the question is, you know, the last couple of races, that last race is a little bit of an outlier. So what I always do when I find an outlier, or a number that I feel like is an outlier, is you try to verify the number, try to understand if it was a real number that was earned on May 28th. There's a 90 Beyer speed figure. So what you do is you look to see who's run out of that race and how they ran out of the race. Were their figures slower in their subsequent starts, faster, or the same? And the 2 horses that came out of that race and won all ran either faster numbers than they did in the race that Secret Rules ran, or the same number, which makes me believe that the last number this horse ran was real, and maybe he's just starting to figure it out. He got brave on the front end. He's got back numbers that suggest that number was real, and Rob Falcone has good numbers when he's having a horse start in his barn for the first time. I like Secret Rules quite a bit in this race, and I'll take the 5-2.
Yeah, you saw quickly that stat there. First start off a claim off these kinds of layoffs for Rob Falcone. Limited sample size, but 4 for 9. 44%, pretty good strike rate. As we take a look at Secret Rules, this was back on May 28th, and this was that 90 Beyer dominating win by 8 3/4 lengths.
Well, I like what Jonathan talked about, you know, kind of confirming the number this horse got by the form the other horses came out of the race. Now, in the form, the track's labeled fast, but it's also a sealed racetrack, and they're running over the top of it. And to me, that raises some more questions. It's a completely different kind of track. He got to set fairly moderate fractions for a horse with his natural speed, 23-1, 46-4. That comes easy to him. I think there's more heat in here today.
He will not get to do that today. You do look back against who he's run against, and he, too, has faced some good ones. What do you think now? Who, for a while, we thought was going to be a star sprinter. Miho, Chateau, Pete's Play Call. These are all really good, accomplished, older, veteran sprinters on the circuit.
Oh, he's faced some of the tough ones. I mean, even Admundson went on his day, how quick he is and the form he can hold. So he's faced some good horses. I just don't think he's going to get it easy here.
I'm with you. It might be tough to try and repeat what he did on the front end last time out. There's Trophy Chaser, graded stakes winner stepping in, the 6-year-old coming in from Monmouth. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. Number 7, Trophy Chaser, jumped up at the start, is at the back of the pack. Up front, it is Secret Rules going for the lead with Mount Travers right there and a striking speed down at the rail, moving up a spot. Last Chance at Glory runs in 4th. After that awkward start, Trophy Chaser has advanced up into 5th, and it's 3 lengths back to American Power and Lafitte's Fleet. Up the backstretch, Secret Rules by a head. Striking speed on the outside in 2nd, the quarter win in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Right behind the front 2, Trophy Chaser in 3rd, and then comes Last Chance at Glory next in 4th. Farther back is Mount Travers, and at the back of the pack, Lafitte's Fleet and American Power. They race around the far turn. It is Secret Rules with a narrow lead over Big Long Shot. Striking speed. Now moves right alongside. The 2 of them are together. Last Chance at Glory up into 3rd. Trophy Chaser towards the rail in 4th, followed by Mount Travers and American Power. The half mile in 46 and 3/5 seconds. And the field is in the stretch. And here comes Last Chance at Glory on the outside. Down at the rail, Secret Rules. Those two are now together. Striking Speed is back running in third. American Power has gained ground. And now there's a 16th to the finish. Last Chance at Glory. American Power on the outside. Secret Rules down at the rail. They come on for the finish. Last Chance at Glory holds on to win it by a neck. American Power closed well to complete the exacta.
Last Chance at Glory. Runs down, passes Secret Rules for the victory, and here's 7th win of this 5-year-old's career.
I know this is a horse that you were high on. You said on the Thoroughgraphs he had run the biggest figure last time. He got the right kind of trip. There wasn't as much pace on as I thought there was going to be. The 5 made the lead fairly comfortably, Secret Rules. The 3 American Power took it to him. You know, the 1A was an absolute no-show as far as speed. Mount Travers, I thought he'd be involved to help set it up for the 1 Lafitte's Fleet, but listen, the winner was very good, and the 3-horse was very game. American Power kind of kept rallying, kept coming back, and Secret Rules, yeah, probably might have needed the race. Could come back off of that effort and be a little bit better. And I'm sorry, Striking Speed actually took on Secret Rules and kind of helped soften him up, and American Power rallied from off the pace. So mixed up my numbers there, Greg.
Javier Castellano on Last Chance at Glory, missed by a neck for 25,000 last start. Goes one better today with a slight hike up in class and wins at 7-2. Here to start off the pick 4 for James Ferraro off the claim. Gumpster Stable. And yeah, good late run from American Power, who is getting some class relief as well. We'll have these prices for you. Set up race 3 when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Watching America's Day of the Races on FS1, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Last Chance at Glory. Javier Castellano back aboard, even with the claim, new barn, and Jimmy Ferraro decided to keep Javi in the irons, and it pays off.
Well, yeah, you're getting a Hall of Famer that has really come back to his form. Javier Castellano has some familiarity with the horse now that gives a rider confidence, particularly an older rider. You know, you kind of are able to gauge and know what you have underneath you. and he was able to get position. And position, it wins races, and obviously Javier Castellano knows how to win races.
Had a terrific summer at Saratoga. We mentioned his name a lot upstate New York. $9.80 for the 7th win for this 5-year-old son of Golden Sense. Again, Gumpster Stable. Jimmy Ferraro off the claim. Horse was claimed, by the way. So moving to a new barn. 6-3 exacta there. Last night, Churchill Downs after dark, and the champ is back. 2-year-old champion filly Echo Zulu lining up at the Grade 3 Dogwood. First time on the racetrack, competing at least since the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks. She was supposed to go in the Acorn. She was scratched at the gate. Took command early. Ricardo Santana Jr. back aboard. That's had to feel good for him. She leads every step of the way for the victory.
Yeah, Echo Zulu, your 2-year-old champion, you know, had a couple bumps in the road here. I thought she ran extremely well in the Kentucky Oaks. Then she was a late scratch from the Acorn Stakes at Belmont. Returns here, obviously in fine form, sound, ready to go, fired big off the bench. This is impressive. Another offspring of Gun Runner putting on a show this weekend. What do you think with Echo Zulu? How far does she really want to go?
They're pointing to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. The Breeders' Cup better update their contenders page, because I looked this morning and she was not on it. She's going there, and with this kind of speed that she can bring to the table and what she can do, this was at 7/8 of a mile. That's a distance for the Filly and Mare Sprint. She's going to be dangerous.
It's got to feel really satisfying for Ricardo Santana, too. He was replaced very late for last year's Breeders' Cup after winning 2 Grade 1s in a row on Echo Zulu, and stayed quiet, waited his turn, gets the mount back, rewarded with a victory here. Not always easy to do. Egos are involved. I know, I was a rider. I didn't burn bridges. I blew them up.
Gotta hurt, though. I mean, he was on such a special filly, had that rapport, and then to get replaced in the Breeders' Cup going in. But special moment to be reunited there, and that had to feel really good for Steve Asmussen as well, with his champ by Gun Runner getting that win coming back. Meanwhile, race earlier, another Gun Runner for Steve Asmussen and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunite winning the Harrods Creek and doing it about a half second faster than Echo Zulu would about a half hour later.
Yeah, under a bit more pressure. I mean, Echo Zulu did feel like she won with something left, but he raced through the stretch on his wrong lead. Resolute. Gunite has turned into a real consistent professional kind of runner. Conager did everything I thought he would do. I thought he might be tough to run down, but Gunite never let him out of his sight, never gave him too much rope, was always on him. And they ran 1-2 around the racetrack. Gunite getting it done. Steve Asmussen, another incredible year he's put together.
3 wins his last 4 starts. His only defeat, second in a Grade 1 to the brilliant Jack Christopher at Saratoga.
And I think it just complements Jack Christopher. We always known the ability he's had. Obviously another one that will concentrate on one-turn races, shorter distances, but a brilliant 3-year-old in his own right.
Big night for the Stallion Gun Runner for Steve Asmussen as well. As we get back to Churchill for Sunday action, race 3 is approaching the 4-minute mark to post. It is a maiden special weight, 2 turns, mile and an eighth, and forever after all the 6. Odds-on favorite here at 3-5, beat by She's Keen last start, who would, off that maiden win, go to the Alabama against Nest and the Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath. She was a non-factor in the race. Here's Fragrant Mike McCarthy.
Maybe the third starts to charm. This classic Empire filly finally getting the stretch to 2 turns, gets a good inside post.
16-1 next door on She's a Pistol.
Yeah, it just feels like she'd have to find a little bit more, and she has improved incrementally, but she's going to have to take another big step forward.
Fine Cotton. She's faced a couple of good ones in Butterbean, Falconet, who we saw last night. She got beat, I know, in that Seneca, but they're talented, and she hit the board against both.
Well, will 12th time be the charm? She does have a couple races, though, that certainly would put her in the frame, and she has, like you said, faced decent competition.
Calm Inspiration. The Dam actually won the Dogwood that we saw Echo Zulu take last night.
Well, here's a filly that took money. Johnny Velasquez, first time going 7/8, chased the pace. Adds Blinkers, daughter of Carlin, on the stretch out.
Music Street at 8-1. Best has been a 4th place finish in 3 starts.
Well, if you like this filly at all, then you really got to give the 3 Fine Cotton a better look, because Fine Cotton's finished in front of her when they last met.
And all the money going right here. Forever After All, the biggest number anyone's earned in this field. In fact, the 2 biggest the last 2 starts.
Yeah, it kind of makes her stand out, doesn't it? And the fact that she's already run well at these longer distances. She ran well going a mile and 3/16. She ran well going a mile and 1/8. Gets another mile and 1/8 to work with here. Should be very tough.
There she is, 2-5 favorite. Let's go to Paula Duca. Paul, is it open and shut case Forever After All?
Yeah, it could be, Greg. I mean, she does. She lays over numbers. Al Stahl's horses have been firing at this meet. Colby Hernandez does get aboard, and, you know, her last 2 races, like you said, they're very good. I mean, they're at 2 different racetracks here at Churchill Downs and then at Saratoga. I think the only thing that would get her beat if she's really too far back. And, you know, when you look at a race in a field of 6, I'd be more concerned if it was like a field of 11, because then she might have too much to do. Now, for the other contenders in here, the obvious horse is the 3, Fine Cotton, because I would think she goes to the front end in here. There's not a lot of pace in here. Now, the 4, Calm Inspiration, only 1 start, not taking much money on the board, does put the blinkers on and did show speed first time out. So is Tyler going to be on the send? But you do have to look at the 3 in here with Rene Diaz. He does not get the weight allowance as some of these horses because he's on a 4-year-old filly. If he was on a 3-year-old filly, he'd get a little bit of a weight allowance. I thought the 1 looked amazing on the racetrack. Fragrant in here, a horse that, you know, has been green in his first 2 starts or her first 2 starts. But she was bet first time out. She ran okay at Indiana Downs. They stretched her out last time. She broke a little bit better. And she ran kind of evenly. So I think the mile and 1/8 will suit her a little bit at 9-1. But definitely, Forever After All is the horse to beat in here by far. And in the 5 horse here, I'll mention last for Whitworth Beckman. Whitworth was an assistant trainer for Brad Cox that's gone on his own. Julian Leperoux gets aboard. And this is a horse that is kind of, to me, racing into shape and maybe a horse that can pick up some pieces here. But again, guys, 6 is going to be tough to handle in here.
Betting her like she's Echo Zulu.
Yeah, that's a very short price for a maiden, isn't it?
Wow. But her numbers tower over this group. And there's still ways to make money if she wins, playing, you know, exacta and some numbers underneath her trifectas as well. But wow, that is a short price in here. Again, She's Keen, who beat her off that score, would go to the Alabama. She was last of 7 in that field.
Well, they kind of took a shot there, right? You know, you say, well, maybe I get a chance to get grade 1 place, enhance my filly's value. I always am so much more forgiving when people take shots with fillies or mares in stakes races than when I see like a colt that might, you know, seemingly be overmatched, because it just means so much for their value if they can hit the board even.
Hey, you got to be aggressive. After all, it's an investment.
I like the old adage, keep yourself in the best of company and your horses in the worst of company.
It's a good key to success at the racetrack. But then you'd miss out on some glory. How many times do we say this horse should not be in the race? And as D. Wayne Lucas said, you got to be in it to win it.
Listen, I totally understand that. I was always of the mind that I would want my jockey to be able to make 2 or 3 mistakes and still win, not need everything to go perfect. Maybe that's just because I'm an ex-jockey.
1-5 favorite here Forever After All for Al Stahl. Going to be the last to load. Betting her like she cannot lose this race. Maybe that's the case. We will find out. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Fine Cotton at mid-pack. She's a pistol from the rail. Those 2 fastest out. Forever After All for that outside post comes on to grab 3rd. And it will be 3 wide for the clubhouse turn. She's a pistol over to the rail to set the pace. Fine Cotton's going to be 2nd. Forever After All continues on in the clear while 3rd. Fragrant comes through toward the inside and is 4th early. Music Street is out in 5th, and Calm Inspiration has been outrun so far and is out trailing the field and is 3 lengths behind the others as they move to the backstretch run. The opening quarter goes in 23-4. Long shot, She's a Pistol. Turns to the backstretch run in front by a length and a half. Fine Cotton is a tracking 2nd. in the clear. Break a 2.5 back. Forever After All. Getting a little bit closer now from third with Fragrant to her inside fourth. They're both closing in. And then it's Music Street, and now it's more back to Common Inspiration, about 7 or 8 lengths back to this trailer, who's a dozen lengths off the leader. And that leader is still She's a Pistol. After a half in 47 and 4/5 seconds. Fine Cotton is putting in her bid now and is revving up to grab the lead as around the far turn. But Forever After All is coming with a run. And here comes the big favorite now after Fine Cotton. Music Street comes alive. Music Street with a 3-wide bid. They're at the quarter pole. And Forever After All is back into third. Here's Music Street up to grab the lead. Fine Cotton fights on. Forever After All is not giving it up quite yet, but there's 1 furlong to go. And Music Street has opened up by 2. Music Street, Forever After All, and Fine Cotton that way past a 16th, and it'll be that way on the wire. Music Street from off the pace. Upset winner over Forever After All. Fine Cotton, and Fragrant was fourth.
Music Street beating a 3-5 favorite. And Forever After All, she looked like she was in trouble early on in this race. In the stretch, drops back to third. Paula Duca had mentioned this filly for Whitworth Beckman, former Brad Cox assistant. And this is going to play a lot bigger than just 8-1 on the board.
Absolutely. And the last time these two met, Forever After All was 7 lengths in front of Music Street, so turned it around in a big way. Came with that big swooping run under Julian Le-Peroux. 3 races at Churchill Downs. All 3 races won from off the pace. Horses that have been kind of battling it out early seem like they're bogging down late.
Prices from that one when we come back, 8-1 on Music Street. Meanwhile, back at Belmont at the Big A, we'll be on the turf going a mile in this New York bred allowance optional claiming field. Home for Christmas. Christophe Clement, Manny Franco will team up. We'll be back.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just when to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
We're back at America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. Getting set for race 3 here, Belmont at the Big A. Here comes our post-parade mile on the turf. And we'll begin with Home for Christmas, Christophe Clement and Manny Franco.
Yeah, Philly, that's very tactical. She's got enough speed to put herself in the game. Got a great post. Should be very tough here.
Spongy for Belmont, second off a year's layoff.
Yeah, certainly could improve with that race. You take some of that ring rust off, and was only beaten 2 1/4 lengths, not far off of Home for Christmas.
I'm with you, major player. Dancing with Daffodils, big price, went by, and here's Choose Happiness.
Yeah, Choose Happiness, more of a deep closing type. Would like to see some pace on here.
Lady Thornhill, wide trip behind Home for Christmas, and My Lips Are Sealed last start.
Yeah, she can be a bit of a difficult horse to ride. She doesn't have the greatest mouth, but Jose Ortiz has had good success with her.
Another one off the bench. Big room to move forward and favored right now. My Lips Are Sealed.
And another one that has speed but's tactical. Doesn't need the lead but puts herself in the race.
How do you make your money? Double-digit odds, 10-1. Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, too keen last time. Kind of ran off, showed too much speed.
And the back class, War Canoe, 9 years old now.
Yeah, it just feels like War Canoe. Maybe he's just lost a little bit off her fastball.
And Master of the Tunes, Dylan Davis at 16-1.
Yeah, more of a closing type. Would have to find more in the tank. And what kind of trip does she work out with that outside draw going a mile?
A couple in this field making their second starts off lengthy layoffs, Jonathan, including the favorite, the 6 My Lips Are Sealed.
6 My Lips Are Sealed is a horse I've always been a huge fan of. When she was a George Weaver, she had a ton of speed, and she always can kind of put herself into the race and make a great trip because she's got that tactical speed. Not all turf horses have that. So I do think that she can be aggressively ridden and find position early. Now, she's a short price. I'm going to ultimately pick the 4, Choose Happiness. This is a horse that was closing into a pace that was not overly fast last time, was wide in that situation on the inner turf, losing a lot of ground. Those tight turns at Saratoga on the inner, I think being wide is even more harmful because you're losing so much ground on those tight turns. And so at a much more attractive price, I'm going to hope that this thing kind of heats up a little bit. And I know some people are at home giggling about a New York turf race heating up. But this one has a little bit of an opportunity to possibly speed up, and I think the 4, Choose Happiness, could pick up the pieces.
And Jonathan, I'm with you. I think that we could potentially see at least an honest pace in this spot. And picking up with the number 6, My Lips Are Sealed, she is making her second start off the layoff, and she was sharp back in the paddock, but that's how she always is. There's a lot of good size to her, and she looked really, really strong and well-muscled. I thought that she ran a terrific race last time out when she moved up to press the pace setter, and she hung in there late, being very game. Thought it was a really big effort from her, as we did see out-of-sight closing to pick up the pieces late. So I think that that's a big reason that you do see this filly, or this mare, I should say, as the favorite. She showed that she could run a good race when being part of the pace and not necessarily dictating things her own way on the front end. She settled nicely out on the track right now too. The number 1, Home for Christmas, she has gotten some very good trips. Stymied a little bit last time out in that last race, but she was in a stalking spot when she has run her best races, when she is able to dictate comfortably on the front end as well. She is a filly that sometimes too doesn't carry the best condition from race to race, and she looked like she was really handling her weight very well coming in here to Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A after those couple of Saratoga starts. So 2 second-place finishes, she'll be right up there. We'll see if she has enough punch in the stretch, but she is one that I do think is showing signs of a horse that's doing well at the moment, as Manny Franco kept her pretty relaxed out on track as well. The number 2, Spongy, I had picked Spongy thinking that she was going to get a trip in here, and while she looks terrific physically as far as her condition and her muscle mass second off the bench, I did notice that she was very sweaty back in the paddock. She didn't seem agitated. She was just hot, and she was hosed down. And I wasn't in the paddock for that last race, or first race off a year layoff, but speaking to Maggie Wolfendale, who was, she said that she didn't get hot last time. She had looked terrific off the bench, and so I don't really know what to do with it. Usually when horses are really getting washed out or hot out of character, I look to see if they look agitated or unsettled, and Spongy hasn't. It's just something that I had noticed that was a little bit out of character of her. And while the sun has come out, which I'm thankful for, it's definitely not as hot today as it was when we were back in Saratoga, Greg.
No, it is not. Autumn is here, and it's been a nice relief. As we get set for this third coming up here, Belmont at the Big A, and we got that common race that was won by Out of Sight. The 2 through 5 finishers all exiting that August 14th Saratoga race.
Yeah, and not a lot separated everybody, and it's all about trips. And now Spongy was coming off that layoff, essentially a year layoff, so she ran extremely well. Again, it's going to come down to trips here as well. I went to the inside. The one Home for Christmas, I think, will get the right kind of trip. Now, you saw Spongy kind of get a little stymied there. She had to wait for room.
John Velasquez on My Lips Are Sealed, who wound up third in there, beat less than a length, is off a long layup for her as well. And she could be a little more tactical and forward.
Yeah, she can put herself right in the game. I laughed because Jonathan said people might be giggling home about if there'll be pace on. It does seem like it's more prevalent. We have more and more paceless races, particularly on the turf in New York.
And that was not the case in your day, was it?
No. I mean, guys were not bashful about allowing a horse to use their speed.
9, the last to step in, Master of the Tunes. Let's go upstairs to John Embriao for the call. Race 3, Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. Bit of an awkward start there for number 3, Dancing with the Daffodil. She's down on the inside and at the back of the pack. Home for Christmas is going out for the lead. My Lips Are Sealed is right there. How do you make your money on the outside as the field goes into the clubhouse turn? It is My Lips Are Sealed and Home for Christmas. Home for Christmas with the lead. My Lips Are Sealed runs in second. How do you make your money? And Spongy right together third and fourth. Master of the Tunes next in fifth. A break of 2. Back to Lady Thornhill as the field reaches the back stretch. And up front it is Home for Christmas. The leader over My Lips Are Sealed. Then it is Spongy in third. On the outside, How Do You Make Your Money in fourth. Master of the Tunes in fifth. Lady Thornhill in sixth. Followed by Choose Happiness in seventh. Dancing with Daffodils and War Canoe. The quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds, and the half mile in 48 and 2. Home for Christmas setting the pace and leading by 3/4 of a length. My Lips Are Sealed. The favorite on the outside in second. 3 wide. How Do You Make Your Money? 4 wide is Master of the Tunes. And in behind is Spongy, who has saved ground here as they come for the top of the stretch. Home for Christmas and My Lips Are Sealed. They're right together. Spongy will need a way out here as the field comes into the stretch. Moving up on the outside is Master of the Tunes. It is Master of the Tunes and My Lips Are Sealed. Home for Christmas. Spongy now switches to the outside as they pass the 8th pole. It is Master of the Tunes, and now Spongy is kicking in on the outside. Master of the Tunes and Spongy takes over in deep stretch, and Spongy is the winner under jockey Junior Alvarado.
Second off the bench, and Spongy to the winner's circle, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado.
Spongy got to save all the ground. She had to wait for room. You could see her in behind horse here in the green looking for room. Master of the Tunes makes this wide sweep, looms up while Spongy's still waiting, a little bit stymied in traffic. But in essence, all that does is intensify a horse's late turn of foot, where Master of the Tunes made that big run around the turn wide. The other filly was still saving horse and saving ground inside. When she got room, it just intensified that late turn of foot. And she runs down a big price, the 11-1 Master of the Tunes. And this just illustrates how important saving ground is in turf racing. And Junior Alvarado, although he had to wait for room, to me, that's a good turf trip. I'd rather have to be stymied in traffic waiting for room and get that 1/8 of a mile, because a horse can accelerate. They can quicken with that turn of foot.
The 6, while My Lips Are Sealed, just no response in the stretch.
No response. Home for Christmas went to the lead. Neither one of them seemed like they had anything left around the far turn. And the horses that were coming from off the pace, particularly Spongy with the inside forward position, got it done.
Going to be saying goodbye to those watching on FS1. We're going to be back on Fox FS2 beginning at 4:40 Eastern Time. So we'll see you on Fox Sports then. Again, 4:40 Eastern Time over on FS2. In the meantime, we're on Valley Sports Southern California, San Diego. You can also catch us on our YouTube page, New York Racing Association, and on the app as well. So we hope to see you a little bit later on in the program. 2-9-4-5 finish here in this third. Good finish here from Spongy. Thanks for watching on FS1. We'll see you later this afternoon over on FS2. Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports Southern California and San Diego. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races for Belmont at the Big A and Churchill Downs. Live coverage of their Sunday cards. Greg Wolf alongside winningest rider in the history of Aqueduct, Richard Migliori, former champion jockey, and our best still yet to come. We're going to have a big showdown in this filly mare sprint division later on in the Gallant Bloom.
Yeah, it's a really good Gallant Bloom. We've got some horses that are looking to stamp their ticket to that Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint, and we saw Echo Zulu, a 3-year-old, throw her hat in the ring yet last evening at Churchill Downs. It's a fun time of year. A lot of these races are going to start coming together, and everybody's going to have their opinions, and then the horses will have the answers.
Less than 6 weeks away from the Breeders' Cup, and yet Kamari, Lady Rocket, I think the two everyone are probably focusing on in that grade 2 Gallant Bloom. We'll talk more about that race a little bit later on in the program. Here's what we have ahead for you, presented by Claiborne Farm. Up to the 4th next at Belmont, but we'll have that 7th. It starts the late pick 4 in the Gallant Bloom, part of that sequence, grade 2 with Kamari and Lady Rocket. Fast and firm here on this Sunday card here in New York and Churchill Downs. Their 7th race kicks off their pick 4 as well. And Dwayne Lucas with a contender later on the card. In race number 9, when he's going to send out Spankster, who's really come to life since being moved to his barn. You can play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Promo code for new members, match 200 at nairabets.com. Meanwhile, back in the 3rd, Spongy Mig, Junior Alvarado, Belmont.
Yeah, and it just shows, again, accentuates how important saving ground is in the turf. Yes, he's waiting for room. He doesn't have to check. He doesn't take anything away from him. He has to wait, sift out to the clear here. Smooth move. Jump back to her left lead, but she's accelerating now. And that's the luxury of having an inside draw, Spongy being 2. The 9, Master of the Tunes, the widest draw of all. Dylan Davis did the best he could with the hand dealt him, but it basically casts you into a wider trip, and to me that's all that made the difference here.
Spongy, just her 2nd win on the lawn here in 7 career starts, goes off at 3-1 for the victory. 2, 9, 4, some prices underneath help that trifecta. $144 coming back as we return to Churchill Downs. It's a good place to be after that first Saturday in May.
Yeah, that's where the Holy Grail is.
Race 4 at Churchill, 7/8 of a mile. $20,000 starter allowance race coming up. And Gardenly, Tom Drury Jr., putting together back-to-back wins. 2 races that he wanted to get this filly on the grass. They both came off, and she responded with wins in both. She'll try and make it 3 in a row when we come back. Stay with us.
Tama in the center of the track with good-looking stride, squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Tama going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
Come dream with us at 3 Chimneys.
We're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by Champion Sprinter Run Happy. Now standing legendary stall #1 Claiborne Farm. We had a pretty good debuting Run Happy. Looked good last night, didn't win, but first time out hit the board for Mattress Mac in the nightcap at Churchill Downs. Might have a future. And we get set for the 4th at Churchill Downs here. 7/8 of a mile, 20,000 starter allowance. And here comes our post parade. We're going to begin here in a moment with Judy's Way for Carlos Silva, 6-1.
Yeah, hard knocking daughter of Bayern, this mare, but 2 wins, 11 seconds. She likes that underneath slot, the bridesmaid spot.
Will to win. Is it there? Fair to question it with that record. Waywardness, Michelle Lovell.
Yeah, been running on the turf. Last time spotted on dirt was at Keeneland. Ran well that day. That was claiming 20.
He actually showed speed last time on the dirt, too, routing. Gardenley right now trying to make it 3 in a row. Again, the last 2 wins, races meant for the grass that came off.
Yeah, impressive here. The mare, Sky Garden, she's a producer. She just recently had a 2-year-old wish list run second on debut here on the turf, so she gets runners.
Should see speed with Pistol. She's 2-1.
I think probably the main speed, this daughter of Gun Runner, and I don't know that speed is really what you want today at Churchill Downs. We got to keep an eye on that.
Sonador comes off a win at Churchill. That was for 30,000 non-winners at 2 Life.
Yeah, sprinting, stretching out now to a little bit further to 7 furlongs, but she should be well placed from the outside.
Hashtag winner, moving turf to dirt. There's the 7, and the last time on dirt was 3rd in a condition claiming race at Churchill.
Yeah, it just feels like she'd have to find a little bit more in the tank to contend here.
So Polly Gardenley, she's going to try and make it 3 in a row, and finally in a race that was intended to be on the dirt.
Yeah, right. I mean, her last 2 races, she ran so well first time here at Churchill Downs. Tommy Drury tried to get her on the dirt. She won by a pole. She came right back, and she won again on an off-the-turf event. And, I think Tommy's starting to think, okay, maybe I got a dirt horse on my hands. And when you have a horse that did run well here over the racetrack, that is a big plus. And I'll be honest, I thought she looked very, very good in the post parade. Now, the 4 horse in here, Pistol, probably going to be your pace setter in here. And I kind of agree with Mig. The front end has not been the spot, I guess, until somebody goes gate to wire. And I think it's going to depend on the 2 in here, the gray in here, Waywardness. Because, Waywardness has shown improvement in the Michelle Lavelle barn, but has not really been on the dirt. The improvement has been on the turf. The one dirt race, the horse did show speed, but that was under the Whitworth Beckman training program. Congratulations to him who won the last race. But, this great filly by Into Mischief should show some pace in here. When you look at Gardenley, you just look at 2 wins in a row. She ran down Pistol. And the thing about it is in that race, it's the same condition here. Pistol was carrying 113 pounds that day, and Gardenley still ran her down, and they have the same weight difference again today, 10 pounds. And the one horse you guys talked about, a lot of second-place finishes, but her figures are right there. So it's 7-1, definitely a horse you could play underneath. I actually had this race, I hate to say it, to be very, very chalky, 3-4, but I will tell you this. The 7 looked unreal in the post parade. I don't have this horse on my figures. I really don't. But her ears were forward. She looked like she was paying attention and ready to run.
All right, Paulie, thank you. 9-1 on hashtag winner the 7, who caught Paulie's eye, who's just 2 for 27 lifetime coming in public all over Gardenley, though. 3-2 favorite. And let's look back at her most recent effort. Again, a race that was meant for the grass that came off. It was at Ellis going a mile. And she runs down Pistol, as Paulie mentioned, same weight break basically as today. This time she was actually giving up 11 pounds.
Yeah, and she's Pistol getting that break in the weights for the apprentice aboard again, but it just feels like Gardenley has got upside. She's lightly raced, 2 wins from 3 starts with a second. Ability, she's going to be lurking from just off the pace. It looks like what you want. Now, some people might say, well, she's coming off of 2 wins in off the turfers, but they don't have turf this fall at Churchill Downs while they work out their turf course. 3 of the 6 horses running here made their last start on the turf. So in some small way, can you make the case this is a little bit like an off the turfer as well?
Yeah, a little bit. 6-5 favorite. And Gardenly, JK, Bobby Franco used to say all the time, weight gets you beat. It did not matter for Gardenly against Pistol last start.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this is one of those starter allowance races we've talked about on the show before where I think they're the most formful. Because if you look at the conditions of this race, this is for fillies and mares who have started for a claiming price of $20,000 or less and have never won 3 races. So if you look at Gardenly, she ran in a maiden 20, which qualifies her for this race. She ran second that day. She wasn't claimed. Then they come back maiden special weight. They win by 10. Then they come back starter allowance. They win by 2. She's not the same. She's better than these horses. All of these other horses in here broke their maiden, except for the one, in maiden claiming races, lower level maiden claiming races. And so Gardenly is just in here off the goalpost because of the condition. I just think she's better than these horses, and I think she's going to win.
And the public would agree with you right now, too. She is the 6-5 favorite, trying to keep things on a roll for her. And look, she's been in very good form. And even at that debut, when they put her in for maiden 20, if not for a poor start, she might have won that race first time out.
Yeah, you see, and I just think that's part of what we talk about good management. Tom Drury, obviously a good horseman, but being able to have the foresight to get a horse eligible for that. And when they're first-time starters and they show up for a tag, they're an unknown quality, right? So people might be more reluctant to claim a first-time starter, and now you've opened up that avenue to have easier spots in the starter allowance. I think that's just great management, and that's how horses string together multiple victories.
She is even money right now. She was just flat-out better than Pistol last start, and it's hard to think why today won't be a different story.
I mean, just the names, too. Gardenly, kind of tranquil. You're seeing butterflies, flowers blooming, Pistol. It's kind of aggressive, no?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Off names, I would have thought Pistol would have been the favorite. But, yeah, Gardenly, bred by Claiborne Farm, by the way, owned by Cherry Valley Farm. So we'll see if she can make it 3 straight. Again, conceding 10 pounds to her rival next door to her, or she'll try and beat for the second time in a row.
Yeah, she already did it effectively, and now they're going actually a little bit shorter than that day, and I think weight probably plays less of a factor. No excuse for Pistol that day either.
Can shorter for Pistol, the 4, be to her benefit here from when they met last time? And maybe turf to dirt could wake her up a little.
I guess, that's all good arguments, but Churchill downstrip I've seen so far today, I'm not sure that speed is exactly strong.
We'll keep our eyes on it, through the first 3. It has not been the place to be. Gardenly, the 3, trying to make it 3 straight. Here's Travis Stone.
They're off. Soñador breaks alertly. Pistol pushed on as well. Hashtag winner with a good beginning from the far outside. Up the chute they go. Soñador joined at the rail by Pistol. These two will share the lead. Hashtag winner tracking them. Gardenly tugging at the rider up to be 3rd in behind. 2.5 back to Waywardness. The early trailer is Judy's Way. So down the back stretch run, and it's Pistol with a short lead. Soñador backs off the track from 2nd. Gardenly has been moved to the inside. A little bit more rain there, 3rd with 4 furlongs to go. Hashtag winner has tailed off just a bit back in 4th. So onto the far turn, Pistol. Pistol leads by 1.5 lengths. Got away with an opening quarter in a manageable 23 and 4/5 seconds. So Pistol rounding the far turn. Soñador 2nd. Gardenly down inside 3rd. A little nudge there as they come outside the quarter pole. Farther back in the field, Waywardness comes wide for the stretch drive. They are off the turn, and Pistol, with plenty left for this stretch run, has spurted clear by 4. Waywardness runs up into 2nd. Judy's Way is there. Soñador gives way with Gardenly. Gardenly not giving away at all. Pistol, who got away with it on the front end and finished with plenty left. 6 lengths in the end. Waywardness was 2nd, Judy's Way, and Soñador.
I think the front might be okay today. At least in this race it was for Pistol. Leads every step of the way. Renee Diaz for Tom Van Berg. Turns the tables in a big way on Gardenly.
It's interesting. It might not be that speed wasn't good, but Pistol stayed off the rail. And it seemed like the other speed horses, which is naturally inclination, you're on the lead, you save ground, you go to the rail. She was always about in the 3 or 4 path. Renee Diaz keeping her out away from there. And you saw Gardenley, who didn't break very well, tried to rally up the inside, and she just bogged down in there. So maybe it's just a matter of the inside not being the place to be. But take nothing away from Pistol, who got to set easy fractions but finished the deal.
We'll return, and we'll bring you the 4th from Belmont at the Big A when we come back. So look at Miss Alacrity. John Velasquez will be aboard. 6 furlong sprint coming up for New York Reds when we return.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Bally Sports Southern California, San Diego. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday afternoon here from South Ozone Park, New York. Live coverage as well into the Twin Spires in Louisville at Churchill Downs. 4th, Belmont at the Big A. 6 furlongs, New York bred allowance optional claiming field, and that is a look, a huge long shot in here. Horse to beat on the board right now, Miss Alacrity, Wesley Ward. Little warm-up for WW as he'll send out Kamari, the favorite, later today in the feature. Let's welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we do see Wesley Ward here in the paddock to saddle his 2 runners. Obviously, with the graded stakes on tap, you have to make the trip here to the Big A. But I think he could kick off things, or at least this afternoon, in winning fashion with Miss Alacrity here. Physically and on paper, she is much the horse to beat. I mean, she just looks like a tank and a beast here in the paddock relative to her competition. Last time out, she broke a touch slow, kind of went up to press the pace, kicked on, and then was just run down by the ultra in form Masienko, who has subsequently won 2 races after that, including that 93 Beyer and then a win here earlier this week with an 80. And she puts the blinkers back on. Typically, Wesley Ward's formula is they run their 2-year-old season with blinkers, and then, you know, he'll experiment towards the tail end of that or take them off as 3-year-olds. But he's decided that she does need the blinkers on, and she's just wearing a short cup cheater blinker, which is what she's worn in the past. Moving on to the one in here, that is by Hubby Hello Money. Love the name of this one, especially given the pedigree. She comes off a bit of a little touch of a layoff, but getting back to the right, possibly the right surface here. I always thought she looked as though she could be a turf horse, but she's just proven versatility throughout her career. Feeling feisty today, accompanied by the pony, but looks incredibly strong. And one of the best times I've seen her appear is, do want to talk about Lilu in here, number 5, as she's moving back back into the barn of Dave Duggan's, putting on a little bit more of a blinker than what I had last seen her in. She may have been wearing it in her last start, but I do think she is a filly, Greg, that is best on those wet, sealed tracks. But looks a picture in here. We'll see what Dave can do with her back in his barn.
Maggie, thanks. I know there was a concerned trainer after that commentary. Here is the one at 7-2.
Yeah, filly that had, last year ran some races that would certainly make her a contender here.
The other half of the entry, as Omar Hernandez Moreno will break second from the outside.
And a horse that has some speed, so maybe the complementing styles, Jet Set Juliet, show that speed. And her stablemate, By Hubby Hello Money, coming from off the pace.
Miss Alacrity, Wesley Ward, blinkers back on, as Maggie mentioned.
Yeah, it should be tough here. She's obviously consistent, has speed, puts herself in the right place.
Rubies in Time went by at 6-1. Kendrick Carmouche for Rudy Rodriguez. Here's Lilu, ran a big figure last start.
Yeah, big figure, but her two best races did come over those wet, sealed surfaces that Maggie talked about.
6-1, Kali Magic, Chris Engelhart barn.
When she runs her A race, she's tough, and if she comes up with that effort 3 back, she'll be right there.
27-1, pretty clever, just moved by, and then here is Summer Brew. It's going to be the 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, she's been off for a while. Tracks Flavian Pratt for Jorge Abreu, who's very capable off the bench.
So 8-1 on that outside runner. And the 9-5 favorite, though, as Maggie mentioned, Mosienko has really turned into a very talented runner, and that's who beat this filly last time out on August 6th in Saratoga.
Yeah, the streaking Mosienko, who just won her 3rd race in a row. Great form for trainer Dennis Laumann. And this filly ran well, just second best to a filly that, or a mare, I should say, that has found her form. And, Miss Alacrity is a 3-year-old, Mosienko a 5-year-old, so she's facing an older mare.
Put in a good run here. This was turf moving back to dirt. Now we'll put those blinkers back on. And there's a lot to like with Miss Alacrity in this spot. Of course, Wesley Ward again. He's going to have Kamari later, Gallant Bloom, the one to beat in that race with designs on getting to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. JK, what do you think about 9-5 here on the favorite?
Look, I really liked in this spot. This horse ran fast early last time. Now, that was on a sloppy racetrack, and maybe this horse moves up on a sloppy racetrack. But if you're looking at the board, the 7-2 on the 5 Lilu makes a ton of sense to me. Back to the Dave Duggan barn. I just feel like this is a horse that, with that tactical speed, drawn outside of some of the main competition, is one that I want to lean on. I just don't necessarily trust a favorite in here, Miss Alacrity. She's putting the blinkers on. She had the blinkers one time in her career. She just doesn't win very much. She won as a 2-year-old, which Wesley Wards often do, and she came back and won as a 2-year-old again, and she hasn't won as a 3-year-old. She's had a couple of tries at 3. So, and she's drawn, like I said, the 5 Lilu is drawn outside of her. So I'm going to go with the 5 Lilu in here at a much more attractive price, considering the scenario with the favorite.
Yeah, she's 3-1. She earned a big figure, too, in that last start, but it was in the mud at Saratoga. Race that was intended for the grass that came off. So is she going to be able to repeat it on a fast track today? Here it is. This was back on August 26th.
Yeah, listen, she was very good. She obviously got over the surface very well. She's got a good second on a fast dirt back the last time that Dave Duggan ran her. Dave does a tremendous job. I'm a big fan of him as a horseman and a trainer. I like this filly getting back to his barn. I think she's definitely an alternative if you don't like Miss Alacrity. I kind of like the one by Hubby Hello Money, just because I feel like she's got races when she's allowed to make one run that would certainly be good enough at 4-1, and she's got an entry in here, the 1A, Jet Set Juliet, that maybe's in there to help kind of press the pace and set things up for her late run.
So 5-2 on Lilu. Favorite remains Wesley Ward's filly. Let's go back to Maggie.
I want to talk about the Rudy Rodriguez trainee and number 4 Rubies in Time, who is dropping back down into New York bred company, but it's not as if those allowance fields that she had been in were maybe the strongest. They were decent, but you know, you look at November Rain, 2 back. She's a New York bred herself, and again, they were fine. But this is a filly who it seems as though, sorry, mare, Saratoga really ruffles her feathers. And you look back at last year, and there is a poignant gap, and maybe there was an issue, but there's a poignant gap of her not participating in Saratoga. She ran in July and then didn't run again until the end of September. And I feel like I remember her former trainer, Rick Schosberg, saying that Saratoga just does not agree with her. And the bulk of her wins have come here at Aqueduct. She's 5 for 13, and she is so much more relaxed in the paddock and in the prelims than what she was in that Saratoga effort last time out, and even over at Belmont too, for that matter. She looks sensational as she is now kind of fourth off that little bit of a break from March to June, and I just liked everything about her. I think she could sit the right kind of stalking trip today behind the early pace, and she is a generous 8-1 as of now, Greg. She's lured me in.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Yeah, one to take a look at here. As Maggie gives a thumbs up to Ruvies and Tom. She's faced some tough company, too, with, you know, in the money finishes against Betsy Blue, who's turned into a very capable runner this summer, kept waiting. Stakes winner, faced Bella Sophia last year.
There are some names in her running line, that's for sure. Listen, Maggie likes it from a physical perspective. That's good enough for me. I don't trust Miss Alacrity either. You know, Jonathan was saying, I'm going to the one horse by Hubby Hello Money on some of her back races. Obviously, her current form is going to have to improve. But it feels like there's purpose here with the 1A Jet Set Juliet, both runners for Jupiter Stable, that this filly keeps the pace honest, and by Hubby Hello Money gets in a good rhythm and comes with one run.
We'll see if the 1A, that's the job, pressure this favorite, Miss Alacrity, and try and set it up potentially for by Hubby Hello Money. Entry at 7-2. You can play all the action with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the promo code. There it is, match 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We got the pick six coming up next in race 5. And then late pick 5 time beginning in race 6. That'll be on the turf in a maiden special weight.
It's a really good card today. Beautiful day here at Aqueduct, too.
Really is. Started out a little gray. I love that kind of weather, actually, when the sun's not out, but it's still warm. But now the sun is peeking out. Blue skies, cloudy blue skies, but...
And there's something about the light this time of year. We get like to about 4:30 later in the card. There's a softness to the light in autumn. You see it a lot, especially upstate New York, when you have, you know, less fog or smog pollution to kind of, filter it. But you still see it. We saw it coming off Jamaica Bay the other day. It's absolutely a beautiful time of year.
This is one of the great times of year to be in New York, no question. Frank Sinatra said it best. Sang it best.
What did he say? Give it to me. Come on.
Autumn in New York.
Autumn in New York, yeah. Also, like his line, if you make it here, you can make it anywhere.
You're living
New
proof.
York. I had no choice. I grew up here.
There's the favorite for Wesley Ward. He's got Hall of Famer Johnny V aboard. Velasquez was on board that last dirt start at Saratoga. And again, it was a very good one. Mosienko's really started to turn it on of late. That's the only one who beat her in that field.
It's just so nice to see a trainer that has one horse, Dennis Laumann with Mosienko, and, you know, get her in such good form and have the success he's having because he's so capable.
We're set for the 4th here. Belmont at the Big A. There is Grudge, big long shot, stepping in. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, take it away.
Waiting for Jet Set Juliet and Summer Brew. We are set for the start of race 4. And they're off. And it is Jet Set Juliet who is out for the early lead. And Lilu is racing in a second. Now moving up on the outside is a Summer Brew to grab second. Lilu, Ruby's in time right together, third and fourth. Kali Magic advances on the outside from fifth. Grudges in sixth. Then Pretty Clever in the white cap on the outside. Miss Alacrity is next, and farther back is Bye Hubby. Hello Money. And the quarter was run in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Jet Set Juliet by a head. Summer Brew on the outside runs in second. Just behind, it's the trio of Kali Magic, Lilu, and Ruby's in time. And then 5 lengths back to Grudge. On the outside is Pretty Clever. Then Miss Alacrity as the field comes for the top of the stretch. The half mile in 46 and 2/5 seconds. It is Jet Set Juliet challenged on the outside by Kali Magic, and now Kali Magic takes the lead. Lilu gains ground in the second. Kali Magic is in front. Lilu drives up on the outside. It is Lilu and Kali Magic, and the two of them pass the 16th pole together, with Lilu now taking the lead. Kali Magic in second. Lilu by a half length. Kali Magic was second. Big break. Back to Pretty Clever in third.
Lilu backs up that performance in the mud here on this fast track and actually winds up going off the favorite.
And got a nice trip under Jose Lascano. Dave Duggan gets her back in his barn, gets it done. Dave having a tremendous year. That's his 41st starter of the year, 11th win, better than 25%. And a nice call by our colleague and friend, Jonathan Kinchin. He liked Lilu. Love that inside-out move there from Jose Lascano, right? You're in behind horses, but you're close enough where the kickback is hitting your horse in the chest, angle out to the clear, and they find more. She kicked on. Miss Alacrity didn't look like she broke particularly sharp, but just didn't have her customary speed, just looked dull or flat on the day. Lilu gets it done. Dave Duggan, Kingsport Farm, good job.
There it is, nice close-up look, draft and tip out, and it's a beautiful thing when it works.
Yeah, and you know, again, it's about having position, being up in behind horses and having the horse to be able to make that move, but also being able to execute it by getting your position going forward.
Well, pretty clever. Dylan Davis on board, 49-1 to complete the trifecta. 5, 6, 7 finish. Lilu, the favorite, at 2-1 here in the fourth at Belmont at the Big A. Pick 6 is next. And the Derby City 6 coming up from Churchill Downs as well. We'll set the stage when we return. More coming up on America's Day of the Races after this timeout.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
as the field turns for home. Harmony Lodge comes off the turn in front. Here comes House Party, putting in her bid now down the center of the racetrack. Slew's Final Answer is now back to third in Alchemilla. Less than a furlong to go. Migliore gets to work. He's all over Harmony Lodge. Still clear by 2. Slew's Final Answer and House Party battling for the runner-up spot. Harmony Lodge wins.
Getting Miggy with it. Tom Durkin loved saying your name.
Yeah, he did. He always gave me good calls. Appreciate that, Tom. But Harmony Lodge was so good. This was coming off a win in the Ballerina. She won by a nose that day. Really liked riding her. She was so honest. She had natural speed. You give her a couple of underhanded reminders with the crop, keep her going. And
it's the biggest figure she ever ran.
In the Gallant Bloom, seriously. Really.
Yeah.
Wow. Harmony Lodge, and her dam was Windcrafty Lady, who I won a bunch of stakes on as well. So I had a lot of familiarity with the family, and fun to look back on some good afternoons at the racetrack.
Well, this year's Gallant Bloom still to come. Later this afternoon, it's our feature with Kamari for Wesley Ward. The speedy Lady Rocket for Brad Cox. Meanwhile, here in the 4th, it's Lilu. Jose Lezcano aboard for David Duggan. Of course, trains drafted. Toboggan winner. Nice win for the Duggan barn. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here by Dave Duggan and Lilu. Dave, she just sat that nice trip, and I remember talking to you last year when she seemed to be a nice, late coming 2-year-old that you thought she had a lot of promise. Are we seeing that come to fruition now?
Yeah, I mean, she showed that talent earlier on, and she kind of went on and did her thing, and she was second in the allowance. And we gave her a small bit of a breather. Ignacio got her back going for us. She won in Saratoga. I mean, obviously, we were concerned that the number was basically reflective of a wet track. We hadn't seen that. We'd seen her in the mornings always working well. And, with the elusive quality on the dam side, there was always that question mark about running around the turf, hence why he was going to try it in Saratoga maybe. But she came back after that last race. She worked fantastic last week, and I knew we were confident, but we still had to pass this test. This is kind of an acid test as to where you go forward again. I think she's done that.
I know that. We were discussing it last year that she has a massive turf hoof on her, and I was always skeptical of, does she actually just prefer that wet, sealed track? But it's good to know that she does not with this win here today. And Dave, Richard Migliore discussing your year. What a year you've had. And what people may or may not know, it's pretty much you and your wife, Laura.
Well, it's all her. You know that. It's irony. But no, it's the quality of the horse that you have is basically what it comes down to. And this year we've obviously been given better horses, and we've been able to utilize it and been allowed to do, put them in the right spots. And listen, if you keep them healthy and sound and put in the right spots, 90% of the time you're going to look like a genius. So.
One thing I've always wanted to ask you, who gets to decide who rides which horses in the morning?
Oh, yeah, I don't know really. I think we kind of gravitate towards, obviously the pullers now. I think I'm probably going to be put on a little bit more, but it's kind of, it kind of flip-flops, it's like, I don't know. I mean, as you know, sometimes it's the personality. Sometimes I can be a little bit stronger on one, or Lara might be a little bit kinder on one. You just kind of go with whatever feels right on the day.
Well, as you well know, I love seeing you two out in the racetrack in the morning. Congratulations here with Lilu.
Thank you very much.
Dave Duggan, always a pleasure, guys, and couldn't be happier for a good guy, good family team having a great year.
Yeah, besting what was his best year in a long time back in 2013 when he had 10 wins. Now doing that one better with his 11th winner of the year. I mentioned Toboggan, winner drafted. That was his first graded stakes winner since '09.
Yeah, David's a tremendous horseman. Talk about his wife, Laura, another great horsewoman. And I worked with them closely at John Kimmel's when we had a lot of good horses like Hidden Lake and Katinka, and Dave was, just a pleasure to work with, and I consider them close friends as well.
Derby City 6 is coming up here in race 5 from Churchill Downs. $10,000 condition claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who have not won 3 or who are 3-year-olds. And there's a 6-year-old who's just a 2-time winner, Hell or High Water.
Yeah, getting down to the lowest level yet. And, obviously a major contender. I still think he needs to get off the rail.
Tom Amos, runner with speed, went gate to wire last start, Ferry Boat.
We know our colleague Tom Amos is not afraid to allow horses to flaunt their speed. Look for this guy to show good speed.
Another brilliant ride from his main man, Edgar Morales, in that Seneca win with 63 caliber last night. Generator at 10-1.
Yeah, the last couple races leave a lot to be desired, but a couple of them were on turf. Maybe he's just getting down to the level and the surface, which will be better for him.
Zoffa, 701 out of Beskica.
Another one getting down to the 10,000 level. Last time Senior was second, albeit beaten 15 lengths.
Cause de Cruz, even money on this 3-year-old for trainer Brad Cox, who put together back-to-back wins, dirt and synthetic at Horseshoe Indian Turfway.
Another one taking, though, that precipitous drop in class. You get hard riding Ricardo Santana. And I like his draw. He's outside, should be in a stalking spot.
And if you made that trip from L.A. to Vegas, you know Barstow.
Never did that one.
Went gate to wire last start. There is an In-N-Out burger there.
Well, everything else is, yeah, as long as you got the In-N-Out burger, you're in good shape. Horse did get it done for 5,000, moves up to 10, where a lot of horses are dropping in class. This horse is moving up in class.
All right, so let's look at the 2 ferry boat for Tom Amoss. And again, you would think they're going to try and be aggressive with this horse. That was the plan last start. It worked out as the favorite to win for 12,000 non-winners of 2.
Yeah, and Tom is a trainer that understands the value of speed, and he allows his horses and his riders to use that speed. And this horse was very good last time, taking them gate to wire. Set legitimate fractions at Horseshoe Indy. You know, 47 and change for that level of horse isn't slow. It's legitimate, and he kept on finding. I would say, though, if he goes to the lead, I hope that Edgar Morales stays out a little bit off the rail. I really kind of got that impression, especially after the last race.
And helps his case, too, certainly with the 3 coming out. Who would have been another one who's going to try and push things on the front end. Let's go to JK.
You guys know I'm a sucker for speed, especially on the dirt. The 2 ferry boat just feels like the type of horse that's going to make to the front. And you mentioned it, you touched on it. Tom Amoss, in his quest to win over 4,000 races, he's never taken speed away from his horses. We saw it with Serengeti Empress. We saw it with No Parole. If they have speed, Tom is going to give his rider instructions and the confidence to get out there and wing it. And I think Ferry Boat will do that, be forwardly placed. And from a speed figure standpoint, the main competition, the 7 Cause de Cruz, is right there with Ferry Boat. But the difference is Cause de Cruz has no early speed. This horse is going to fall way back out of it and is going to have to try to run down a horse that's basically, if you look at the last speed figure, his equal. Give me the horse that's going to be forwardly placed in the 2 ferry boat. And I also think it's important to note what Richie touched on is that the 7 is dropping in class while Tom Amoss is kind of keeping his horse at basically the same level.
Yeah, I agree with you, JK. When you look at this race, when you look at the 7 Cause de Cruz, here's a horse, a colt that's 0 for 7 this year. In 6 of those starts, he's been the favorite, so he has been disappointing. Now the drop down to 10, and you're wondering, okay, how far back is he going to be? You raised some very good questions. I will say with Ricardo Santana getting aboard, Martino Pedroza Jr. is a very good rider and one of the leading riders over at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but he's not kind of a send rider, and I'm hoping that if you're a backer of the 7, that he will stay a little bit closer. But I'm in agreement with JK when it comes to Ferry Boat. You know, this is a horse that's going to go to the front end, just got out of the non-2 condition going gate to wire, and a horse that, you know, could be dangerous on the front end. The 1 is getting played here because not for the 2 for 28 record. It's that race 3 starts back when he won in 1 1/8 miles. It's the best number in the race, and I think people are hoping that this horse gets back to that number for the Millers here, Chase and Darren. And yes, Greg, I've been through Barstow, and if I'm not mistaken, it has the biggest thermometer in the world.
Yeah, I believe you're right, Paulie, and make good use of that thermometer because it gets very hot in that part of California.
I would imagine it does.
So by the time you're halfway, it's the halfway point to Vegas from L.A., you need to make that stop at the In-N-Out Burger.
How long a drive is that?
It's about 4 hours.
Oh, that's not bad. It's like for us to get to here to Saratoga.
Yeah, but when you've been up all night, pulling an all-nighter, 3 nights in a row in Vegas, coming back, it's a rough trip back.
I'm seeing like a scene from Hangover.
Loading up here, 5th at Churchill, starts his Derby City 6. Even money on Cause to Cruise. And as JK said, this horse has no speed whatsoever. So it's going to be up against it, trying to run down Ferry Boat, you would think, the two who might have things his own way on the front end. With Edgar Morales for Tom Amos. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Barstow bounces out on top. Cause to Cruise showing speed as well. And he comes on through to take over. So Cause to Cruise out there to set the pace. Barstow tries to tuck in to run along in second. Zaffa away third in toward the rail. And then it's Ferry Boat, who angles from to the inside to the outside to track the pace from fourth, and now tucks back in to draft in behind the top three. Heller High Water, second to last early, and Generator is the trailer. They turn to the backstretch run, and it's Cause to Cruise in front by half a length. Zaffa alongside in second. Together through an opening quarter in just 24 and 4/5 seconds. Composed pace, 5 furlongs to go. Cause to Cruise and Zaffa continue to share the lead. Right in behind is Barstow, and Ferry Boat is there too. They're third and fourth, right on the leader's heels. 3 lengths back, Heller High Water angles to the outside, and it's a long way back now to Generator, who's been outrun in the middle portions of this race. So round the far turn, Cause to Cruise holding on to a short lead. Zaffa has been right there throughout as the cadence quickens round the turn. Barstow comes on 3 wide, and Heller High Water comes on 4 wide. They hit the quarter pole, and Cause to Cruise tries to cut the corners, holding on to a narrow lead. Barstow's in with a chance. Barstow on the outside, trying to pull off the minor upset. Heller High Water's coming down the center. Zaffa gives way. Cause to Cruise, still with something left, opens up by 3. Heller High Water runs up into second and will chase Cause to Cruise to the wire. Cause to Cruise wins it by 3.5 in the end. Heller High Water was second. Barstow and Zaffa.
Cause to Cruise, Brad Cox, Ricardo Santana Jr., 3-year-old son of Creative Cause. 3rd win of his career.
Yeah, and the drop in class certainly was, the key. I mean, this horse was getting down to the lowest level of his career. Showed good speed, was involved. Not dead on the rail, but I don't think it would have mattered. This horse was just decidedly best.
Not a problem overcoming what seemed to be pace disadvantage in this race.
Horse that we all thought that would have some speed. Ferry, but he didn't break particularly sharp, a little flat-footed, and just kind of looked flat in general.
Yeah, and then started backing on. That's a horse definitely looks like needs to be forward. Not the case, as Mig mentioned. Cause to Cruise, though, your winner. Drop in class. Santana Jr. took back-to-back stakes last night. Not just that Dogwood win with Echo Zulu, a brilliant ride on Homebrew in that Bourbon Trail for Brad Cox, and wins for the Cox Barn here again. On Cause to Cruise to start off the Derby City 6 is the favorite. We'll have the prices set up the late pick 5. When we return, it's pick 6 time next in New York. Sprinting on the grass, New York bred maiden special weight to kick it off.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races. And if you want to play the races, make sure you do so with a NyraBets account. Sign up today at nyrabets.com. As we'll take a look at horses here in the paddock for today's 5th race. And kind of want to spend my time here in the paddock talking about horses who have yet to try the turf, as they'll be contesting it over the 6 furlongs here today. And we'll begin with the horse who is taking the most money of those first-time turf horses, and that's number 1, Ouster, son of Outwork. And yeah, he's run some okay figures, to be fair, on the dirt. And Outwork really isn't that poor of an influence when it comes to turf sprints. The dam won on the synthetic, but he's a half to Sal the Turtle, who is the most successful progeny from the dam so far, and really it's been much more of a dirt sprinting pedigree. He's so big and burly and quite frankly heavy, this horse, and he just looks like a horse that is going to punch holes in the ground instead of running over the top of it. I don't necessarily see him taking to the turf, but like I said, there's a minute amount of pedigree. And furthermore, he's coming off a bit of a break in which, honestly, he looks a bit soft. Now, bear with me with the next horse we'll talk about. That's number 2, my Slick Nick, who's jumping up quite a bit from a maiden 25 for New York Breds to this maiden special weight. But he's a son of Frost Giant, who I know is not a great influence, despite being a Giant's Causeway himself. But the dam was 4 for 21 on the turf, but none of the siblings have tried it. This horse has a turf hoof. And the fact that they choose to raise him up to try the turf for the first time, I think is quite interesting. And he's a horse that does make a good physical impression, where he gives the implication that there might be more talent there than what he's put forth on the racetrack so far. Then we'll check in with the son of Freud on the outside, racy type for Steve Asmussen, coming off a little bit of a break, first debuted in Indiana in a maiden special weight. Very handsome. He looks like a twin of his sire and comes in here incredibly fit. He fits well with the rest of his competition today, and really, Greg, looks as though he has a turf hoof. I mean, very slack pasterns, very much of that pie dish type of foot to him. So I think he's a bit intriguing from that outside post.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 7:01 with Racy Tap. We're up to the 3 now, ripe for mischief in our post parade for the Jim Bond barn.
Yeah, seems like this horse is finally figuring the game out, improved a bit in the last couple of starts.
Salty Air trying the turf for the first time for Gary Siaka.
Yeah, this is a horse that's a half to Lobster as well as Chowder. They're not turf runners, but he kind of gets the full makeover, gets a gelding, Lasix, turf, everything.
8-1 Empire Sky. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, ran well last time, just missed basically head-and-head with the 6 Creasa, who we're looking at now, who was far back early and finished with a flourish.
Yeah, from the inside post that day, too. Ran very good in the debut, and it's easy to see why he's favored. Hey, Mac, it's Jack Carey Bryan, steeplechase trainer with a sprinter on the grass.
Yeah, she's been having more and more flat horses, a very capable horsewoman.
Laws for George Weaver cuts back.
Big turn back in distance. How will that translate here?
Martinez 0 for 11. It's been a long time trying to get that first win.
Yeah, gets first time off the Rudy Rodriguez claim, steps up in company.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then the one Maggie was talking about who caught her eye, racy type, looks like has that turf hoof, 7-1.
Horse worked on the turf in Saratoga, is out of a mare that had a foal that was a 4-time winner on turf, the only foal that she had to try turf. So there is turf pedigree there, being by Freud. We've seen Freud consistently get runners on the turf.
David Donk, he's going to go to Johnny V here with Creasa, who was aboard for the debut, and again, just missed from the rail in that first start at Saratoga.
Finished with interest. Dave Donk, not a guy who cranks his horses up to win first time out. Not that he can't win with first-time starters, but he feels like they build into it a little better. You see how much ground he has to make up. This horse settles suddenly under Johnny Velasquez, kind of turned into the stretch behind horses, still a little bit green, looking at horses. Wait until Johnny can get him out in the clear, and that's when he really dropped his head and found his best stride. And again, finished with a flourish. Now, maybe the race was coming apart a little bit late, but you got to respect that this horse, in between horses, rallied as gamely as he did to just miss. And I'm of the opinion, and with statistics to back it up, that when Dave Donk reaches out for Johnny Velasquez and or Jose Ortiz, he personally likes those horses.
Yeah, and the horse nearly got it done in the debut. We'll see if second time out he gets his picture taken here. Was 11-1 in the debut. How quickly value erodes. 5-2 favorite now.
Yeah, like basically last time, almost 12-1.
And just missed,
and just
too.
missed.
If you liked him first time out, it's a tough beat.
And didn't it feel like that if he didn't have some of that outside pressure of the horse directly outside of him, that he might have kicked on a little bit more? Like he was almost just a little bit intimidated, a little bit sideways with that pressure from the outside?
Yeah, possibly. Here's Hey Mac, it's Jack. This barn likes him to go marathon distances over jumps, usually. Kerry Bryan, so much success taking over for Jonathan Shepard, his stable. Now she has a talented turf sprinter with this 7, and she gets a Rod Ortiz Jr. aboard.
I just find it fascinating to look at the work, Teb. You can go back all the way to June at Fairhill. This horse worked 7 furlongs in 127. That's a stamina building work. That's a work that for horses going longer on the turf, or maybe even steeplechase horses. Look at the more recent works, especially the last work, September 20th, 5 furlongs and 58-4. I think this horse's speed will be intact
Can
today.
Scoot
what do
a
you
little
think?
bit, yeah. It seems like it. 7-2 on Hey Mac, it's Jack with more. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I really like the 7 Hey Mac, it's Jack in here for a couple of reasons. If you look on the board right now, you'll see the 6 Creasa is the favorite. Now, take into account that Creasa and Hey Mac, it's Jack exit the same race. That race fell apart. The pace was fast, and the race collapsed, meaning horses that were coming from off of the pace, coming from far out of it, had an advantage because the pace was fast. The horses on the front end were tired. Hey Mac, it's Jack was closer, significantly closer than Creasa, and was only beaten a length. I feel like Hey Mac, it's Jack ran better than Creasa did in that race, although Hey Mac, it's Jack was 6th and Creasa was 2nd. I'm going to go with the speed horse in the turf sprint. Not the speed horse, not a full-out speed horse, but a horse that can be forwardly placed and ran much better than a horse that's half the price.
Yeah, not a lot separating right now. 5-2 on the favorite, Creasa, and 3-1, continuing to take money. Hey Mac, it's Jack.
I think he makes a lot of sense, and I think what Jonathan's saying, just because a horse finishes in front of another horse doesn't necessarily make him automatically a better horse. I think Hey Mac, it's Jack makes a lot of sense. I like the 10, Racy Type. He's a New York bred that ran against Open Company on the dirt in Indiana. He got into the Steve Asmussen barn. He's got 2 works on the turf in Saratoga, 1 48-3, and then later in the meet, actually after the meet, a half and 51. He's out of a mare that has thrown a 4-time winner on turf, for the only one that tried turf, and now gets with New York breds on maybe the surface he's looking for. I think this is a very interesting runner at 6-1.
I always upgrade any runner on the grass when they have that man aboard, Jose Lizcano. 6-1 now, Racy Type. Let's go back to Maggie.
Meg, it's uncanny how often we end up on the same horses. I'm going to Racy Type 2. And furthermore, and while Haymacket's Jack could work out to be the speed, there isn't an abundance of speed in here. And I think it's promising that although it was on the dirt, that we saw Racy Type show some speed and some forwardly placed type of running style in that debut, and maybe we'll see the same from him here. At least he's built like that, and I think he should. As Creesa, your favorite, looks phenomenal. I wasn't in the paddock for his debut, but he's one that looks like your tried and true kind of turf sprinter, really well muscled, and would not be surprised too, though, if we saw a little bit more speed from him second time out. It's just kind of a natural progression for horses to be more forward in their second starts. But what about the horse that ran on with him? That's number 5, Empire Sky, as this is only his second time in against New York breds, and furthermore, he gets another half a furlong to work with. He's a very kind of long, stretchy, a son of Klimt, and it just feels as though that a little bit more ground, as we do see numbers being moved around here. 5, 6, 7, I don't know, maybe they're just moving posts, the stalls. Oh, we do have a late scratch here. Number 4, Salty Air Long Shot in here is just announced as a late scratch. So back to Empire Sky. Blinkers going on today for this horse who was running on in between, and maybe he just kind of got a little lost, and they felt as though that adding those shortcut cheater blinkers would help his chances. And I think just that extra half a furlong is also going to help his chances, Greg. He warmed up beautifully alongside the pony with Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
Yeah, he ran very good last start. Now in the equipment change, see if that can make a difference for him. 7-1, as you heard from Megan. You saw that number being taken off the board. And Salty Air going back to the barn. 4-horse, huge price in here. Was going to be trying the grass for the first time. Comes out in the race. So scratch the 4. Down to an 8-horse field here in race 5 to start our pick 6 on this Sunday card.
Yeah, listen, a very competitive race. I wound up to the outside, and I'm not a huge fan of outside post and turf. One scratch, another slot in, make it a little bit easier. But, you know, a horse that I think's got tactical speed in the 10 Racy Type, and turf trips, so it's what it's about. If you get the right trip in a turf race, it makes all the difference.
Let's go back to Racy Type. So turf debut coming up, start number 2. It was tactical in that dirt debut, but it's not always that we see dirt speed translate to turf speed. So we don't know where this horse will be able to place himself in here and what Jose Lezcano can do with him if he has that tactical ability on this surface. We'll find out. Holding at 7-1. For a moment, he clicked down to 6, but Maggie gave the thumbs up. You like him as well. I always like Jose Lezcano when he's on a turf horse narrow. So obviously showed ability. Moving to Steve Asmussen's a positive as well.
Well, Jose's been riding well. The fact that this horse has turf workouts in Saratoga, you know, you're talking about Hall of Fame connections here, a Hall of Fame barn. Steve, he's got tremendous assistants. Toby Sheets here at Belmont. You know, Scott Blasi probably had the string up in Saratoga until, you know, they usually stay for a few weeks after the meet, training up there. He's got a pedigree that says turf will you know, certainly suit. And when they work horses on the turf, if they don't see improvement, they don't see something that says, hey, we got to go to the turf with this horse, they stay with the dirt because the horse showed speed on debut against Open Company.
And there's, again, Kerry Bryant's Haymacket's Jack moving in, who now has become the favorite at 2-1. The 6, it just start number 2 for Creesa, up to 7-2, well, actually 3-1, but certainly upside to move forward here. Second start of his career, and now you're getting the better odds with the 6. Ready for the pick 6? Let's go to John Imbrial.
Type now moving in, and we're just about set for the start of race 5 and the pick 6. They're all in. And they're off. Racy Type and Martinez from the outside. Haymacket's Jack now comes on through along with Laz. It is Racy Type who has the lead. Haymacket's Jack runs in second. My Slick Nick and Laz are together third and fourth, and Empire Sky looks to split them from fifth. Then it's Creasa in sixth. Down on the inside is Ouster, followed by Martinez, who is now back running in eighth, and the trailer is ripe for mischief in ninth. Hey Mac, it's Jack by a length, with Racy Type racing in second through a quarter in 22 seconds. Hey Mac, it's Jack now steps away here to lead by 2. Racy Type is in second, almost 4 lengths, back to Empire Sky in third. My Slick Nick has dropped back, passed on the outside by Laz, then Creasa and Martinez. The half in 44 and 2. Hey Mac, it's Jack has a 3-length lead. Racy Type is all out in second. It is Hey Mac, it's Jack with the lead. Racy Type giving chase in second. Hey Mac, it's Jack has it locked up here. Hey Mac, it's Jack is the winner. Racy Type holds on for second. Ouster comes from out of it to get third, and Creasa was fourth.
This outcome was pretty much never in question from the outset in here. Hey Mac, it's Jack, just dominant. 105 and 2.
Man,
108 and 2.
I mean, went 44 and change. He really left the starting gate running, as did the 10 Racy Type, who was on the hard chase throughout and wound up holding on for second. So an improved run from him. I do think he liked the turf. Hey Mac, it's Jack. Horse that came in off a very sharp work, and sometimes sprinters need to stretch their legs and show that speed in the morning so that all their speed is intact in the afternoon. And Racy Type was able to hold on for second. Looked like he wanted to lug in a little bit, which probably wasn't easy for Jose Lezcano from that outside post to control, but basically a 1-2 speed number around the racetrack is the 7 Hey Mac, it's Jack. Kerry Bryan, known for getting horses to run 2 miles and more over obstacles. Well, shows that she knows how to get a sprinter to the winner's circle here at the Big A.
How about that? Do you think maybe just a few no-shows in here too?
Well, it just feels like the race was dominated on the front end, and they weren't setting slow fractions for these horses. I mean, 44 and 2 basically. They were rolling along.
7-10, 1-6. It's the favorite. It starts off this pick 6 on our Sunday card here. Belmont at the Big A. Irad Ortiz Jr. for Kerry Bryan. Mariano Brothers Stable. Hey Mac, it's Jack with the victory here in the 5th.
The best.
We're back at America's Day of the Races, Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego with live action from Churchill Downs and from Belmont at the Big A, underway in the Pick 6 at both racetracks. And back in New York, Haymack and Jack are at Ortiz Jr., Kerry Bryant, steeplechase trainer primarily, with a talented turf sprinter here.
Yeah, I was talking with Kerry yesterday. She had channel maker? No, cross-water, excuse me. They're turning into a jumper around the stake here yesterday. Showed me some video of him jumping. Listen, good horse person is a good horse person, and they'll figure out how to train different types of horses. And obviously, Haymack, it's Jack. All his speed was intact. Good job, Kerry Bryant. Looking forward to seeing that whole jump set down at Far Hills on October 15th.
Yeah, and this race, it seemed like there were a few ways to go in here. And just from the minute the gates opened, this horse just took command.
Yeah, he exploded out of the blocks, was on the hard, the runner-up was on the hard chase, racy type. And they ran 1-2 around the track. How about that exacta? Maggie and I like the second place finisher. Jonathan Kinchin gave you the winner, and the exacta came back $39.50 for $1.
That is crazy.
That was a huge price there.
We're going to look back to yesterday, early on in the card. Grade 3 Athenia on the grass. Chad Brown sent out a couple in here, and for Love and Thunder, the way this race was shaping up, she is not supposed to win this race. Evie Jets, a very soft pace up front, 51 for the half, 115 and 3 for the 3/4. You're coming from last with those kind of fractions, you're in trouble.
And look at Evie Jets on the lead here. Eric Cancel did everything right. He got nice controlled place, but he didn't hold up and wait until the clothes were on him. He kicked on, and she's running through the wire. Look at her legs. She's really reaching. She just gets run down by Love and Thunder, who came with a relentless late rally. Really good run from her. She was best. Evie Jets, no excuses. Eric Cancel contributed a perfect ride. And Matt Kentermasi, great job. Filly that they claimed and has been running really great form for them.
First graded stakes win for Love and Thunder, and they realize she does not want to be inside. Got to get outside, make that late run, show that turn of foot, and when she gets clear path, showed you what she can do.
Yeah, that's the beauty of turf racing, though, right? When you get a horse that can accelerate like that, they can overcome a slow pace because they fly home. And she flew to catch Evie Jets. It's a really big effort from Love and Thunder.
John and Tanya Gunther. John Gunther, of course, bred Justify. Nice win there for Love and Thunder. Long time coming, patient with this mare to try and get that first graded stakes win, and it paid off. Back at Churchill Downs, late pick 5 begins here in race 6. It's a $32,000 claiming race. 2 turns, mile and a 16th coming up. And 9-5 favoritism with Backside of the Moon for Robertino Diodoro. We're going to start our post parade with Frosted Grace.
Yeah, Frosted Grape stretching back out. Feels like just have to improve, though, with that inside draw.
Silver Dust, former graded stakes winner, won the grade 3 Mine Shaft at Fairgrounds.
Horse that's very capable, but another one that, the horses get to a certain age. This horse is 8 now. I mean, he's just lost a bit off his fastball.
Air Attack at 3-1. Phil Bauer second off the claim.
Man, his race 3 back at Belmont when he was beating a nose was huge. Ran okay in Saratoga. Have to find that good race again.
One of the few defeats for Phil Bauer at Saratoga. 6 for 13 in upstate New York this summer. On a spree, Juan Cano second off the claim.
Yeah, tried turf last time, getting back to a more appropriate surface, it appears.
Boldish, here's the 5. Put together 3 in a row late last year.
Yeah, got in good form last year. Was claimed last time for 25 by Joe Sharp and stretches out.
Here's All West for Chris Hartman. Missed by a neck. Horseshoe India race that was taken off the turf 2 back.
Yeah, showed good speed that day. Feels like there's some horses in here I prefer.
And Backside of the Moon has been off since July 1st. Last time we saw him, much tougher company. And that was a win as well against Allowance Optional 62.
I'm a big fan of this horse. He's 10 years old, so he's precluded from running in New York, but he went there and showed that even at advanced age, he can still get it done. I got a soft spot for him. I won the St. Lucia Stakes in Santa Anita on his dam, Bellado's Thunder.
And he can still run. He proved it the last time we saw him. 2 minutes to post. 6th here at Churchill. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, and you make a very good point, Mig, on the outside. He's 10 years old, so I think the public is trying to wonder, okay, at 10 years old, does he still got the same punch? But when you look at his numbers, his last race was really good. Now they're dropping him in for 32,000. And, you know, when I originally looked at this race, I thought he'd be an overwhelming favorite because he could control this race from the get-go in here. And he's 9-5, and it worries me a tiny bit because he does have the best numbers in this race. The 2 in here, Silver Dust, I thought was very, very interesting. Greg mentioned some of the accomplishments this horse has had, and it looks like the last start at Ellis Park was a little bit better. Brett Calhoun, nice little trainer. This one for Tommy Durant, Adam Beskica, I think will be a little bit more forwardly placed in here. The long shot I'd give out as the 6, All West. I thought that horse, if you look back at some of the races at Churchill Downs, they're not that bad. It's a horse that does have some gate issues and launches from way back. So obviously the kind of horse that you want to put underneath. The interesting horse is Air Attack, and I know JK likes him as well. This horse claimed for 40, put on a sloppy racetrack, and no effort. So JK, are you thinking there's going to be an effort right back on a dry racetrack?
Yeah, I like Air Attack for a couple of reasons. We all saw how much success Phil Bauer had at Saratoga. And if you can win at Saratoga, you can win anywhere. But I think as Air Attack as an individual, I think the last 2 races going 9 furlongs, probably not his best scenario. Now, look at those 2 races. The last one was a sloppy racetrack, so we'll just forgive him for that performance. It was raining really hard that day, and he just didn't enjoy himself out there. Bal Harbor ran off with that one. The race 2 back, he actually ran pretty good when he ran for 40. He ran a nice figure. He was stuck down on the inside. Wasn't a great trip. And so I'm not even really mad at that performance at 9 furlongs, but if you go all the way back to Belmont in June, he ran a mile and a 16th. He ran one of his best races ever, and he ran extremely well. I think this horse is going to bounce back off of that poor performance last time, and I like his price on the board right now. I'm going to go with Air Attack to bounce back, getting back to a fast racetrack.
All right, JK, thank you. Yeah, I mean, Phil Bauer was just, it was an incredible Saratoga for Rigney Racing, and that's who his ownership group here. 6 wins from 13 starters. It doesn't happen at that meet.
Nah, it's strong. You know, everybody's putting their best foot forward there. Everybody's going all out to win. Trainers and owners are being aggressive, dropping horses into races that they feel like they have an edge, that their horses are better. So it's just really, really hard to win there. So to win at that gaudy percentage, they were getting it done. They were doing it.
You know, and this horse, let's go back to that race JK was talking about, that mile and a 16th race at Belmont for the 3 Air Attack. That 99 buyer when he just ran out of his skin, it seemed like that day. He has some other efforts where he's even run bigger races than that. It wasn't an outlier. There's been a few. He ran a 105 buyer, Aqueduct. It was March of 2021. And as JK said, even that Saratoga race 2 back at a mile and an 1/8. Very good effort.
You know, and he's a horse that seemingly has done well for everybody. He's been popular at the claim box, and everybody seems to have had success with him. You know, some horses, and it's never an indictment on, you know, a particular trainer or an outfit if a horse goes on and does something good. Some horses respond to a little tweak in their training, something a little different, a little bit of a different routine. Some trainers train a little harder. Some trainers train a little easier.
But if you did put a horse in for a maiden claimer and the horse, say, would go on to win the Kentucky Derby, that's probably got to sting a little.
That would be a tough one to take, no doubt.
We were on air when Rich Strike was in for the maiden claiming tag and went on to win, I think, by 17 lengths.
Yeah. I mean, well, and still his 2 wins in his life both came where?
Yeah. Churchill Downs, and he's getting ready for the Lucas Classic, by the way, back at Churchill Downs.
He likes Churchill Downs.
He does. We'll see if he can do it again. Backside of the moon, the 10-year-old, the 7. He is the 9-5 favorite. The last time he raced, he won against a lot tougher group than he's going to deal with here. Can he get the 10th win of his career with Tyler Gaffleone? There he is for Robertino Diodoro. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call. Start of the late pick 5.
He goes in the gate. And they're off. On a Spree bounces out near the top, and Backside of the Moon comes on for the outside. Boldish behind them with Frosted Grace, but it's On a Spree. In front into the clubhouse turn. In behind is Frosted Grace trying to find a way through. Backside of the Moon keeps him pinned down toward the rail. So with that, Frosted Grace is back into third. Boldish comes away fourth. All West on the outside fifth. Silver Dust settles into a stride in about 5 lengths off the lead in 6, just ahead of Air Attack, who is the trailer in 7th. As they turn to the backstretch run, that opening quarter goes 24-1. On a Spree down the backstretch run. Backside of the Moon is right there, running along in 2nd. No real pressure yet. Boldish is in behind them 3rd. Frosted Grace covered up inside 4th. Silver Dust moves up into 5th. Inside of All West, who's wide in 6th. And Air Attack is now the trailer in 7th. It is still 6 lengths off the lead. So round the far turn, On a Spree, tenuous lead. Backside of the Moon, ratcheting up that pressure now. And Boldish comes on the far outside, and Frosted Grace comes through toward the rail. On a Spree's tailing off to the back of the pack. Racing for the quarter pole. Backside of the Moon is off the turn in front by 2. Frosted Grace trying to put in a final try. Boldish is 3rd. All West is 4th. Air Attack is 5th. And Backside of the Moon is 1st at the 8th pole. But Frosted Grace is fighting on from 2nd. Backside of the Moon's leads a length and a half. Frosted Grace trying to get by. Can't do it. Backside of the Moon wins it in the end. Frosted Grace worked out a good trip, settles for 2nd. All West was 3rd. Then it was either Boldish or Air Attack.
How could you not be a fan of this horse? This was a huge drop in class. The 10-year-old gets the 10th win of his career. Tyler Gaffley owned for Robertino Diodoro.
That's why you should always respect your elders. Backside of the Moon, he may be 10, but he still has exuberance and likes to run and gets it done here. A horse that I've always had a soft spot for. Gets his 10th win of his career, closing in on $1 million in earnings. And years ago, horses were allowed to run at advanced ages in New York, not past 9 anymore. But I'll go back to Carlos Figueroa, the king of the fairs. Ran a horse 3 times in a week. Got taken to court, told the judge we're in New England. Paul Revere rode his horse 20 miles in one night, and they put up monuments and statues to him. I ran my horse 2 miles in a matter of a week, and you guys want to put me in jail.
Did he win that case?
He did. He got thrown out.
Wow. Backside of the Moon, the 10-year-old. Nice way to go out for us. A lot more coming up, including the feature here, Belmont at the Big A. Grade 2 Gallant Bloom in that filly and mare sprint division with Kamari and Lady Rocket. Acacia Andy up next. Determinedly one of the horses to beat to kick off the Late Pick 5 next.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. Clocker. Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races continues with you. Thanks for joining us as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And pleased to be in the paddock for today's Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day as they sire that prolific sire into Mischief. As we get into this field here in the paddock, starting with a horse who is favored but has yet to run on the turf, but he'll try it in his second start where he was intended to debut first time out. That's number 3 in here, a triple start for Todd Pletcher. Now, if you go back a generation, whew, what a pedigree it is, as his second dam is champion Heavenly Prize, and therefore that makes the dam have to Good Reward, who's a multiple Grade 1 winner on turf, as well as Pure Prize, a Greatest Stakes winner on turf, and American Pharaoh has been a decent influence, to say the least, while getting on to the turf. So there's plenty of pedigree for this guy to be very effective on the grass, and he looks like it a bit physically. He's not that convincing. He doesn't have that big old foot to him, but the slacker pasterns, a little bit more of an angular, narrow frame. I just wish that he would have done some developing, some strengthening coming out of that race, in which he showed some good tactical speed, just was caught chasing Fantastic again, who had experience around the racetrack and was the lone MTO that day up at Saratoga. I get it, he makes sense, but I thought there were some maybe interesting other alternatives, and we'll take a look at one of the first-time starters here, number 6, Freedom Trail. They paid $150,000 for this son of Collected, who has had no turf winners yet, but this is only his first crop. And watching this horse, in which he worked 10-2, just a big, floaty type of stride to him, which indicates to me that this is exactly what he wants to do. He just looked a little bit on the slower side, but really moved more like a turf horse. Now, here in the paddock, he is fit, but there's definitely some development to do, some strengthening of that top line. Everything just kind of needs to come up on him, and I'm not in love with the fact that he is wearing blinkers first time out. As the first time starter, I think the obvious one is number 8, Near Call Liga, for Chad Brown, as he's just really athletic. He is half to Cavalry Charge, who's a Greatest Stakes winner on the turf. He makes a lot of sense. He's been very professional. He's really strong. He's definitely the one you want. And I want to hear what Acacia Clement has to say, as well as Andy Serling, and their thoughts on this race here, as they'll bring you the post parade.
Thanks, Maggie. I think Andy is still calling me Acacia Courtney.
We can't even get even with Maggie, because we're not sure if it's Maggie Morley or Maggie Wolfendale, right? So we can't even get even on that one. It's not fair.
She's Maggie Wolfendale Morley. Yeah.
Okay. Can't we call her Maggie Morley Wolfendale? Well, that'll just annoy Tom.
That's fine. I was laughing when you said that my husband should have become Miguel Courtney.
I believe he should have.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
and
the star
Tom
of the family.
Wolfendale. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I like that. Anyway.
We'll work on that.
Acacia Clement and Andy Serling on the desk here as we'll meet the post parade. Kicking off for this field, Bailong went by. Here's number 2, Good Rapport.
Yeah, Good Rapport has been on the turf before and would have to run a lot better.
Second time starter for Rudy Rodriguez. Here is Triple Start, that big pedigree Maggie talked about.
Yeah, I picked this horse. Feels like probably has speed, has pedigree for turf, and Maggie talked about it all. And along with the public, I've picked this horse.
Second time starter, first time on the grass. Here's another second time starter, American Hustle.
Yeah, this horse just didn't do any running and didn't take any money for Christophe Clement first time. So they're going to bet again, but I just didn't see anything to like.
First time starter, here's Confronted.
The dam was actually a pretty good turf horse. I think Kieran McLaughlin ran for Godolphin. Not Bill Mott's strong suit, but he did win the turf sprinter first time out this week.
Dam was third in the Bogey. Here's the 6, Freedom Trail.
Yeah, it's not really a turf pedigree. We're 10 2/5 of the sale. We'll see. The dam was a war front, though.
Next will be a horse named for you, Wisecrackin'.
Exactly, right. There's a turf on the dam side, but McCracken doesn't feel like a sire that rates to be a big turf sire, just a new sire, very limited stats.
Very big price on the board for that first-time starter. Next will be the Chad Brown firster that Maggie talked about. We're looking for him. We'll find him soon. Gray, colt by Tappet. Can't miss him. Call Liga.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. I think it's Call Liga. I'm not sure or something. It's a country music song from Hank Williams.
Yes. That's what Johnny I told me, and I knew I was going to pronounce it
Maybe
wrong.
Johnny I will break into singing it if this horse wins
would
down
be
the stretch.
fun.
Interestingly
Yeah.
enough, this was a big turf pedigree, half the cavalry charge, a very good turf runner. But of the 2 Chad Brown ones and the other one scratched, supposedly the other one, the 9 who scratched, had outworked this horse.
Got a little bit fresh out there in the warm-up. He's feeling his oats today. Here's the 10 Determinedly.
I know that he fits in here. He ran a stake last time. And listen, if you like him, 5-1's a fair price, but I thought he was, I bet him last time. He had a perfect trip and no finish.
Very flat in the stretch, in that with anticipation. In off the also eligible list, here's Coach Petro.
Okay, I'm not in love with his chances. I thought the whole field hit the wire together, and that race might not have been as good as it looked, but didn't you think he'd be close to favorite, not 8-1 in here?
He's a very big price,
This is very strange.
Franco going to be aboard. He was in a dead heat for third last time out, as this is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Brought to you by Leading Spendthrift Farm Stallion Into Mischief. As we'll take a look at the number 1 Bay Long Ridgeling by American Pharaoh. This one much improved, switching to the turf last time out. And for what it's worth, even in the 2-year-old tails, I thought this horse moved like a turf horse and really seemed to take to it last time.
He finished second to a heavily bet Chad Brown first-time starter that was sired by Cloud Computing. Well met and beat him, and I believe that horse might be pointing for our Pilgrim next weekend. Look at, he easily beat the rest of the field. I don't know. Reckoning Force came back to win. Did he win at the stake at Kentucky Downs, maybe? The horse was third?
Came back to win with a 71 Beyer speed figure. No, I think you're thinking of Verified Flair, who
You're correct.
finished second in a stake at Kentucky Downs.
I'm all over the place here, Acacia.
I was reading your mind, though, which is a scary thought.
Well, that means you clearly are probably close to losing your mind.
Maggie says you're right, actually.
I knew that Maggie would redeem herself
Maggie
from
was
that. I
reading
knew
your
that
mind better
she'd
than
come
I
back.
was.
Right, exactly. That's just because Maggie's worked longer than me. I feel sorry for Maggie. It's interesting looking at the doubles because the 3, the 8, and the 10 are almost the exact same price in doubles. The 11 is a little bit higher, like pennies higher, and the 1 is the 5th choice. Interesting to see how they bet the race. This is a tricky race because there's nobody in here that you feel like you point a finger at and go, that's the one to beat.
Did you feel like Determinedly was supposed to be a shorter price in here coming out of the with anticipation?
Well, he is, except people aren't fools,
Right.
and they know in general that he just did not run well. I mean, listen, I bet him last time. Just because I bet him doesn't mean he's supposed to win, but I mean, you can't get a better trip than this. He sat second with cover the whole way. He angled out. The PPs of the winner are not particularly good. I thought he was abysmal in here.
Boppy O, the brother to Papa Cap, who was a dirt horse, still a maiden, broke his maiden in the with anticipation.
Same trainer, Mark
Same
Cassie.
trainer, Mark Cassie. And there, the number 11, Determinedly. The only thing I'll say is he was wide throughout. He never got to get onto the rail and save ground, but he really, it looked like he was in with a chance to just kind of go on by, and he didn't kick on.
And he was only too wide, and to be fair, the rails were up. So it wasn't that period when the rails were down, you need to be inside. I don't think he ran terribly, but I think it's one of these performances that looks a lot better on paper than it was. You know, you look at Coach Petro, I thought he got a very good trip last time, but I still don't think he ran badly. I'm reticent to take horses out of races where 4 or 5 horses hit the wire together because there's a better chance it was sort of a mediocre race than a good race. It's more likely that 4 or 5 horses ran sort of mediocrely than 5 horses ran really well. Having said that, he's probably rates to come down from his 7-1. He is a generous price. I'm going to bet the 3. 9-2 right now seems like a very generous price on this horse.
The 10 Determinedly coming out of the with anticipation. Maggie, do you think this could be the spot where he'll break his maiden?
I kind of agree with you, Acacia, in that he was out wide and the top 2 finishers were down on the rail the entire time. But again, I left that race feeling a bit disappointed in him because, you know, he had a lot of experience. He looked great. He is a very laid back customer. And so you're never going to get that much speed out of him, I don't think. I mean, he was fairly tactical in his last race, but he was wired by his stablemate that day, and Boppy O. He looked great. I mean, if I was blindly picking horses, you know, in the paddock, he'd probably be the selection. But again, just that tinge of disappointment in the With Anticipation last time, kind of has pushed me elsewhere, and I'm going to go with the first-time starter, and I'm not going to try his name again, but he's number 8, and son of Dappet. I just liked everything about him. I wasn't thrilled with the horses who have run, but I will say number 4, American Hustle. He came in just really fit, really lean, and just did not possess that much conditioning, that much muscle mass, and he has come out of that race just a bit more bulked up, something I like to see with these young 2-year-olds. And so I think he could move forward from that effort, but he's going to have to really move forward because it was a pretty slow race, and he really didn't do all that much running, Acacia.
Son of American Pharaoh, as Rosario will be aboard. And I think looking at the board right now, Andy, it kind of reflects what you were highlighting, that it's tough to really kind of trust and sink your teeth into pretty much anybody in this spot.
Yeah, I think to me the biggest edge I would have on the logical horses is I don't want the 10.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean I'm going to be right. But for me as a player, the 1, 3, 8, 10, 11, and so I'm narrowing down 5 contenders to 4. I don't want the 10. I don't like that horse performance at all last time. I don't particularly like Coach Petro. Draws an outside post. Thought he had a good trip last time, and I just feel like he didn't get it done. I'm just not sure how strong that race really was. I know they liked one active investor that was 3rd. I know they'd really like that horse, but maybe ultimately he's just a little bit disappointing. And it just felt like all these horses were sort of running in place down the stretch. So I'm going to go with horses like the 1, who I thought ran fine first time, a first-time starter from Chad Brown that has pedigree, and the 3 Triple Star, who I prefer in this race, who I feel like is going to have speed for Todd Pletcher, and there is plenty of turf pedigree.
The number 6 Freedom Trail, Maggie talked about in the paddock, and this one, as you mentioned, really doesn't have much of a turf pedigree. What do you make of that, Firster?
Well, I'll say one thing. He's getting bet a little bit to be 11 to 1. I mean, this is a horse that could be any price. And when I say that, I think there was some misunderstanding. I was talking about in the show the other day. If you looked and this horse was 40 to 1, you wouldn't be shocked. It's not a knock on John Terranova. It's not a knock on the pedigree or anything else. It's just you've got 5 horses taking a lot of play in here. There isn't that much money left to be bet on the others, yet somehow he's 11 to 1. The dam has produced 6 horses to try the turf. They were 0 for 6. Why am I supposed to want to bet this horse? There was turf pedigree in the second dam, and collected as a city zip. So there's pedigree there. And listen, I'm never shocked when John Terranova wins. So I don't know. It's not like any of the ones that ran have run that well.
No, absolutely. The dam, the sister to Opportunity, too, which I found was interesting. As
cool horse,
that changes everything for you, I know.
He was a really, he was a really cool horse.
He was cool. I know he was a pet of a lot of people too.
Yeah, he won the Brooklyn, right?
He did. Yeah. He was a cool horse. The number 5 Confronted, another first-time starter we haven't touched much on. As you mentioned, first-time starters. Typically, they'll take some attention for if maybe they're live at first asking. There is a lot of turf pedigree on the bottom side, though.
You know, Mock can win at any price. He won with a firster in a turf sprint here the other day. They paid 12 to 1. It's his first 2-year-old turf sprint winner in at least 5 years or over 5 years. He hadn't had a winner since then. That barn is dangerous, so I'm never going to be shocked. And the dam was a good turf horse. And Blame is an arch. They can do anything. It feels like every day we're on the show, we're talking about another winner from Blame.
It's been a terrific sire, particularly as a dam sire as well. There is a look at the number 1 Baylong, the other Bill Mott, the one taking more attention, and your current favorite, second start on the grass for that son of American Pharaoh. It's our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, race 6, Belmont at the Big A. Here's John and Brielle standing by.
Waiting for Confronted, Determinedly, and Coach Petro. They are in the gate. And they're off. Number 7, Wisecrackin', jumped up at the start, trailing the field. From the outside, Coach Petro, triple start is right there, and Bailong from that inside post position is the early leader. It is Bailong in front as these 2-year-old maidens go into the line for the first time. Bailong the leader with a triple start, giving chase in second. And on the outside, it is Coach Petro, determinedly is in between horses, and down at the rail is a Good Rapport. Then we come back to American Hustle, who's racing in 6th. It's 2.5 lengths to Call-Liga in 7th. Another 4 back to a Freedom Trail in 8th. Then Confronted, and at the back is Wisecrackin' in 10th. The quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. They're heading up the backstretch. Bailong, the leader here, by a length. With a triple start racing in second. Coach Petro's on the outside. Good Rapport is down at the rail. And Determinedly is in between horses. Then American Hustle and Call-Liga. Those two are right together through a half mile in 48 3. Farther back, it's Freedom Trail. And at the back of the pack, Confronted and Wisecrackin'. Bailong takes the field into the far turn, leads by a half length. Triple start remains in second. Coach Petro's on the outside in third. Good Rapport at the rail. Determinedly is alongside. Then the gray, Call-Liga, American Hustle. And the field is in the stretch. 3/4 in 1, 12 4. It is still Bailong. Here's triple start now to move right alongside. Bailong now gets away to lead by 2. Then Bailong, followed by Determinedly. On the far outside is Freedom Trail, who's coming on along with Confronted. And American Hustle is there. And it is Freedom Trail to win it. Freedom Trail pulls off the upset at odds of 13 1.
An upset with a first-time starter, Freedom Trail, the Colt Bike Collected. First-time starter for John Terranova, and you mentioned this horse taking a little sneaky money, and he ran big in his first effort.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this horse up late. He ran. I mean, it really felt like the one by long was just cruising along, was going to get it done. And maybe the 3 triple star going to get to him, but in the very late stages, this race just completely and totally fell apart. And it was those outside closers that just sort of swallowed everybody up. With Freedom Trail getting it done over Confronted. A couple of prices. American Hustle ran a lot better today, finished 3rd. But John Terranova, Jose Ortiz getting it done. Big price, so blowing things open in this pick 5.
Some big price first-time starters running 1-2. The 6 Freedom Trail was 13 1. The 5 Confronted with that nice pedigree we talked about, 24 1. Those 2 running 1-2, and the second-time starter American Hustle kicking in late. It seemed triple start, too, had every chance to go by, and he might. And then, as you mentioned, in the latter stages, everybody just started swarming.
They did, you know, and even you think the 10 Determinedly was making that little run between horses. He kind of flattened out. It is another turf race where the closers on the outside seem to get the advantage over the ones trying to close towards the inside. I don't know if it's just one of those things. They have more momentum. They're better horses. The horse, the 11 ended up getting, Coach Petro, just a terror, the worst kind of trip, chasing 3 wide the whole way.
6, 5, 4, 10. Some nice prices in that Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. When we come back, we'll kick off the late pick 4 beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs with the 7th race on the main track, going a mile and a 16th. Talk more about it after this on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. We're getting ready for the start of the late pick 4 at Churchill Downs. It's a maiden claiming for $50,000. Race number 7, going a mile and a 16th on the main track. 3-year-olds and up in the spotlight. Currently the number 4, Floki's Flight, who we had seen here in New York. First off the claim for Tom Amos, is your favorite. Does have a lot of speed and goes to the main track. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting with the 1, Shakedown Street.
Well, as a deadhead, I got to be rooting for horses named Shakedown Street. I don't know if this horse rates, though, to stretch out to a mile and 16th.
Drops back down to $50,000, the level at which he started. Here's the 3, Inexorable.
Good word. Drops down to a maiden claiming race. A new gelding the first time. Not great numbers, maiden special to maiden claimer for this trainer.
Both the 1 and the 3 trained by Steve Margolis. Here's your favorite, Floki's Flight, back to the dirt.
I'm not convinced this horse wants to go this far in the dirt, and I wonder if the last dirt race is a little bit dressed up. I'm skeptical.
First off the claim for Tom Amos. Here's Autopolis.
Yeah, not a lot to recommend if the debut does drop down for Eric Reed.
Kentucky Derby winning trainer. Blinkers going on as well. Here's the 6, Stand Proud.
This is my top choice near. Good numbers for John Ortiz, maiden special weight to maiden claimers in the dirt. I like this one on the drop down, coming off a muddy track off the layoff.
The half-brother, too.
I did not look it up.
Maximum Security.
Oh, wow.
Kentucky Derby winner.
Should he be in a $16,000 maiden claimer first out?
Yeah, he was indeed. Here's the 7, Gut Feeling.
I thought he might be the one to beat near based on this last race. Now, it was off the turf race, but it was a Todd horse, Pletcher horse, that wanted a short price last time. I thought he was very logical here.
Here's the number 8, Get Through, first time on dirt.
Tries the dirt. The dam was as good in the dirt as she was in the turf. The problem is the sire is much more turf, and the foals have been much more turf.
20-1 on that one. That's the field for the 7th race. As we go back over to Belmont at the Big A, it was an upset with the first-time starter. Firsters running 1-2, in fact. Freedom Trail gets the win for John Terranova. Jose Ortiz in the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
Yeah, makes a big run from the back. Jose saving ground, a little bit off the rail in the backstretch. Angles out in the stretch. Sort of got that Godolphin horse trying to sneak inside with Jose Lizcano, and those two came rambling down the stretch together as this race that felt like the speeds were holding just collapsed to the late stages.
It is 6-5-4 as they all came running late in the 6th race. Belmont at the Big A makes for an exciting finish in that Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day on the turf. $29.20 winner. In fact, the exacto is $295 for $1. Some big price firsters there. Big price in the top 3, in fact. Back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for this 7th race. Start of the late pick 4. And we welcome in once again, Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Acacia. And let's start off with the favorite in here, Floki's Flight here for Tom Amos. And there's a lot of different things going in this horse's direction, and I can understand where Andy's going, that maybe this horse doesn't really want the distance. But you know what? This horse's last race was very, very good. Now, Rudy Rodriguez, we all know, did not have a tremendous meet at all at Saratoga. He struggled a little bit. Tom took this horse out of the race. And you're trying to, I'm wondering if this horse has just been better around 2 turns. But then I look, runs a good race over the Laurel Strip, a good second. Now over a muddy strip at Belmont, runs a good second. And then the turf efforts around 2 turns, around 1 turn. It seems like that this gelding can run on anything. It's just, is he fast enough to beat this field? Now, you do have the 7 on the outside, I think is the most likeliest winner, at least when it comes to numbers-wise, gut feeling. The last 2 races here at Churchill Downs do have the best numbers in here. The worry is how far back is this horse going to be? Joe Sharp claims this horse off an Alstall barn, who's actually been going really well. Andy and I are on the same horse. I like Stand Proud. Here's a horse that is reported gelding, but was actually gelded before the last start. Showed a ton of improvement. John Ortiz has dropped, I want to say, 3 or 4 runners in the last week or so, and 2 of them have gotten to the winner's circle. I think this horse has got a big shot, and you can't ignore the 3 in here, too. I think for Steve Margolis, just because that horse has run against the best horses, the form might be all muddied up, but the company that horse has kept has been the best. So I landed on the 6 in here, but I would not be surprised to see a little bit more of a price in here.
All right, Paul, thank you. We'll see how things do play out. Floki's Flight, still your favorite first off the claim for Tom Amoss. And as we are well aware with Tom Amos's barn, Andy, he's not going to take anything away from horses using that early speed. And this one already has quite a bit of early foot, so fits Tom's program quite well.
Yeah, no, I agree. This horse should be forward in this race, which never seems to hurt, especially at Churchill. I do think, though, that Stand Proud has got to be a little aggressive here. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse is sitting fairly close. But I agree. Floki's Flight's supposed to be forward. Not a ton of speed, but enough speed to be in front here. I'm just a little bit dubious of this horse, to be honest with you. I know, first of all, he claimed this horse originally was with Ned Hour when he came to New York, who does very well shipping here. I don't love the races he comes out of, to be honest with you. So I'm a little against. If I lose this horse, I'll be happy that Tom won, but I'm going to let him beat me.
Race number 7 from Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Gut Feeling caught a flyer. Breaks right out on top. Floki's Flight away well, too. And Get Through for the downside post comes on as well. But it's Gut Feeling who leads the way to the opening turn. Floki's Flight comes on to prompt the pace from second. Get Through 3 wide, racing up into third. Inexorable toward the rail fourth. Stand Proud in tight between while fifth. 2.5 lengths back to Atopolis. Another 3 from there to Shakedown Street, the trailer. About 8 lengths off the lead as they move to the backstretch run. A manageable opening quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds, and it's Gut Feeling the leader. Floki's Flight is prompting in second. They're 1-2 with 5 furlongs to go, and they're now clear by 2.5 to Get Through on the outside of Inexorable. They're together third and fourth. Stand Proud right up against the rail, racing fifth. 6 from there, back to Shakedown Street, who started to move from the back, and now the trailer is Atopolis. The opening half in 47 and 3. They're on the far turn. Floki's Flight cranking up the pressure on Gut Feeling. These two matching strides, 5 ahead of the rest. Floki's Flight on the outside of Gut Feeling, who's working harder to stick with that one. 6 now. Back to Stand Proud, who comes up to grab third. Get Through's back into fourth, the rest with work to do. They're at the head of the lane, and Floki's Flight's in front. Gut Feeling tries to fight on, but is second, but is coming back a little bit more. Here comes Gut Feeling, coming back at Floki's Flight. Stand Proud third, 16th, and Gut Feeling has re-rallied. Gut Feeling has taken the lead, 5th. Gut Feeling fell a length and a half behind at mid-stretch, re-rallied to beat Floki's Flight. Stand Proud third, Shakedown Street fourth.
Gut Feeling, he showed a lot of guts today, dueling every step of the stretch with Floki's Flight, and he came back inside. Tyler Gaffalione never gave up on him.
Well, it really shows you why Tyler Gaffalione wins a lot of races. Yes, he rides the right horse a lot of the time. But he also got a horse out of the gate that wasn't one of the speeds, broke sharply and got to the front. My friend Raylu Gutierrez, not necessarily the same kind of trip. Had the 6 Stand Proud broken as well as the 7, he would have won this race. Instead, he broke slowly, he got bounced around, he was out of position. And yeah, he took advantage a little bit of the horses that are up front, but I don't think they were going so fast that it helped them. But Tyler Gaffalione getting position with Gut Feeling early is what really made the difference here, because you wouldn't have expected Floki's Fight to be chasing outside of him.
Indeed, as these two were dueling in the stretch, putting on a show there, right down to the wire, trying so hard. Even Floki's Flight switching back to that left lead, but coming back inside was the 7 Gut Feeling. Talked about that race last time out. Paul mentioned it as well, and he was able to build off of it and will break his maiden today for Joe Sharp and Tyler Gaffalione. Back at Belmont at the Big A, 7th race there coming up next. There's a look at Endowed as he does cut back to the mile. As we'll kick off the late pick 4 from Belmont at the Big A with this starter allowance after this break on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy. He stands now in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. We had a big day of stakes action around the country yesterday, including here in New York. A couple of nice stakes at Belmont at the Big A, including the Athenia earlier in the day. Andy, Grade 3, yes, it was a compact field, and we did see Love and Thunder able to close and get to the win for a horse that has been very close many times.
Yeah, she's been an unlucky horse, and I think she's been a tricky horse to ride a lot. She gets in trouble, she gets in traffic, and the nice thing for her in the 5-horse field was, despite the slow pace, she could drop back to last, so traffic wasn't going to be an issue. But the pace seemed like it should have been, and the distance maybe even could have been. Heavy Jet's got a terrific ride from Eric Cancel, who was able to walk the dog in the front end. She's been in very, very good form for the Cantermassy barn. But Love and Thunder was just relentless in closing, and I think she went off as the even money favorite, almost like they knew that California Queen off the layoff was going to at least need a race in here, because she underperformed, and she looked like the favorite on paper, but she just didn't run very well, and Love and Thunder ended up with the 2 Chad Brown's the favorite. She delivered in a big way. Heavy Jets ran fine in defeat, but Love and Thunder was very much the best horse in here when you look at the way the race was run.
Love and Thunder with Jose Ortiz in the saddle, able to run down Evie Jets and California Queen, as you mentioned, making her first start in 11 months. So later on in the day, we saw the New York bred boys on the turf going 1 mile and an 1/8, coming back a little quick, going a distance that maybe he doesn't prefer. That was the question for City Man. He was able to hold off another tough New York bred in Sanctuary City.
Sanctuary City just always seems to show up. Nice performance by him, as well as the 3rd place finisher for Linda Rice. You know,
Cold Hard Cash.
Cold Hard Cash, thank you. I thought that City Man, that Trevor McCarthy made the right move early. It really is very much the kind of thing that Richie talks about getting your position going forward. By being aggressive out of the gate, he sort of forced the hand of the Speed, who in some ways was kind of the horse he had to worry about the most in this race, even though that horse finished 4th, because that horse had run well in the 1 turf start. And in doing so, it made the 7 on the outside run a little bit harder too, and it helped. It didn't make the pace super hot, but it made it fair enough that his position was good, he was in the right spot. And I thought that City Man, I know he was a heavy favorite, but he ran very well in victory in this race, because the closers kind of had an opportunity to get there. He just proved that he was a little bit better than them. It was nice to see him get the win. Been a little bit unlucky ever since he won that so impressively up in Saratoga, the Forbidden Apple.
A huge effort there, and then the West Point rained off and had a soft turf and a wire-to-wire winner in the Bernard Baruch, but City Man back to the winner's circle for Dean Reeves and Trevor McCarthy with that terrific ride.
Yeah, nice to see Trevor getting it done, and I was talking to Trevor this morning, and I was saying to him, well, you know, a lot of the riders might be going to Keeneland in October because he had such a great winner. It's hard. I mean, he's making his way in New York his first year. He had a tough Saratoga. It's not, he rode fine. Sometimes you see a rider with a lot of seconds nerves, you think, that means they weren't riding well. I don't think it was the case with Trevor. I think he took some tough beats in there. And it's very, very hard for a guy like Trevor to be here for the first time and get the kind of mounts you need to have a big meet at Saratoga. But I'm still a fan, and I think Trevor's a very smart rider, and he'll do just fine and probably have another very big winter.
One that works very, very hard as well. Great to see him with that stakes win yesterday. Meanwhile, horses in the paddock for the 7th race at Belmont at the Big A. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
That's right, Acacia. I never not see Trevor McCarthy out in the mornings, whether it's up at Saratoga or over at Belmont, where all of the horses running here at Aqueduct are training. If you can tell I'm trying to fill here, I am, because I'd really love to see Looney Sema out of the saddling stall, but let's talk about Coffray here first, as he's first off the claim for trainer Phil Antonacci. And I think Phil does a tremendous job, maybe not quite reflective in his win percentage, but his horses tend to look good when he leads them over. The problem is who he claimed him off of. I have frequently seen horses claimed off Jimmy Jerkins, and they don't necessarily go on to be much thereafter, although one comes to mind in Click Attack. But I have to say that Coffray has caught my eye here. Once again, I like the flat mile for him. I think that is the right distance for him, to be honest, around this one turn, because he does tend to get himself kind of forward and into the muscle, and I think maybe that bodes well for his chances here. And physically, he's a little bit more compact. He doesn't look like that big loping type of 1 1/8 runner, and last time he kind of stalked the pace while very wide in that non-2 for 40. Where Eloquist went up the rail, didn't go straight to the lead, but assumed the leader position as they turned down the backside, and he was just kind of chasing out in no man's land for the most part, and still ran on fine to be second that day. Just paints a picture here in the paddock. We'll see what Phil does with him in this starter allowance, as again, we'll move on to Looney Sema, who ran well last time. I was worried, you know, going back to Belmont, he was just kind of getting a little bit too light, and that's not the case. The weight is back on, as they finally just in the nick of time brought him out of the saddling stall. So liking what I'm seeing here from that perspective. Wish there was a little bit more energy possessed. He did take a while to switch his leads last time, going the 7/8, but I do think this mile here at the Big A is exactly what he wants to do. So pleased to see Acacia and a bit more conditioning back on Looney Sema for this Aqueduct effort.
Some good news indeed. Looney Sema, Peter Walder down at Gulfstream, even up in New York as well, typically always keeps his horses in the saddling stall for a very long time. I'm not sure why, but just something that I've always seen him do. And Looney Sema looking to get back to the winner's circle, as Andy, 4 out of his last 5 efforts have been a second place finish.
Right, well, that's the concern with him, right? He doesn't seem to get to the wire first. He runs well, and in a lot of ways, he's the horse to beat in this race. He's got the fastest figs, but he's just a horse that's having trouble getting the winner's circle.
Maggie talked about the number 5, Coffray, and you and I were saying a very interesting claim for Phil Antonacci, as well, as he does cut back in distance.
I like Coffray's chances in this race. I thought he was a very logical horse, and he lost to a horse last time out that came back and won a nice race yesterday.
We did. Got a nice win for trainer Butch Reed. As we'll meet the rest of the field, horses stepping on the track. The 1 is out. Here's the 2, Never Change.
Yeah, Never Change. Won a very slow maiden race 2 back. Ran a little bit better last time, but still not good enough. Did run reasonably close to Dowd. Depending what you think of the number 11, Dowd is currently favored.
Saw the number 3, Spites Per Comet, go by. Here's the number 4, Moonhunter.
I think Spites Per Comet actually a little bit of an interesting long shot here. Moonhunter tries the dirt for the first time. Has a much better pedigree for turf.
Here's Coffray.
I like Coffray's chances near. He should be forward. We'll see. Depends on what New York Anthem does. But I think he's a very, very dangerous player. I thought he ran a winning race last time, and like Maggie suggested, maybe the distance got to him.
Ria's Angel, second off the claim.
His race was a good enough fig to win 2 back. Second on the claim for Rudy, whose horses have run better since coming from Saratoga.
Here's Looney Sema, has the tendency to finish second.
He does, but he's also fast enough to win this race. He has to be considered a major player.
Big price coming up next. There he is, the number 9, FF Rocket.
Yeah, you know, it shouldn't be that big a price. I realize it's you know, the barn doesn't get a lot of attention, but this horse has run well enough in the dirt that he's not impossible to get at least a piece.
Here's another big price, stretching out, the 10, New York Anthem.
Yeah, a New York Anthem. Well, I mean, I guess the fig was good enough. I just have trouble making this horse in this race in New York. That fig good race was at Finger Lakes.
And here's the number 11, Endowed.
Yeah, I don't love Endowed. I'm surprised Endowed is favored in here. Maybe the cut back to a one-turn mile will help out his chances. He did win in that at Belmont, but I thought his last race looks better on paper than it was, and he just hasn't really had enough to get it done, but he's not impossible. I just prefer others.
You can bet Belmont at the Big A with Naira Bets today for a $20 bonus. Wager at least $200 on the races today, and you'll get $20 back, win or lose. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in, and you could start earning your bonus now. There's a look at Looney Sema, who did finish second last time out to Life Changer at Saratoga, going the 7 furlongs. As Maggie had mentioned, the mile seems to be well within his scope. Could be a good spot for him. Jose Gomez, the apprentice rider, going to be in the saddle.
Yeah, well, Jose Gomez continues to impress. I think he's very logical, this horse. But once again, as we keep saying, you keep piling up those seconds, and it's not as though he's big prices. 2-1. 6-5. Now he has a fourth at 3-2. Last time he was 9-2, and Life Changer beat him as a solid enough horse. But at some point, you start getting tired of these horses. When you're favored and you keep running second, it means you're repeatedly in races where I don't want to ever say a horse is supposed to win, but you know what I mean. I mean, if you're a favorite in 3 straight races and you run second in all of them, it's more on the horse than it is on the horses. You can't keep getting that unlucky that often. It happens occasionally, but not that often.
Here's a look at his last race up at Saratoga on August 27th. He did have some speed to run into as well. He's faced nice horses, decent horses in all of his starts. As you mentioned, tends to be shorter price. He is currently your favorite now at 5-2. He's one of those horses that just kind of feels like you won't be surprised if he wins. It's just you don't necessarily want to bet him.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good way to put it. I think the other way you could put it is to say it's a horse you don't mind betting against at a short price.
Fair enough.
Because he seems to run second. Doesn't mean he can't win. And I like the 5, and I played a 5-8 exacta, but I prefer the 5.
Here he is, Caffrey, last time out, where he finished behind Eloquist, who you mentioned came back to win nicely yesterday for Trainer Butch Reed. And this was first off the claim for Phil Antonacci today. And this has been a horse that's a little bit tricky. They've kind of tried to run him on turf several times. His lone win did come on the grass. He's sticking to the main track now. He obviously can handle either surface, and just seemed like the 9 furlongs was a little bit much for him last time.
That's what I thought, because he really looked like a winner in there. Now, part of it is that Eloquist might just be a little better than he is, and judging by how Eloquist beat last time, I think he was very much flattered by that. But it was probably a combination of Eloquist and the fact that 9 furlongs just a little far, especially 2 turns at Saratoga. Whereas the 1-turn mile, depending, the 1 scratching, depending on the speed that the 10 shows, he could be in a pretty good spot. But he's also a pretty short price, so.
He's 5-2, as is the number 11, Endowed, as he cuts back to the 1-turn mile. I know it's not necessarily going to be the biggest game changer of all, and he has disappointed a bit since he broke his maiden coming back off of a big layoff, but I've actually argued with my husband for his last few races, saying that I always felt he wanted to go a 1-turn mile, so we'll see what happens as he gets to do just that today.
Well, I think you see the tonalist, and you think that means he wants to go farther, but I agree with you, and I also particularly always like that cut back, and it works for both the 5 and this horse, cutting back from the 2-turn mile in 8th at Saratoga to a 1-turn mile here.
Different type of race, shape, and makeup as far as the track is concerned. For more, as horses finish up their warm-up, let's check back in again with Maggie.
The rare Todd Pletcher horse that kind of looks a little bit slow on paper, to be honest. But let's take a look at Never Change in here. He did win and break his maiden 2 back, just barely in that maiden 40 up at Saratoga out of the Wilson shoot. I almost called it the Wilton shoot. Anyway, it's been a long week. As he was so quiet back in the paddock, and I was wondering if we'd see him wake up, but luckily he did, as Jose Ortiz took him immediately away from the pony, and we just saw a big gallop over to the backside. So he kind of moved up a little bit in my book, given the warm-up that I saw from him, and furthermore, it's probably the most fit and defined this horse has looked, at least relative to the previous times when I have observed him in the preliminaries prior to a start. So again, though, Acacia, I couldn't get around Caffrey. The Jimmy Jerkins thing kind of scares me a little bit, but he just continued to look like the best horse heading into this affair.
And he's 3-1 now, Maggie. Thank you, Caffrey. He's made a lovely impression out on the racetrack. I wanted to go back to the 3, Andy, who you had mentioned you thought could be interesting at a big price.
Yeah, well, he's a horse that Tom Morley had. He was claimed from Tom Morley, second off a layoff. Tom tried him on the turf. You go back, I mean, his fourth place finish behind Koufax, pretty good race that he's coming out of there. His win, I know it's 6 furlongs, but his first 2 races for Tom in this country down at Fairgrounds make him a serious player in this race. Obviously, something went wrong with him. Tom dropped him. He ran him on the turf. He ran poorly. But he's getting back to a surface where he has run well. I'm not in love with him, and you don't know what happened. He went the wrong way. But he's 20-1, and he's got races that show that are good enough to be effective here. You need a lot more reasons to bet 2-1 and 5-2 shots than you do 20-1 shots. Now 21-1. So for me, there are enough things to like about the 3. I picked him 3rd in this race, and I thought he was an interesting horse if you're looking to throw a long shot in.
A horse who actually ran behind Rebels Romance in the UAE Derby, was well beaten that day, but he had run pretty well further distances over at Maidan, and lone U.S. win came when sprinting on the main track at the Fairgrounds. Gets back to the dirt today. The number 2, Never Change. Maggie talked about the warm-up that he got, and he does, on paper, not necessarily look like the best Todd Pletcher Rapoli stable horse that they've sent out. Could he be any factor in here?
I never want to discount Todd Pletcher, obviously, and he's 7-1 if you like him. And to be fair, his last race was okay. He ran a lot better last time than his maiden win. His form, including his maiden win, his first 5 starts, is really not very good. He beat a first-time starter, Psychic Income, that day, who was a Jorge Abreu Klarovich first-time starter, that first of all ran the best race, did all the dirty work, and he literally nailed this horse in the last stride. The horse who was 3rd is a horse that I believe is entered again on Friday, North Pole, who's 0 for 11. And Psychic Income came back at his next start at short price and was atrocious. But he did improve last time. I'll give him that. And if you want to bet him strictly off one race, and that race being his last race, the 7-1 isn't a terrible price. I don't like him. I don't trust him. But on isolation, his last race, not bad.
Taking a step forward when facing winners for the first time in that most recent start, legging in and out a little bit on his left lead in that last race. But some good notes from Maggie as far as the impression that he's making physically on the racetrack. Well,
I mean, just in the service of things, he was beaten by just over a length last time he ran behind the horse who's 2-1 on the bottom of the race.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that horse has had plenty of chances, and maybe this is one that's moving in the right direction. I'm not a big fan, but I think there's a case you can make for him, especially at that price.
Generous price of 7-1 now is Lunissima, currently your favorite at 2-1. Horses moving towards the starting gate, getting ready to kick off the late pick 4 here. That sequence will, of course, include our feature race of the day, the Gallant Bloom, which comes up in race number 9. And we'll be here for the last 4 races. You and I have been spending a lot of time together the last
We
couple
are. They
days.
kept us apart last week,
Yes.
but we've been together. It's been nice to spend time with you.
It
Looking
has.
forward, but I think we're both also looking forward to getting some time apart from each other.
Yes,
And a
from
little bit of
everybody.
break after working 5 straight days.
Absolutely, from everybody. Now, favoritism back to Endowed on the outside. Late pick 4 kicking off here in the starter allowance race number 7 at Belmont at the Big A. Into the gate they go. We'll send it up to track announcer John and Brielle for the rest of the load and call.
Waiting for New York Anthem and Endowed. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 2, Never Change, who trails the field. It's New York Anthem and FF Rocket. Those 2 are out for the early lead. And then it's Caffrey, who's racing in 3rd position. And there goes Lunissima now. On his outside is Endowed. And towards the inside is Spites Percomet. They've crossed over now to the main track. And it is FF Rocket and New York Anthem. The 2 of them are heads apart. They've got 2 lengths on Caffrey, who's in 3rd, and on the outside is Endowed. And then we come back to Lunissima, who's running in 5th. Ria's Angel on the outside in 6th. Spites Percomet at the rail in 7th. After the slow start, Never a Change has moved up and Moon Hunter is the trailer in ninth. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds as they passed the half-mile pole in the opening half in 47 seconds. FF Rocket leads here by a length. Endowed on the outside now takes second as New York Anthem drops back. It is FF Rocket. Endowed, they are 1-2. Ria's Angel has now gained on the outside into third. Coffrey is in behind horses, and alongside is Looney Sema. The field at the quarter pole now. And it is Endowed and Ria's Angel. Ria's Angel on the outside. Coffrey's looking for a way through. Looney Sema now gains ground on the far outside. Here comes Looney Sema now to take over the lead. Endowed is in second, and Ria's Angel's in third. It is Looney Sema drawing away here at the end under apprentice Jose Gomez. Looney Sema won by 3.5 lengths. Endowed finished second, and Ria's Angel was third.
Looney Sema breaks the streak and gets back to the winner's circle today under apprentice Jose Gomez closing on the outside.
Just the best horse in the race. He got the right outside trip, made the clean run on the outside, and got it done. Good ride, good horse, good job.
Number 8, Looney Sema outside. It looked like Endowed might have held on for second with a big run from the number 6. Ria's Angel, who certainly outran his odds today, too. Looked like he was in with a big chance as it was 8-11-6-5 in the 7th at Belmont at the Big A. We'll turn the page and head back over to Churchill Downs. Have a nice allowance race coming up next, going 6 furlongs for the fillies and mares. There's a look at the number 6, Ready for Change. More on her and the rest of the field after this.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. We're getting ready for the 8th race at Churchill Downs. 6 furlongs on the main track in this nice allowance race coming up. Horses stepping onto the track. The number 5, Altered Shop, currently your favorite at 6-5. We'll meet the field starting with the 1, Republique.
I knew you'd like pronouncing that horse's name. This horse has got one dirt race hidden among some turf and synthetic races that's woefully slow, but it was against stake horses.
The half-sister to Preakness winner, Rombauer. Here's the number 2, Promises to Dance.
I thought she was lone speed in here, coming in off a layoff from Turfway and synthetic. I like Promises to Dance to wire the field.
off a bit of a layoff since March, and she's sharp on the track. Here's the 3 Chasing Fireflies.
Now, she obviously can get in the way. I'm sorry she's not the lone speed. The lone speed is the 3 Chasing Fireflies. I apologize. I just don't know if she's good enough to win.
She's coming out of a try in stakes company at Presque Isle. Here's a horse off a big layoff, Magic Quest.
A lot of layoffs in this field, right? This one's the longest one. She lost to a very nice horse in Caribbean Caper last time. It's just Rusty Arnold is not a trainer who usually has him cranked up off long layoffs.
Caribbean Caper would go on to win the Dogwood for Al Stahl as well. Here's the 5 Altered Shot, your favorite.
She's a very logical horse. She may just be faster than these. Makes a lot of sense. And Tyler Gaffleone, he's on almost every favorite.
He seems to be on the right ones at Churchill Downs, that's for sure. Next, we check in with the number 6, Ready for Change on the outside.
She's a horse that appears to be better on the turf. And I misspoke earlier. I don't like the 2 Promise Stance. I was misreading the 3 and 2 as the speed.
There's your favorite 6 to 5 as we'll check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, guys, when you get to Altered Shot, probably your most likeliest winner. When you go back to some of the races that she has run over this racetrack, she's 9 out of 9 in the trifecta with 4 victories, and she can sort of lay that tactical position. Now, the 4 in here, Magic Quest, coming off that long layoff, has beaten Altered Shot. Now, she hasn't been seen in over 13 months or so, but she obviously has some talent. She almost won first time out from the 12 hole, and then she strung together 2 nice wins. And like Andy said, she'd lost to a really nice horse last time in the Audubon Oak. So she's got quality. It's just whether the layoff's going to catch up to her and whether Altered Shot stays on her hip in here. I'm in agreement with Andy on the 3 in here could be the speed of the speed. You know, this horse was actually scratched last night. He was actually entered, or she was actually entered in the Echo Zulu race, and she got scratched out of there. Echo Zulu got that easy lead, but actually went on to do it by herself and was very, very impressive. But Chasing Fireflies is very, very quick early. Nothing against Gage Holmes, but Gabriel Sa is much more aggressive. I kind of landed on the 1 by default. I'm not really in love with a lot of these horses. I think the 5 is the best. I don't love the price on the 1. I get that the 1 race on the dirt was bad, but Julian Leperoux warmed this horse up vigorously and with a purpose to probably stay close. And the number right now at 3 to 1, the way this horse is getting played, I think the 1's got a big shot here with Julian Leperoux and Safi Joseph Jr.
All right, Paul, thank you. Tried turf last time for the first time in the risk-averse. Those 2 synthetic races on Tapeta down at Gulfstream did not really transfer over to the grass as she had to face the likes of Gina Romantica and Faith in Humanity in that field. She goes back to the dirt. Her lone dirt start was in the Delaware Oaks, Andy, and it was going long. It's tough to kind of sift through her form and figure out what she is.
Yeah, I'm going to lean with the fact that she probably doesn't like all 3 surfaces. And it's not like she had a tough trip in the Delaware Oaks. I think she's the one over betting here. I do think Promise to Dance, who ran well in the dirt to begin her career, is a dangerous horse and is a very fair price. I bet her to win.
7 to 5 on the number 5 Altered Shot. She has the recency, the recent good effort. She's in good form. We'll see if she can continue that on and get to the winner's circle here in the 8th at Churchill. We send it up to track announcer Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Promises to Dance breaks alertly. Magic Quest showing speed as well. Good beginning for Altered Shot, 3rd in the outside. Chasing Fireflies not far behind and comes on through to grab 3rd. Altered Shot is back into 4th. Republic losing ground while 5th. Ready for Change to trailer in 6th, about 5 lengths off the lead. And that leader is Promises to Dance, who hits the half-mile pole in front of Magic Quest opening quarter. Sharp indeed, 21-2. Magic Quest cranks up the pressure on Promises to Dance. And looming to their outside is Altered Shot. 3 wide and inching forward now. Altered Shot comes on to challenge for the top spot. Right in behind is Chasing Fireflies in 4th. Republique is 5th. They're at the quarter pole. Magic Quest, tenuous lead. Altered Shot to the attack. And here comes Altered Shot now. Up for the lead. Chasing Fireflies finds a seam down toward the rail. And Republique continues to rally. Indeed, she's in front at the 8th pole. Republique has rallied past Altered Shot and everybody else. Republique from off the pace scores 2.5. Altered Shot was 2nd, Chasing Fireflies was 3rd, and Promises to Dance was 4th.
Republique with the win. A good call by Paula Duca as she didn't actually show speed. She broke slowly, but was able to circle the field under Julianne Leperoux and get to the winner's circle.
No, great call by Paul. Not a horse that I would bet a nickel on. In fact, I would have booked her before I bet her. She ran well in synthetic. She ran actually pretty well in the turf last time at a pace that collapsed. She hadn't run well in the dirt. Well, she ran well today, cutting back and getting back to the dirt. I guess she can handle all surfaces.
Has shown that she can. Maybe we'll see her sticking on the dirt after this. Wins this nice sprint. Big purse of $134,000 as well in this allowance at Churchill. Your favorite Altered Shot closing well, but will have to settle for 2nd in here. And by the way, Andy, you were absolutely right. Promises to Dance was the speed.
She was the speed. Didn't do her much good. She actually didn't run that battle. It was pretty relatively quick pace and all things considered, and she did battle on and run reasonably well off the layoff.
The little sister to Preakness winner Rombauer gets back to the winner's circle. Republique in a dirt sprint. In fact, that will bring you prices in a bit. We'll also recap what happened yesterday. A big day at Parks, their marquee day, as Society took the cotillion going wire to wire. And Taba proved much the best in the Pennsylvania Derby. We'll recap those 2 big races after this on America's Day at the Races.
With 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churl's fight running on. Mason in front. Churl's fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's off the Dickens.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading 3rd crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Yesterday, we saw our America's Best Racing race of the week in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby for the 3-year-olds. Andy, we saw the rematch of the top 2 finishers from the Haskell. They reversed their order of finish this time around as Taba was much the best over Cyberknife.
This is his 2nd Grade 1 of the year win of his career, and very close to winning 3 with the Haskell. And I have a question for you. This is a tremendous performance. He's got a 108 buyer. I think that Xanon ran very well to be 2nd. Got a terrific ride from Joe Rosario, but he was 2nd to a horse that's just better than he is. If he and Epicenter assuming they're both heading to the Breeders' Cup Classic. What if Taba finishes second and Epicenter finishes third or fourth? Is it possible that Taba could be the 3-year-old champ over? Or is there going to be a Bob Baffert backlash?
It's a really interesting conversation. I think it's tough because Taba has had such a short career.
Sure.
This was only his fifth start. He went right into the Kentucky Derby off of just 2 races. And yes, the Santa Anita Derby win, but I think you have the likes of a horse like Epicenter who ran second in the Derby, second in the Preakness, won the Jim Dandy, won the Travers. He kind of danced pretty much every dance throughout the year as far as the 3-year-old races are concerned. But it is fair because he just has the 1 Grade 1 to his name.
On the other hand, Taba wasn't allowed to run the Travers, or he would have been there.
Very fair. As we had Maggie Wolfendale with us yesterday at Parks. Maggie, I know it was a fun day getting a chance to see those big performances. What were your takeaways from the Pennsylvania Derby?
Well, to kind of just pick up where you guys left off with a discussion of who will eventually become the 3-year-old champion. And yeah, there is a bit of pontificating to be done here with who finishes where in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But, I mean, if you go by last year as any example, well, Medina Spirit did finish in front of Essential Quality, and yet Essential Quality reigned champion. But, you know, Medina Spirit shrouded in controversy, which I think led to the ultimate result from last year. But Taba, look, he cost $1.7 million as a 2-year-old, so he was supposed to be good. And it's funny, you know, I necessarily didn't love his workouts heading in here, but talking with connections, they say he doesn't show it in the morning. He certainly showed it yesterday. I thought Cyberknife interfered with a little bit at the start, so therefore we saw him kind of further back than we anticipated. And 2, he was kind of kept out in the clear, or kept out wide, I should say, which I don't think was necessarily the way to win races yesterday at Park. So I don't want to say I want to give him a pass because on the day, Taba was better, but I did think Cyberknife did have a little bit of trouble, but maybe this was the turning point for Taba's brief career so far, Acacia, in that he's learning to be comfortable inside and amongst horses and kick away quite nicely as he took down his 2nd Grade 1 of his career.
And he obviously has a world of talent in making just that 5th start to get another win. I thought it was funny what you said yesterday. Zandon picked a bad year to be a good 3-year-old.
He really did. I mean, he's an excellent horse, obviously, but he's just a cut below the very best in here. I wonder what Chad Brown will do with him. Would he consider cutting him back to a mile, the Cigar Mile, a situation where he won the Pennsylvania Derby with Connected, be gun runner that day, came back in his next start, Cigar Mile, which he won, and helped him elevate him to his stud career. Won't be surprised to see him do it. Zandon's a good horse. There's a lot of good 3-year-olds this year. There's a lot of good horses around this year. This is not a year where there's a real dearth of talent out there. There's some very good horses.
Very strong 3-year-old scene and a very strong older dirt male scene as well, with the likes of Life is Good and Flightline waiting in the wings. Earlier on, though, with the 3-year-old fillies, it was Society, yet another offspring of gun runners. Steve Asmussen wins back-to-back cotillions, and Society just ran them off their feet.
No, she ran very, very well yesterday. She had done 4 buyers in like the mid to high 70s. She ran 100 buyer at 7 furlongs at Charlestown, and she duplicated it here, and she left a lot of previously good horses in her wake. Morning Matcha ran very well to be second here, closing. Honestly, everybody else was a disappointment. Secret Oath is not the horse that she was earlier in the year. She just doesn't have that extra something. But there's more in that race besides her. I mean, Adair Manor, just complete no-show. Gerrymander, a complete no-show in this race. And I think I'm leaving some others out. Todd Pletcher's horses, that Green Up, who ran that huge race last time. Perhaps the connections won't criticize Andy Beyer for the figure last time after the way she ran yesterday. Karma has a way of getting back at you in horse racing, doesn't it?
Society aggressively handled by Florent Giroux, and she just ran away from the rest of the field. And taking a look at the card, Maggie, it did seem like speed was a benefit, but I mean, Society ran a hole in the wind yesterday.
Dealing with wind out here, Acacia. Speaking of wind, it's causing some wardrobe malfunctions for me. But she did. Florent Giroux seized the bull by the horns and really kind of ripped the heart out of the rest of the competitors against Society in that Grade 1 cotillion. And she's a horse that had the pedigree to say that longer was better, had a little bit of trouble at the start, 2 back in the CCA Oaks against the very talented Nest. And 2, you know, speaking of also Rans in there, Secret Oath, she was the favorite, but I do think that she was one that she's had a long, hard campaign, and it's just showing in the latter half of this 2022 season. And speaking of criticisms of buyer numbers, I actually worked with well-known sports writer and handicapper Dick Girardi, who does the figures for Charlestown, and he said, I got a lot of criticism for giving her a 100 out of that Charlestown Oaks, and he said, I guess I was legitimized yesterday with the way that she ran. So another filly throwing her, you know, hat into the ring to be a serious competitor, possibly in the Distaff division, Acacia, with back-to-back triple-digit buyers.
Makes things interesting, that's for sure. Society with another big win and picks up the first Grade 1 of her career. Now, Nest was really impressive in the CCA Oaks, but Society was certainly taken out of her comfort zone with that bad stumble at the start.
She was. I want to see Society do it in a mainstream track.
Absolutely.
I mean, to be honest with you, Charlestown performances, Parks performances are not performances when this horse is shipped to New York that a lot of us, we take them with a grain of salt. We don't see horses always reproduce them. I'm not trying to knock Society, but her 2 big efforts were at Charlestown and Parks. I want to see her go in the Breeders' Cup and show that kind of form. Now, obviously, that's a tough spot to go in. I'm going to remain a little skeptical of Society until I see her do it. I think Speed did well yesterday at Parks. I want to see her do it in a bigger circuit against. Now, this was a very strong field, but also a very strong field where they didn't run like a strong group of horses in there.
She's going to have an even stronger field waiting for her should she go on to that Breeders' Cup at Distaff. The likes of Malathat waiting in the wings, and Clairiere as well. Race number 8 back at Belmont at the Big A. 6 furlongs on the turf, and starter allowance here for fillies and mares. There's a look at Abuse of Power. Second off the claim for Horacio de Paz as she and Misspelled Moon come out of that race last time out on August 28th.
Yeah, this was a funny race because I thought that Abuse of Power looked like she was going to be very, very tough to beat. Yeah. She didn't come close to running back to that race. The horse who would run well behind her, Tweak, was coming off the claim. A horse I'm going to give one more chance today, but she was atrocious in here. Didn't run a step. Misspelled Moon ran well. And then Stuck on Kitten just came from out of the clouds and nailed in both the late stages. I don't know what to make of it because overall I didn't think it was that good a race, and Misspelled Moon certainly stepped forward. There's a lot of question marks in here, including where Train to Artemis's last race came from and whether or not she can repeat it in a new barn today.
That's always a big question. Misspelled Moon, she always tends to run 2 races, the one in the paddock and then the one out on track. Maggie, what are you seeing from her today?
Acacia, I agree with you, but that is not the case today. This is the most calm I've seen Misspelled Moon ever. No matter whether it's here at Aqueduct, up at Saratoga, or over at Belmont. She's really quiet. Yes, she is the most naturally fast horse, and maybe she'll wake up once they get out on track, but and maybe it's a good sign that she's this quiet, but I literally have never seen her this relaxed before in her entire racing career. But 2, she tends to get more revved when they get behind the gate. So watch how she behaves out there on track. As number 3, this might be the one. She finished 2 lengths behind just about the Abuse of Power last time out. The horse who is likely to be one of the favorites in here. And I could not come up with any excuse of why she ran poorly last time. Or not poorly, but just not as good as I thought. My eye keeps going back to her. It was like she kind of hit this lull in the way she looked physically. She kind of got a little bit light, and last time she looked a little bit better, and today she looks really good again, the way that she looked when she kicked off this summer campaign here in New York. So just based upon appearances, Acacia, I'd be willing to give her another shot.
She's actually the co-favorite now at 3-1. Maggie, thank you. This might be the one. We're going to take a quick pause and welcome in our Fox Sports 2 audiences. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. If you're just tuning in on Fox Sports 2, we're so glad to have you with us as we get ready to kick on with our live racing action. The 8th race from Belmont at the Big A is our next order of business. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Thanks for joining us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Continuing on as we have the late pick 3 coming up shortly from Belmont at the Big A, and that does include our feature race of the afternoon, the Gallant Bloom, which goes as race number 9, a grade 2 event, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And the question is, can Kamari repeat that big effort we saw from her in the honorable miss last time out at Saratoga? As I'm pleased to welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Of course, that Gallant Bloom today does look to be a strong race. Yes, it's a compact field, but you wonder, are we going to see a repeat from Kamari or a step forward from Lady Rocket?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting matchup, and Lady Rocket at a better price interests me. Kamari did run that big race last time, but it was really kind of a lot faster in a figure standpoint she normally runs. But she had some reasons she lost her prior races, and she's run well against Lady Rocket. It's a good setup. Bella Sofia was the heavy favorite. She's obviously not competitive anymore. She ran poorly in her subsequent start in the Ballerina. A very good show by the first 2 finishers. Kamari gets it done. Fast race, draws well on the outside, but Lady Rocket could present a real problem because she is the controlling speed in this race, and I think Kamari's going to have to be a little more aggressive in here to keep Lady Rocket honest and not let her get away. And Lady Rocket has a very big race here at Aqueduct, but Kamari, she's put together some very good races, though she runs very infrequently.
She does, as Kamari, a 5-year-old, making start number 16. So if you're out at the Big A today, you'll have the rare opportunity to watch a race by Kamari live, as she was one on the turf that seemed so promising at the start of her career. But Lady Rocket down to the inside, a little bit sluggish coming out in the Ballerina last time out, makes for an interesting matchup between those two. And Lady Rocket did have that big win in the Go for Juan. She far and above ran the fastest figure that she ever has right at this track.
Right, and while the Kamari figure sticks out like a sore thumb, so does this figure for Lady Rocket. But there's nothing, it's not even questionable. She buried the field that day. I believe she ran faster than they ran the Cigar Mile later that day. That was a very, very fast race. And I have to think, it's just a reasonable guess, that one of the reasons Brad Cox decided to prep for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Dirt Sprint here instead of the TCA Oaks at, or TCA, the Thoroughbred Club of America at Keeneland, is because of her big race at Aqueduct, and he wants to give her another chance at Aqueduct. She ran so well here. Now, we'll see. Is it Aqueduct where she comes alive? She ran well 2 back when she got clear, but she couldn't get the lead last time, and she was atrocious.
We all love being at Aqueduct. As we continue on, taking a look at what is still to come. Today's race is, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. The late pick 3 from Belmont at the Big A, fast and firm, highlighting that Gallant Bloom. Races 9 through 10 at Churchill Downs as well on a fast main track. I want to remind everybody, you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Taking a look at the field for race number 8, it's a turf sprint going 6 furlongs in this starter allowance for fillies and mares. Will meet the field as we have 3-year-olds and up in the spotlight here. Stepping onto the track at a generous price. Here's the number 1, Misspelled Moon.
She ran very well last time, and you know, Dylan Davis has got to go from the rail. A clean break, she should be in front.
Just a little bit in front of her last time here was Abuse of Power.
Abuse of Power is a better horse than her last race. Maybe they'll be a little less aggressive here, but will that give Misspelled Moon a little bit of an advantage?
Here's this might be the one comes out of that same race.
She actually ran okay last time, didn't have the best of trips, but where is her race that wins it? She's taken a lot of money.
Recent maiden winner, here's Road to Remember.
She got a good trip against an inferior field to this, but she has some races that put her within hunting distance of getting a small piece.
The water gets deeper today. Here's the 6, Summer at the Spa.
She just doesn't seem good enough to beat these horses on even her best effort.
Cutting back in distance, here's Mandy Green.
Her second place finish with a figure of 68 was earned with a very strong pace that collapsed. She's not good enough.
Can she repeat that last effort? Here's Train to Artemis.
It's the million-dollar question. If you think she can, 9-2 is one of the gifts of a lifetime. Tough to claim horses from Safi Joseph on the turf.
Second off the claim for Ray Handel, here's Tweaked.
I have to give her one more chance. She ran too badly to be believed. Her last race, terrible, but her other turf effort, very good.
Another first off the claim for Kelly Breen, here's Crowding Out.
Well, Kelly Breen, they claimed horses from Safi Joseph and Chad Brown. That is, I give him a lot of credit. He's got a lot of courage. I'm sure he's not the only one who tried to claim Crowding Out. Crowding Out was in against a very weak field on closing day, and there were others behind her that had tough trips. But still, she has run fast figures.
She was taking that big drop in class as well. There's a look at your current tepid favorite, Abusive Power, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, what do you make of this mare, second off the claim?
Keisha, she's one that has maintained a decent level of competitiveness in this year, and she makes a lot of sense on paper, but I don't know. It could, be apples and oranges. She just doesn't look as good as what she did over the summer. She's grown a winter coat already. Her weight isn't quite as good as I have observed it in the past. Like I said, I get where she can win, and I'm not going to say she shouldn't be favorite. I'm just a little skeptical given what I observed from her pre-race today. As we'll move on to the other Ray Handel horse, I'm actually going to take Misspelled Mood in here. As you mentioned, that's way too big of a price, I think, on her at 8-1, and maybe I'm all off base. That she's conserving energy today is a good thing. Maybe for her, she needs to be that wound up. But anyway, Tweaked. Blinkers come off today. This is the filly that prior to Ray Handel claiming her, she wore an extension blinker in her 2 starts in July, covering her right outside eye. And, she ran well. Fine in it up at Saratoga on the turf. And last time she kind of was tracked, and Ray took that extension blinker off. He just put a shortcut cheater blinker on, and now the blinkers come off entirely. And watching her, she just seemed as though she didn't really know where to go. She just kind of looked uncomfortable in the latter stages of that race. She never really leveled off and ran on like she did with that extension blinker in her previous turf try. Now, she is one that does get herself very wound up, and she is doing that once again today. And fillies like this, they don't tend to carry their weight that well, and that's exactly what Tweaked is showing me. She's not one I could ever warm up to necessarily, but I get why people might want to give her another shot, and I think maybe the blinkers coming off allow her to kind of level off and run on instead of kind of running in place.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Joel Rosario going to climb aboard Tweaked for the first time for Ray Handel. We'll see what that equipment change does for that filly by Dialed In. Favorite now 5-2 on Abusive Power, as Churchill Downs has horses stepping on track for their featured 9th race. And you mentioned, Andy, you wanted to give Tweaked one more try.
Yeah, I'm going to give Tweaked one more chance. She has no chance off her last race, but her other turf race was very good, and perhaps something went wrong last time. She does come back. I'll give her a chance, a good enough price, but maybe I'm just throwing more money away on her.
We'll go through the post parade quickly on the right side of your screen at Churchill Downs for their 9th race. The number 1 Higher Standard kicks things off.
Yeah, Higher Standard seems to be a bit of a player in this race, but see if it gets some position behind perhaps the 5 and 8.
Here's the 2, Spankster for the coach.
Comes off a win for Wayne Lucas. Can he repeat? Turning back.
Did win and break her maiden sprinting a couple races back. Her first start for Wayne. The number 3, Verb, will be next.
Did not run well against much tougher, but gets back to a more reasonable spots, a player.
Turf to Dirt for your next runner, son of Kitten's Joy, Casanova Kitten.
Nowhere to go with no turf at Churchill. Probably a throwout.
First off the claim, also claiming off of Safi Joseph Jr. We'll go through them quickly as they're loading at Belmont at the Big A. Edge to Edge is next.
Yeah, I don't. This horse comes off a layoff. Okay enough numbers for Chris Hartman off layoffs. He's always dangerous.
And as they go into the gate for Belmont at the Big A, post parade will continue at Churchill Downs. Final thoughts in New York.
I'm taking a shot with the number 9, but I think it's a very competitive race.
We'll send it up to track announcer John Embrial with the call.
Set for the start of race 8. And they're off. On the outside, Crowding Out. And now moving up at the rail is Misspelled Moon, with a Train to Artemis racing in second. Then the gray Abusive Power in third. Crowding Out is on the outside and in 4th. Road to Remember next in 5th. To his inside is This Might Be the One, and she is racing in 6th. Summer at the Spa is 7th. Tweaked on the outside in 8th. Farther back is Mandy Green, who trails the field in 9th. Misspelled Moon has the lead here by a neck. Train to Artemis right there on the outside in 2nd through a quarter in 22 seconds. Crowding out is now getting closer in 3rd. Abuse of Power towards the rail runs in 4th. Road to Remember is next in 5th. Farther back, This Might Be the One, followed by Tweaked and Summer at the Spa, and then Mandy Green. Half mile in 44 and 4. Here is Train to Artemis. Now to take over from Misspelled Moon. Train to Artemis is in front. Crowding out is on the outside. It is Train to Artemis trying to hold off, crowding out. And here, putting in a late run on the far outside, is a Tweaked. Tweaked coming on late, but they're coming for the finish. And Train to Artemis has won it. 2 in a row for the apprentice, Jose Gomez.
2 wins in a row for Jose Gomez and 3 wins in a row for Train to Artemis. Kelly Breen making the right move, claiming this filly as she picks up another victory.
Yep, held together for one more start after that race last time. I don't know if it was impressive as the time before. This horse ran well. Nobody else really closed at the end except for my horse, who was a little bit far back, Tweaked. A little too much to do here, but Train to Artemis, that's 3 wins in a row for this horse, and a good job by Kelly Breen getting this horse to come back and run well. Finished either 1st and 2nd or 1st and 3rd, depending on whether 9. Actually 1st and 2nd, and he's lucky he did because, frankly, Irad was standing up a little bit early on Crowded Out there because it got closer than it should have.
Tweaked.
I mean, that was weird.
Tweaked was flying late and crowding out. The other one, first off the claim for Kelly Breen, looked like she might have held 2nd. Train to Artemis. The winner, though, Belmont at the Big A. As mentioned, the feature coming up next at Churchill Downs, sprinting on the main track. We'll show that to you after this break. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. Our program brought to you by Run Happy, the champion sprint to race medication free and stands now in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Race number 9, the featured race of the day at Churchill Downs after a card full of stakes yesterday. Coming up next beneath the Twin Spires, that's a look at Spankster, currently 5-1 for the coach D. Wayne Lucas. For more on this field, let's check in with Paula Duke at trackside.
Thanks, Acacia. And I actually like the 2 in here, Spankster, for for Dwayne Lucas. His horses have been running hot. He's had 3 wins so far this week, and the 3 wins have been horses that don't look great on form, where this colt looks good on form, Son of Mastery. And if you look at the 3 starts since he's had this horse, a W, and then got left at the gate in the 2nd start under Dwayne Lucas's care, got put up on the pace as the favorite and then faded out. And then the Ellis Park race you're watching right now, I thought was a gutty race going around 2 turns. Now you back up to 6 furlongs. I think you can stay close. You get Mitch Merle aboard. Higher Standard on the inside, I would think, would push from there and would go. Now, if it turns into a speed duel, I do think the 3 Verb is the horse Andy talked about. You can just draw a line through that tough effort at Colonial. Comes back to a racetrack where he does like the racetrack. The problem is he likes a lot of seconds and thirds. I thought the underlay in here, or the overlay, excuse me, was Gagetown. You know, this horse is in pretty good form, does have 2 wins, 4 starts here for Mike Sims. You get Adam Beschizza aboard. And then I can't ignore the horse on the complete outside. The 9 at 4-1. Safi Joseph, again, looking to sweep the double. This horse is actually the 2nd lowest in the pick 3s. So the 9 is taking a lot of money, and the 1 took a big hit in the earlier race with Safi Joseph.
All right, Paul, thank you. It's an intriguing feature race for sure. Sprinting on the main track. Spangster cutting back in distance. What do you think about this Son of Mastery, Andy?
I thought this was a very, very, very hard race in here, to be honest with you, and it's not like I've had any clever ideas. I didn't really like this horse. I didn't love the field he ran with last time and felt like he was sort of a last time of his time, but it did come up a fast race. I like Girolamo's attack on the outside for Safi Joseph. Got huge numbers turning back from routes to sprints where he's over 30% with 162 starters and a 253 ROI. I'm more like 9 with 8 and a little 1-3.
Tyler Gaffleone going to be aboard this Son of Girolamo. He's actually piloted him to victory last year at Gulfstream as well. The last time that this horse sprinted, it was a win back in June. The favorite down to the inside, tepid favorite, Higher Standard for Tom Amos and Edgar Morales. Feature race time at Churchill Downs. Into the gate, here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Edge to edge at mid-pack, fires out fast. Higher Standard comes through toward the rail. Verb is sent on for speed, so too Casanova Kitten. Spangster's right in behind. Down the back stretch they go. Here comes Edge to challenge Higher Standard for the lead. And these two go on with it now. Casanova Kitten backs off into 3rd. Spangster 4th toward the rail. Verb is racing in 5th. Silk Trade far outside 6th. Gagetown in behind 7th. Coltonator is 8th. Girolamo's attacks the trailer in 9th. Round the far turn, scorching quarter, 21-1. 3 furlongs to go. Edge to edge and Higher Standard in a full throttle battle heading for the quarter pole. Casanova Kitten comes on 3 wide. Gagetown 4 wide. Silk Trade spun out 5 wide. Verb's in behind. Off the turn into the stretch. Tenuous lead for Edge to Edge, who has something left and opens up by 2. Gagetown comes on. Casanova Kitten, Higher Standard toward the rail. Silk Trade trying to get involved late. Final 16th. Edge to Edge is desperate for the wire. Here comes Silk Trade trying to run down. Edge to Edge. Photo! Too tight to tell. Edge to Edge or Silk Trade. Then it was either Higher Standard or Gagetown.
Photo finish, Edge to Edge, taking advantage of the hot pace duel that materialized up front, but closing on the outside was the number 8 Silk Trade off the back of that win. And these two came together down to the wire.
I don't know where the finish is.
I'm not sure.
I don't know where the finish is exactly. I don't know. It's very, very close. There's no way I can predict it because it came down to Bob's, and you have to know where that finish line is. And I'm not familiar with the way finishes look at Churchill. It doesn't help to have a like a finish line thing well after the mirror. Good luck. And that far out in the middle of the racetrack, very close.
You know, Andy, I'm a little disappointed in you. I thought that you should be able to read these kinds of
Paulie is the finish line expert
yes,
here.
he is.
Okay, that's his job. I think that the 8 got up Silk Trade, and I'm rooting for my friend Norm Cassie.
It was a tight photo finish, all about who got their nose down first on the wire between the number 5 edge to edge, Francisco Arrieta in the saddle, and closing outside was the number 8 Silk Trade with Joe Talamo up, as you could even hear in Travis Stone's call. He said scorching pace. It was a hot pace on the front end, allowing and inviting those closers in.
Yeah, no question about it. They were moving up front. 21-1 with the run up, closer to 21-3 at other tracks, but that's moving up front. We saw the race before go 21-2, so they move in those 6 furlong races with the long run up, but still, and they're showing the 8, so.
It was the number 8 that got up in time. Silk Trade with a big late run with Joe Talamo in the saddle, able to get his nose down first over the 5 edge to edge, the number 1 Higher Standard. He actually was the only one of that hot pace. He actually hung in there pretty well to be third.
Yeah, no, I think he ran incredibly well to finish third, the number 1 in there, because this race was really falling apart late. And it's a problem with Tom. I don't think Tom probably wanted to be in front with the number 1 Higher Standards, Tom Amos, the trainer. But when you have the rail like that, you kind of get forced into going. And that's the problem with drawing inside, is it forces your hand in a way where if you draw outside posts, you have some options. And I think we're going to see that in the next race where the 1 high class got to go from the rail, and a horse that I'm assuming is going to to be favored.
Joe Talamo, Silk Trade. There's
is that
trainer
Norm or the
Norm
baby?
Cassie.
I can't tell. They
No,
look so
his
much
son
the same.
is his twin as well as Norm Cassie getting the win. Congratulations to the Cassie family. Silk Trade with the win at Churchill Downs. When we come back, it's feature race time at Belmont at the Big A. Kamari coming up next, the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom. Can she repeat that big effort that we saw from her at Saratoga last time out? Graded stakes action coming up after this on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy. This dual-surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the cigar mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Get ready now for the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom, Belmont at the Big A, as we'll take a look at Gallant Bloom, the horse, winner of the 1969 Gazelle Stakes. That was part of 9 stakes wins in a row, Andy.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is that Belmont or Aqueduct? Because we had a second turf course at Aqueduct back then. That's not Gallant Bloom, because that's only the second horse right now.
Right. She's already out of the screen. There she
That's
is.
her?
Yeah,
that's
there
her.
she is up front.
That is very cool.
Yeah, I believe it was at Aqueduct, but she was very cool. I had fun actually looking back through her past performances today.
It's a great way to find out about the history of racing is to look up the horses that stake races, especially at Naira, are named.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. As we take a look at her bio page, she was a terrific racehorse,
Wow.
in 1977 Hall of Fame inductee, 16 for 22.
And just put this in perspective to people. If you made $500,000, even in only 22 starts in the 1960s, I mean, that is winning it the hard way. She won 16 races. So she was winning, what, about $30,000 or $35,000 per win.
Yeah.
You know, you look at some of the stake races, purses back in those days, and there's $50,000 and $75,000 for races like the Whitney. And you look up sort of really cool horses, I know from the 70s when I was around, like Pearl Necklace. It was an amazing Maryland bred. I think she won close to $500,000 with a whole plethora of wins. These were remarkable animals. And that's why when people talk about earnings records, it's meaningless to me, because right now with inflated purses that are around, those big purses overseas, I'm not saying that good horses haven't won those races, but earnings aren't a good way to judge horses. A horse, if they are, that $500,000 you make would be about $20 million today.
Absolutely. As that Gazelle win, by the way, was at Belmont Park. She did win a stake at Aqueduct, the Liberty Bell Handicap, in May of 1969. Love looking back through that history of our graded stakes here in New York. And there is the favorite for this year's Gallant Bloom, Kamari, who had that big win in the Grade 2 Honorable Miss last time out.
Yeah, she's probably going to be shorter than 6-5 looking at multi-race bets. She's a very cool horse. She doesn't run that often, but when she shows up, she usually runs her race.
This is a horse that started out on the turf with a lot of promise as a 2-year-old. Now comes back in off of another graded stakes win on the dirt. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
And Kamari now as a 5-year-old has, horses reach that peak physical maturity at 5, and you can tell it's really evidenced here with Kamari and how she appears. I mean, she's just turned into an absolute beast of a mare, this daughter of Munnings, and I liked her last time. I think I like her even more having these 2 races back to back, and maybe there's that criticism that, yes, she doesn't run that often because she needs the time in between her races, but I'm not sure if that's true. I mean, you go back to last year where she rattled off the win in the Spring Fever coming off of a long layoff, and then right into the Grade 1 Madison, and I don't know what necessarily keeps her away from the races, but when she's good and she's in the right spot, which I believe this is the right spot, the 6.5 on the main track here, then she delivers. But let's take a look at number 1. That is Lady Rocket. And Kamari has the advantage of being a mare that doesn't necessarily need the pace, but Lady Rocket, I think, has shown that she is best when she can be forward. Last time out, she didn't incur any sort of trouble necessarily at the start. She just wasn't as quick. And watching that race, she was one of the horses that was just completely covered in dirt. And I don't know if kickback was necessarily a problem, but it was a problem for her, individually speaking, as she was kind of getting out when she got hit with it in the face. I'm wondering, with this rail position, they have to go with her. I mean, just get out of the gate and go, because she, with that last race in the Ballerina, has shown that she's not effective when trying to come from off of it. Now, she's a little bit more calm than sometimes when I see her. I wasn't in the paddock for the Ballerina, but I don't mind that with her when she's actually run some of her better races, is when she's more quiet. But I also like the turn back. I like this 6.5 for her. She is compact and stout and just built more like a sprinter. I know her fastest race to date came going a mile here at Aqueduct in the Go for One last year, but I like this spot for her. Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Lady Rocket, I was in the paddock for the Ballerina, and she was calm, cool, and collected. Once again, let's see what she does and see if she can be a little bit sharper out of the gate today. Back at Churchill Downs, feature race there under is complete, and it was the number 8 Silk Trade, closing well under Joe Talamo and able to get up in time in that tight photo finish.
Yeah, absolutely. As you pointed out, excellent effort by Tom Amos's horse. The second horse ran well, too, coming off the long layoff, but Silk Trade gets it done for our friend, Norm Cassie.
Norm Cassie, the trainer, actually his first win of this young meet as well, and he's standing by with Paul LaDuca.
With winning trainer here, Norm Cassie, a boy who trains Silk Trade, and New dimension today. This horse settled for you a little bit down the backside.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the tactics we were expecting. I think it was he just got outrun early and ended up setting up. I'm very, very proud of this effort because he had no business winning the race the way that it set up today. He was parked 5 wide the entire turn, and I know we got a little bit of a pace set up, but you got to give the horse credit. He tried.
That gives you options. I mean, this is a horse that's gone to the lead. Now you know he can come from off the pace. It's got to be huge for you.
Yeah, especially, Paul, because we always felt like he was a horse that when he was forwardly placed, ran on because other horses were pressuring him. So I agree. Like, this is a horse now that maybe we do different things with. And honestly, I've always thought this horse could go 2 turns. We just haven't tried that yet. But I'm just proud of our team and what we've done with this horse.
How worried were you that you got there? I mean, you were asking. It's really tough to tell here with the finish line.
I thought initially we had won, and then watching the slow-mo, it seemed like his head was coming back while the other horse was going in. Thankfully, we were on the right side today.
Always anxious moments, but Norm Cassidy gets the job done here. And a good ride here by Joey Talamo aboard Silk Trade here in the feature.
Big congratulations to Norm Cassie and to the team as we move back over to Belmont at the Big A. The Grade 2 Gallant Bloom coming up next, and there's your favorite, Kamari, as we'll take a look at her honorable miss effort. She beat Frank's Rockette, who has turned out to be a bit of a bridesmaid recently, but she always shows up, and she did come back to win a stake in her next start, Andy, with a 103 buyer.
Right. A lot of very good horses have beaten Frank's Rockette.
Yes.
A lot of opportunistic horses, good horses, have beaten her. It's it's not like because Frank's Rockette isn't finishing first. She's very good. She just sort of, we feel bad because she runs so hard and seems to win so rarely. Kamari's got a very good resume. This figure came up on a very high note. I'm not saying the figure's inaccurate. It does feel unlikely she's going to run it forward. But even if she runs a 99, she's probably the horse to beat.
By far the biggest figure that she has run in her career, Kamari, as the 5-year-old mare gets onto the track. We start things off, though, with another mare, Lady Rocket.
Yeah, I like Lady Rocket in this race. I think she's got to blast off with Manny Ortiz and try to wire the field.
Manny Franco is aboard that horse, remain anonymous.
Yeah, she has improved. She ran very well off the Racers Claim. She won well at Parks. This is a tougher group.
Here's Sterling Silver, New York bred.
Kind of an overachiever. They're taking a real shot in here. She ran well in the Prioress, but she needs it to collapse and have anybody trying to close like Kamari and even remain anonymous not show up.
Here's the for Chitara. She's interesting in that she does have some early speed.
Right. She could be a thorn in the side of Lady Rocket.
Here's the 5, Kamari.
Listen, I think Kamari's very, very good. I just feel like at a better price, Lady Rocket might be a slightly better gamble.
Trained by Wesley Ward, who's standing by with Maggie.
Always fun to catch up with Wesley and Kamari. Wesley coming off her biggest race to date, going back to that honorable miss win. And am I right in saying that, I know she doesn't run that often, but does she head into this race doing even better than what she was coming off that break last time?
She's doing really good. She's had some really nice works here at home at Keeneland, and she's a really easy shipper. She doesn't get nervous or anything like that. So we're looking forward to this.
Is the fact that, she shows up here and there because you've always known that she has the talent and you've kind of handled her with, I don't want to say kit gloves, but have managed her wisely?
Well, it's not that. It's just, it's a big filly, very, very fast, and so she's got a lot of small issues that we've had to deal with, and been fortunate from the previous owner to now Coolmore that they give you the time to let her come into her own and run her when she's ready to go.
I mean, obviously, we'll see this race, see how she does. I'm sure you think Breeders' Cup, Filly Mare Sprint, hopefully, fingers crossed. But as far as dynamics today, it's a small field. She has proven, though, that she can be tactical and close.
Yes, I mean, I think I've been looking forward to bringing her here because it's a big track and she's a big filly. And to give her a little time and to, Joelle will, the first part of the race and then the last part of the race, let her have her big stride like she did in Saratoga. So hopefully she'll sort of emulate that and it'll transfer over to here. But this is horse racing. We'll see what happens.
Wesley, best of luck. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, as he said, Kamari, she's a big filly, Acacia, and we'll see if she's up for another test here in this Gallant Bloom.
She is, and it's fun to see her here. Kamari, the 5-year-old mare by Munnings. Maggie, thank you. As we see Joelle Rosario warming her up. She's sharp on track there, as it could be this year, Andy, potentially her 3rd trip back to the Breeders' Cup, though her first 2 tries were both on the turf, and she's turned into a very nice dirt horse.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the dirt fillies, I mean, obviously Goodnight Olive ran extremely well in the Ballerina, and I'm not sure from what we've seen, she's not one of the favorites at this point, and Cece did not run well in there, and it's a different situation this year. She's got to be one of the players, but Kamari has every right to be a player in that race going forward. It's not exactly like there's anybody that's so fast you're incredibly scared of. We'll see if Echo Zulu tries it. Got a 94 buyer for her return win last night at Churchill.
That was in the Dogwood, as it makes things interesting with one of the more wide open divisions, the filly and mare sprint. As we take a look at Lady Rocket coming out of that Ballerina, and she was, I agree with Maggie, it seemed like she was really uncomfortable with the kickback, and even the short comment says lugging out, and it just seemed like Ricardo Santana was trying to keep her out of the paths of some of the other horses, as she took a lot of dirt, not showing her typical early speed.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, was it kickback, or was she uncomfortable not being forward and being among horses? I think that's more the problem with her. Now, given that they used one of the 3 or 4 entrants for Bill Mott as basically a rabbit in that race, she wasn't going to win anyway. And I have to think, thanks, Travis Column. I have to think that one of the reasons Brad Cox came here was because she ran so well in the Go for Juan. Could have run her at Keeneland, but he chose to run here. And listen, she runs back. If in fact she's one of the horses that loves this track, and I'm always skeptical about that, but you can't deny it.
Yeah.
This was a super, super effort. And at this point, Brad had to be thinking he might have a monster in his hands. She has not run those races this year, but she's still very good.
That was in the Go for Juan back in December. She was second in last year's Gallant Bloom, of course, run over at Belmont Park. That was behind Bella Sophia, who was on a tear at that point. Lady Rocket, we'll see if she can get back to the winner's circle. As we take a look at Remain Anonymous, she beat the Parks Flash Chubb Wagon last time out. And not only did she beat her, Andy, she absolutely crushed her in this effort.
No, she drowned her. Now, and she basically duplicated the form she did in the race that she was claimed out of in Saratoga. Now, it's one thing to run a good figure running in a claiming $30,000 race in Saratoga. She ran that race for trainer Brad Cox. But Rye Falcone claimed her, went down to the stake, and right away, basically got their money back for her. And this was a huge win, and Chubb Wagon's a legitimate racehorse. So there's no knock on this performance. The problem is, even though it was at Parks, and I'm dubious being placed at Parks, Source did run a big figure for Brad Cox at Saratoga. Even that figure's not going to be good enough to win the race. So do you think this horse has a chance to improve? If you do, then you're taking her at 8-1. I don't. But that doesn't mean I'm right. It just means I'm not interested in betting her.
Coming off of that big win, as she is a Pennsylvania bred. For more on the rest of this field, let's check in again with Maggie.
Guys, am I missing something here? Why is the 3-year-old in this field 92, the third choice? I guess people think maybe she gets a setup today, but there's no race that makes her fast enough here. She has never faced older company, and I get that it's a short field, so the options are limited. And to her credit, she does continue to grow and fill out and mature throughout this 3-year-old campaign, but I just don't get the price on her here, and I feel very strongly about the inside and outside runner, Acacia.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. Sterling Silver, the New York bred as well. Look, you mentioned it. She's been an overachiever. She ran second in the Prioress. We didn't see Wicked Halo run yesterday, but this is just very tough company that she's facing for her first try versus older.
Oh, I agree with Maggie that I wouldn't bet a nickel on her at any price now. She's 5-1, and I agree with Maggie. I think the reason that she's the third choice as opposed to the number 2, as she got the form here, the 2 has been running in claiming races. They're kind of hoping. I agree with Maggie. I don't think she has any chance to win this race. I think if she got third, it would be somewhat of a surprise, and that's not a surprise. That's the best she can get. I'm not convinced I don't think she's more likely to finish third than the number 2 and here Remain Anonymous. And I agree with Maggie. It's odd that it's not just that she's low. It's a small field, so there's not a big spread in the odds. It is odd that she's almost like half the price of the 2. That's a little bit strange. I think that's more what Maggie was getting at, I would assume.
The 5 Kamari and the 1 that Lady Rocket just seem to have so much class versus these as well. We'll see how that holds in the 9th. It's the grade 2 Gallant Bloom up next. Johnny I with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, Lady Rocket out for the early lead. Remain Anonymous now moving up. From the outside is Kamari, and Kamari has taken second, sitting off of Lady Rocket. Remain Anonymous is next in third. Then Sterling Silver and Chitara up the backstretch. It is Lady Rocket showing the way here. There's room on the inside, and Remain Anonymous looks to come on through. The favorite Kamari's on the outside through a quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Lady Rocket is the leader here, and Kamari on the outside is second. Remain Anonymous next in third, followed by Chitara and Sterling Silver as they race midway around the far turn. Lady Rocket by a length and a half. Kamari's in second. Remain Anonymous in third. Lady Rocket now by 2. Kamari's in second. Remain Anonymous is next. The half in 46 and 4. And it is Lady Rocket, the one to catch as they head for home. Kamari now moving up on the outside. It is Lady Rocket with the lead. Kamari still under a hand ride here as they come down for the 8th pole. It is Lady Rocket who is all out to hold off Kamari. Kamari on the outside and Lady Rocket. And the two of them will battle it out to the finish in the Gallant Bloom. And it is Kamari who wins by a length at the end. And she covered the 6.5 furlongs in 1 minute, 16 and 2/5 seconds.
Kamari able to run down the pace setter Lady Rocket, who got the trip she would have hoped for. But you knew, Andy, when Joel Rosario had not even gone to the riding crop, he had plenty underneath him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I bet Lady Rocket. She had everything go her own way. Irad rode her tremendously, very confidently in the front end. Looked like he was going to control, and it just didn't matter. Kamari's just a better horse. And Kamari has enough speed to stay close to her. But Lady Rocket's run some good races. At the end of the day, Kamari is just better, and that's why she beat her. Good race by both these horses, but Kamari is the better horse between these two, and the public was right. The three, a long way back, did finish third in here. So they were right to better. You know, I want to think about Irad, who rode the second horse. I think one of the reasons he may have stood up early in the race before was the horse in front may have been drifting a little bit on him. That may have been what really happened there.
Yeah, very good point. As he rode Lady Rocket in this race in exactly the way as you would have hoped. And these two mares, they put on a nice show. Two very classy, talented mares. Kamari just a touch better. You can see just how motionless Joel Rosario is aboard her.
He is so confident in this race. It's ridiculous. And you know what? He was confident for a reason. She's just better than the other horse.
She was. She did what she had to do today, winning the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom. That makes it back-to-back graded stakes wins for Kamari, 5-1, 3-4. A long way back to the third place finisher, but another graded stakes placing for New York bred Sterling Silver. Kamari, though, fun to watch. She has so much talent to this mare by Munnings. And I thought it was interesting what Maggie talked about as well, that she was precocious and exciting as a 2-year-old too, Andy, but maybe it is the fact that she doesn't race so frequently. She's been allowed to grow and develop, and now as a 5-year-old, we're really, I think, getting to see the best of her.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll change that 10-year-old rule so when she's running as a 10-year-old, she can still run here.
That's not what I mean.
I'm just kidding. I'm just having fun with something else because backside of the mood running at Churchill.
As we go on to race number 10, you're no fun. Race 10.
Yeah, I'm a lot of fun.
Yes, I know you are. Race 10 at Churchill coming up next. So for the 2-year-olds.
She's having a big year, by the way. She may run 5 times this year, Kamari. Is that like her biggest year ever?
I know.
You kidding me?
She's been so busy
Seriously.
lately.
I mean, this is like her big year. This is her 5th start. She can run 6 times this year. She's not making it to 10 with that kind of heavy load.
That's it. All right. Anyway, race 10, 2-year-old maiden special weight coming up next at Churchill. We saw the 1 high class, the 2 Fox Pass go by. Here's Roman Goddess and Boardwalk Queen.
Okay. By the way, high class at 6-1 is one of the overlays of all time, but we'll get to that. This is the first time star that half the 2 foals didn't do any running.
Here is the number 5, Marvelette.
Another firster not taking much money.
Filly by Motown.
Look
Not
at
much
this.
pedigree as well.
Our man Tom Amos, fastest horse in the world.
Yeah, scratch the 6. Here's 4-5 on Hoosier Filly.
Wow. Jeez, this horse has some pedigree, but wow.
That's a short price. Well, Tom Amos and Edgar Morales back in the spring with 2-year-olds could not be beaten. Maybe that's the reason for the money. Here's Puffin.
I like the name, but not taking much money this first-time starter.
Wayne Catalano with
like those street
2
bosses,
in
though.
this race. Here, scratch the 9, here's the 10, Mighty Madison for Phil Bauer.
Phil Bauer taking some nibbles here. Nobody really taking much money. Does not have a lot of success with 2-year-old firsters and dirt sprints.
And Tom Amos is the only one taking money, really. Next will be another firster, 2-item saver.
And the Dam was a very nice horse, won over $1 million. And she has produced horses that could run, but she's also produced a lot that didn't run.
She was precocious as well. Here's the 12 with experience. Baby got backspin.
Yeah, as getting bet has the experience, though I prefer of the experienced horses the horse in the rail.
And another firster, the number 13 draws in a filly by Into Mischief, Into Love.
It does have some good works for Larry Jones. There's a couple of runners from the Dam that were okay.
Multiple graded stakes place, promise of spring in the siblings as well. Wide open 2-year-old filly race, it would seem, except for all the money coming onto Hoosier Filly, that first-time starter. Let's go to Paula Duca for more.
Well, I will tell you this. Tom Amos is dressed up in a suit, and his way, way better half, Colleen, his wife, is with him dressed as well. And the word has been out on Hoosier Filly. This horse has been working gangbusters in the morning. Supposedly he's been having some great work, some great gate speed. And, you know, you look at the will pays in this race, the 12 is still your lowest will pays in a lot of the multis in here, except the doubles. And the 12 should be. I mean, if you look at the 2 races, Baby got backspin. They're very, very good. 2 second-place finishes. I'm in agreement with Andy. The 1 year High Class comes out of a loaded race that was won by Prank at 5-1. I think that just shows you how well the 7 Hoosier Filly's working. This is a 5-year-old $1,000 purchase. A great Into Mischief. The second Dam has got a tremendous family with the 7, and the way that this horse is getting bet into this field, I'd have to say the 7, and she looked unbelievable on the racetrack. The other horse I'll mention, it's taking a little bit of money, the Phil Bauer runner, the 10, was down to about 4-1, back up to 10-1, Filly by Nyquist. But the way the board's playing and the way Mr. Amos was dressed up, and Mrs. Amos, I would think the 7 might be in the winner's circle here, guys.
All right, Paul, thank you. 4-5 on Hoosier Filly. That filly by Into Mischief. You have Tap It on the bottom side. And, yeah, typically, Andy, we'll see these Tom Amos runners. They'll be sharp out of the gate as well. And word is out on this one.
Right. I mean, the horse that I'm interested in is the horse on the rail, because this horse was dueling with Prank, who was, if not the best, the second best 2-year-old filly we saw at Saratoga this summer. Unfortunately, she's on the shelf, and this horse got involved with her. So I was very interested in her. Problem is, she's got speed, and the way the 7's being bet, it's hard to believe she's going to be coming from well back, and Tom Amos trains them for speed, so that's going to be tough. I am interested in the 1, but the money the 7's taking is extremely intimidating.
Paul mentioned the 10 Mighty Madison for Phil Bauer, filly by Nyquist. The Dam was, her 2 wins came on turf. This filly could be interesting, maybe a little bit of an outsider firster.
Let me turn the page a little bit here. I agree. It does feel a little more turfy, though. There was one, the first foal ran for Todd Pletcher and got a 57 buyer. The second generation pretty good. And we see the Nyquist. Listen, Phil has not had a lot of success with his 2-year-olds, but I think as he's getting a higher profile, he'll probably start getting some better 2-year-olds.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be interesting to watch as the progression of Phil Bauer's career, because what happened at Saratoga this summer is going to have a positive influence on how he does going forward. He's got to have attracted the attention of some owners.
He made a splash, that's for sure. 2-year-old fillies to close out the day at Churchill Downs. Tom Amos and Hoosier Filly taking all the money in the nightcap. Travis Stone standing by.
Waiting for Into Love. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Roman Goddess and High Class, those 2 fastest out of there. Baby got backspin. comes on to grab third. Into Love is up into fourth. Hoosier Philly comes away fifth. It is 4 lengths off the lead. Fox Pass toward the inside, 6 to Adam Savers racing seventh. Mighty Madison on the move from eighth. Puffin is back into ninth. Boardwalk Queen is 10th by 3. Marvelettes to trailer. Round the far turn. High Class in front. Baby Got Backspin hounding every step of the way. They knocked out a quarter in 22 seconds flat. 2 lengths back to Hoosier Philly. She's moved up to be third and is honing in now. Into Love is back into fourth. Mighty Madison is now fifth. To Adam Saver comes wide for the stretch drive, 6. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Baby Got Backspin set down for the drive. Hoosier Philly ever so willingly has collared and has taken over the lead. Baby Got Backspin tries to fight back, but she's back into second nonetheless. And the money was right. Hoosier Philly is one fast filly, glides under the wire in an effortless debut, winning by 2. Baby Got Backspin, Mighty Madison, to Item Saver, and Boardwalk Queen.
Hoosier Philly, she ran to favoritism. She didn't blast off and show speed as we might have anticipated, Andy. In fact, sat behind horses quite professionally to finish up for the win.
Yeah, nice looking firster. Want to see what the times are and how it compares to the others. But as you say, she was much more professional than anything else. Not blazing fast. Sat comfortably behind horses and got it done. And I think the horses she left in her wake were okay. So looking forward to seeing what kind of numbers she gets and seeing her going forward for our man Tom Amos. Happy for him. Congrats.
The 12, Baby Got Backspin, has her 3rd consecutive second-place finish now. A little bit late run from the 10, Mighty Madison. I think she'll be one intriguing,
right.
Maybe on turf, maybe a little bit more distance, but one to watch moving forward. Congratulations to our colleague, Tom Amos, as we're saying goodbye to our viewers on Valley Sports, Southern California. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Belmont at the Big A, we saw our feature, the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom. Confident ride by Joelle Rosario on Kamari, and she was just the best horse in this field. Andy.
Yeah, when you bet a horse like Lady Rocket like I did, you cannot feel bad in any way when you lose to a horse that's just better than she is. And she really is a very nice horse. Excellent job by Wesley Ward. She's handling this tough load of her 5th race this year.
The Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event taking place on Sunday, November 6th, after the Breeders' Cup. Where will you be? We know where Joel Rosario is. He's in the Winner's Circle with Kamari and now standing by with Maggie.
The margin of victory may have only been a length, but she was much, much the best. Ridden to victory by Joel Rosario Kamari in this Gallant Bloom. And Joel, you had, as soon as they sprung the latch, you never looked in doubt.
Yeah, I mean, she was running really nice, and they looked like the horse in the turn kind of get away from it a little bit, and then I kind of had to just, keep following for a little, we kind of quick a little bit at that point, and then, I mean, she did great. She come down, and then she kept moving forward, so that was very impressive.
Now, you've ridden her throughout her career, and now she's a 5-year-old. She's run probably her best 2 races. How has she changed in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, she looked like she's more mature now, and then just, she's a big horse, and she runs, she's a nice filly.
Did you save a little bit in the tank for something coming up?
I mean, it looked like that. I mean, she run kind of that way, and she kind of run against in the bridle, and yeah, she looked like she loved that, so I just kind of trying to stay with that.
Well, congratulations. You guys make quite a team, you and Kamari.
Thank you.
All right, Joel Rosario with Kamari. As he was saying, she likes to run in the bridle. Well, running in the bridle means that there's a lot of more big performances, I think, in her future. Acacia?
Maybe the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint at Keeneland in November. Maggie, thank you. Joel Rosario and Kamari, the shortest price so far in this late pick 5 follow along. The biggest price was that 2-year-old first-time starter, Freedom Trail, Andy, as we had a nice pool and just 1 race to go for the late pick 5.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people leaned on Kamari, but it's not so easy to put it together with the other horses.
Race 10, Belmont at the Big A is our nightcap. This allowance of going 1 mile and 3/8 on turf. Transient currently 5-2 on the board. Back at Churchill Downs, however, it was Tom Amos, Edgar Morales with Who's Your Filly? And Paul mentioned Tom dressed up for the occasion, and he certainly did.
Not wearing overalls?
No,
Oh,
no
good day
overalls
for him.
today. No flannel.
Colleen must have helped.
Well, that's a given.
That's a given. I know. What was I thinking?
Colleen looking lovely as always, Tom's wife. Definitely.
Together, they're a very attractive couple.
And they're fillies.
And they're actually a nice couple, too, together.
They are. They're so lovely.
They're the
Number
best.
7, Who's Your Filly? She was very professional, sat behind horses, didn't blast off and show speed as we often see with 2-year-old firsters, able to close well under Edgar Morales.
And I think that it shows that a horse like Serengeti Empress allowed people to realize that Tom's not just a trainer. He's won a lot of races. He's run a lot of tracks down in Louisiana. He hasn't had as many big horses for a guy who's won a lot of races. But I think you win with a horse like Serengeti Empress, it impresses upon people that Tom's not a guy who wins with a bunch of cheaper horses. He's a very, very good trainer. He just needs to get the opportunity. And you're seeing him get better 2-year-olds. More money, better bred, and they're delivering. So I'm really happy for Tom, and I know you are, and I think everybody in the show is. He's very popular for good reason, but it shows that when you get the horse, we talk about Phil Bauer getting some attention at Saratoga, people start to notice you winning, they're going to give you the horses, and you can show that it's like Christophe with turf horses. He's not a turf trainer, he's just a good trainer.
Congratulations to Tom Amos and Edgar Morales with Who's Your Filly at Churchill. There's a look at Transient in the paddock for the nightcap at Belmont at the Big A. We'll talk more about her and the rest of the field as we'll get ready to close out the card after this.
And Lost Ark, big, powerful strides, puts him away in the sapling.
And Forte and the 2 of them are right together. It is Forte to grab the lead now from Belfort. It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it. Standing at Gainesway.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and get started at NairaBets.com. Time for the nightcap at Belmont at the Big A. Going a mile and 3/8 on the turf in this allowance for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at Transient, Andy, who came off of a layoff last time in her first start for Safi Joseph Jr., and she ran a good second when beaten the upset runner with Hale, too.
She did, but I'd be surprised if she's favored in this race. I have to imagine the Christophe Clemence runner, the 6, will be favored in this race. Transient got a very good trip that day. She did improve, so maybe she'll keep it going. But I thought My Risky Affair should be favored here, though. I like the 5, Lachine, who I thought might have moved a little too soon last time. I don't think it was critical of the ride. I think it worked out that way.
Well, you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. There's Transient going out. My Risky Affair, you mentioned the other one, who is 7-2 right now on the board. We'll talk more about those two runners in a bit. Meet the rest of the field, starting with the 1, Synonymous.
Yeah, Synonymous is a long shot in here. She just doesn't match up with these horses. Why she's a big price.
Stretching out in distance as well. All over her lead pony. That's not very nice. Here's the number 2, Transient, currently your favorite.
I'm wondering if it's a little bit I'd rather tease money at this point, and can't give her a better ride than Tyler Gaffleone did, staying on the inside for his father-in-law, Bob Edwards, who owns E5 Thoroughbreds. We'll see. She did improve last time. Can she do it with a little more distance? I'm skeptical.
Here's Pearl Earring.
Yeah, Pearl Earring finished ahead of L.A. Fort on the outside of her, though I prefer L.A. Fort. I thought she had a very good trip last time, while the other maybe not quite as good, but she should handle the distance.
That was a mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs. And speaking of L.A. Fort, here she is.
Yeah, I thought she kind of got buried in traffic in that race. You seem to agree with me, Acacia, and I thought she was an interesting player to square price.
Blinkers going on for Ian Wilkes. Here's Lachine.
I just thought as the race played out, maybe she moved a little soon. She's won at this distance around 3 turns. Now she's third off a layoff. I like her chances. I thought she had a really good chance. My Risky Affair went by. More on her in a moment. Here's Fistful of Dice. Yeah, My Risky Affair, the question is whether or not she wants to go this far. If she does, they're in trouble. This one, another one trying to stretch out, she'll have to improve doing that. Blue Times is the speed. Yeah, and I don't think that, I think she's possible. She ran fine last time. She's a little bit dangerous in the front end. Right to the lead, off of a bit of a layoff that day as well. Here's My Sweet Story. Yeah, she probably didn't have the best of trips last time, but I wonder if she's just a cut below these horses. That's the field for the nightcap at Belmont at the Big A, in a really nice way to close it out, as well as take a look at the number 2, Transient. She, Blue Times, and Lachine come out of that same race on September 2nd back at Saratoga. Take a look at that if we can. And Transient, she saved ground. She was closing up the inside, really, with a
true rail skimming ride by Tyler Gaffalione.
This was a terrific ride by Tyler, and she really improved in this race to get it done. Now, this was a mile and 3/16. So the question becomes, is another 3/16 of a mile going to be good for her? Is another turn? Is it going to matter? Does she relish going these distances ground? Can she get as good trip as she got last time? She is fortunate to have drawn inside, so that is going to benefit her in trying to save ground again, and it never hurts to have Irene Ortiz riding. I just wonder if she's kind of a last time was the time, right? What price was she last time? $12.80 to 1. Now she's 5 to 2 in here, so you're getting 1/5 right now of that price. And for me, you wanted her last time. If you liked her last time, you bet her. You made a good bet. You didn't win. Hopefully, you had the exactor. You had the tries. You got something. Today, let her beat you at 5 to 2. At least that's the way I play the game.
The 6, My Risky Affair, as Joelle Rosario looks to sweep the late double. She is one who comes out of a third-place finish going a mile and an eighth behind her stablemate, so she's going to stretch out in distance. She has finished a mile and 3/16 before. Mile and 3/8 is unknown for her.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really the question for her. You know, is she going to be as effective these longer distances? As Christophe Gallant said to me earlier, I think she will. But I mean, you can't know.
Yep.
You can't know until they do it. And distance can be a real equalizer. There's horses on the turf that are decent allowance types and okay at a mile and a 16th, mile and 8th. They go a mile and 3/8, mile and a half. Suddenly they become stakes horses, and vice versa. You know, you've got horses that are good going a mile and a mile 16th, mile and 8th. You get a mile and 3/8, it's just too far for them, and they can't do it. It's a very interesting animal, and it takes the right kind. And one of the reasons I like about Lachine is I know she can run well at this distance.
Yeah. She has run well at it before, in fact, winning at a mile and 3/8 last year. For more on this field, though, let's check in trackside with Maggie Wolfendale.
It's always a factor. I do think, though, that number 6, My Risky Affair, can handle this distance. And maybe I wouldn't have said that earlier on this year, but she has really moved forward as she does come in off a bit of a freshening. She's filled out more. She's just very kind of slight going back to those Belmont races, and she just looks stronger than when I last saw her. So she does have that kind of longer, scopier frame, which lends itself well to these distances. So I really don't see anything at least holding her back from getting the distance whatsoever. It's just she's going to have to go out there and prove that she can do it. But I'm going to take a stab here with a horse who's second off the layoff, as your favorite is too, but that's number 8, Blue Times. She looks and projects to be the speed in here. And last time when she first walked into the paddock at Saratoga, coming off a bit of a break, she just looked a bit, I don't know, stiff or just kind of a little hitchy behind. And sometimes you have that one with horses coming back off layer. She moved well out on the racetrack subsequently, but today she walked in with none of that. She was just direct, and she looked good in the paddock. She looked just a touch more fit than what she did in that Saratoga effort, and I think she could be very effective here, and I'm hoping she just leads them on a merry chase going this mile and 3/8. Acacia.
She'll look to do just that. Maggie, thank you. Junior Alvarado will be in the saddle, and she does have that early speed as you're going with Lachine, Andy, Grant Motion, and John Velasquez. And again, she's the one proven at the distance.
Yeah, I once again, I'm not blaming John Velasquez, though. Unlike the two, she wasn't able to save ground. That's not Johnny's fault. It was more a question of the draw and where she got in the race. I'm not blaming him, but I think as the race played out, maybe her move was made a little soon. And I wonder if she'll be a little more patient today in making that move. She's done well at the distance before. She's third off a layoff. There's things I like about her. I don't love her in here, but I thought she was an interesting horse at a slightly better price, though she's taking plenty of money here.
She is 9 to 2 now, as a favorite continues to be the number 2 Transient. Let's go back to LA Forte as she comes back out of that Kentucky Downs race, the same one that Pearl Earring ran in as well. And it looks on paper immediately like Pearl Earring ran the better race, but I thought that LA Forte actually ran quite well in there.
Yeah, I think we look similarly at horses that don't run as well. Is there a reason they didn't? And looking at her race, I thought she just never really got a clear path to run, while the other horse got a very sweet trip and was sort of in the right spot. I also thought Pearl Earring hung there, and I wonder if she really wants the distance. Yeah. And I felt like LA Forte. I just think that Landeros got himself into a little bit of a jackpot in there, and she has run better in some other races. Now, we don't know for sure. She'll want to stretch out. But I thought she was a little interesting, and I used her as well. She's also a better price.
I was laughing when you were talking about her name because I don't think I could ever forget this filly when I bet her at 14 to 1 in January in her first start on turf. Just my long shot play of the day. back of last
Nice
year. Beating a neck.
Nice beat.
As, you know, those ones always remind you. The blinkers go on that filly today. What do you make about the favorite still being Transient?
I'm very, very surprised. But on the other hand, I guess I should never underestimate the power of Irad Ortiz at the betting windows. And I think people are making a mistake. They're seeing going from Tyler to Irad. I think Irad in his mind is thinking, I hope I can give this horse as good a ride as Tyler gave her last time out. And I'm not saying she can't win, but to take 5-2 on her after she was 12-1 last time, to me, that's the essence of bad value. I would never bet a horse like this. I think you missed your chance last time. Now she's everybody's horse, and you're supposed to find somebody else. But that's just how I play the game.
Nightcap from Belmont at the Big A, going 1 mile and 3/8. It's a fun way to close out the card. There's My Risky Affair going into the starting gate. Pearl Earring coming out of that Kentucky Downs race. An interesting way to wrap up the day on the turf. John and Brielle standing by.
Waiting now for LS Forte, Blue Times, and My Sweet Story. And they're all in the gate. And they're off in this 1 mile and 3/8 event. And out first is a Pearl Earring, quickly joined on the outside by Blue Times, and Blue Times goes on with it to grab the lead from Pearl Earring. Fistful of Dice now moves up, followed by LS Forte racing in 4th. Transient is next in 5th. Lysine is in 6th. Then My Risky Affair in 7th, followed at the rail by Synonymous. My Sweet Story is at the back in 9th. And the field comes into the stretch for the first time. Blue Times is the leader here by a little more than a length, with Fistful of Dice racing in 2nd, the quarter in 24 2/5 seconds. So it is Blue Times the leader here. Fistful of Dice is 2nd by 2.5 lengths. And Pearl Earring saving ground down at the rail in 3rd. LS Forte on the outside is running in 4th. Transient is 5th, followed by Lysine in 6th. Then Synonymous and My Risky Affair, those two are together. My Sweet Story, the trailer. 1/2 mile in 49 2/5 seconds, and they go into the 2nd of 3 turns now. And the leader is Blue Times, who has stepped away here to lead by 3. Fistful of Dice is next in 2nd by 1.5 lengths. And down at the rail is Pearl Earring. On the outside, LS Forte. And the field is racing up the back stretch, with Blue Times showing the way. Fistful of Dice now getting closer in 2nd. Pearl Earring and LS Forte right together, 3rd and 4th. Transient races in 5th, about 5 lengths from the lead. And then comes Lysine, Synonymous, My Risky Affair, and My Sweet Story. 3/4 went in 1:15. Blue Times continues to lead here. It's Blue Times by 3/4 of a length. Big long shot. Fistful of Dice runs in 2nd. Now Transient is making up ground in between horses. Transient makes a move now and has advanced up into 2nd. On the outside is LS Forte. Pearl Earring is down at the rail. And here comes LS Forte, and here comes Transient. Transient with a narrow lead. LS Forte on the outside. Lysine has now gained ground into 3rd. Blue Times is back running in 4th, and My Risky Affair is putting in a late run, but they're inside the 16th pole now, and it is Transient who has the lead, and Transient will win, going 11 furlongs here under jockey Rod Ortiz Jr. to wrap up the Sunday card.
Transient, the favorite, gets the job done. Filly by Sea, the stars in the nightcap, build off of that last effort and wins under Irad Ortiz Jr.
An absolutely perfect trip under Irad, was able to slip through, and she gets it done. Congratulations, 5-2.
Transient with the win for E5 Racing. Saffie Joseph Jr., the trainer. The number 4, LA Forte, ran a good race as well, as she was right there. It looked like My Risky Affair might have gotten up for 3rd. Looked like it was 2, 4, 6, 5 under the line in the nightcap. But the number 2, Transient, with the win. Bring you prices, and we'll wrap up the day taking a look at everything that happened this weekend. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, You'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Glad to have you with us. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We just saw the nightcap Belmont at the Big A. It was the number 2 Transient getting a good trip under Irad Ortiz. Philly gets the win in her second start for Zafie Joseph Jr.
Yep, money was right. 5-2. She got it done today. 2-1. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, they were right.
2-4, 6-5. LA Fortress, we talked about her coming out of that Kentucky Downs race. Ran a good effort. My Risky Affair closing late to get up for third. But Transient with the right kind of trip, overtaking your pace setter for the win.
Yep. She gets it done. A lot of green silks out there.
Indeed.
LA Fort did run well in there, I agree. My Risky Affair, it was tough to make up much ground. Nobody really did. The winner was fairly close and maybe a little farther back, or maybe it's just not quite good enough.
2-4, 6-5 in the nightcap. Belmont at the Big A. $6.50 winner. A nice way to wrap up the afternoon with that nice allowance race on the turf. Take a look at what happened in the pick 5. As we had a big price in the sequence with that 2-year-old first-time starter. $18.58 for the payout.
So what's the parlay? 180, 540, 6 and change. Let's say 1,000, about 3,200. So it paid over, wow, well over twice the parlay.
Fantastic. Congratulations if you had it. Kumari, certainly the shortest price in that sequence. Meanwhile, yesterday, we saw a couple of grade 1s out of town at Parks. We were happy to be able to showcase that on our show as well as we take a look at what happened in the Pennsylvania Derby, Andy. And we had a lot of talented runners, grade 1 winners in this field. Taba, much the best over Zandon and Cyberknife.
And it's actually impressive what Taba's been able to do, because after a fast maiden win, rushed right away, stretching out the Santa Anita Derby, gets it done with a fast figure, rushed a month later the Kentucky Derby, where not surprisingly he did not run well. A lot of horses would fall apart and you wouldn't see them for a long time, but we saw him come back. He ran in the Haskell. It was Haskell's next start, I believe, right? And he ran a winning race, lost to Cyberknife. He got his revenge at Cyberknife, though, as you pointed out, or Maggie was actually talking about, Cyberknife did not have the easiest of trips in there. He was a bit unlucky.
He was. Cyberknife interfered with it a little bit at the start. He wasn't aggressively handled. In fact, it was surprisingly White Abario who was setting the pace. Luis Saez taking the bull by the horns, and Cyberknife, who we've typically seen run his best races kind of coming up inside, was kind of parked in no man's land a little bit wide throughout as well. I wouldn't give up on Cyberknife. I still think he's a talented horse.
Oh, he's definitely a good horse. He was a bit unlucky in there, a nice race, but Taba, Epicenter is a very, very good horse. So is Taba.
It's a strong group of 3-year-olds indeed this year. Will be fun to see them moving on to that Breeders' Cup Classic. We have fun next 6 weeks or so leading up to those big races.
Absolutely. Still a lot of big races to come. A lot of good ones here next weekend.
A lot can change between now and then, but thanks for joining us today on America's Day at the Races. We saw some nice performances this afternoon, including Silk Trade getting his nose down on the wire for trainer Norm Cassie, closing well in that tight photo finish. Kamari, back-to-back graded stakes wins. She picked up another one in the Gallant Bloom this afternoon for Joelle Rosario and Wesley Ward. Acacia Clement, Andy Sterling, Maggie Wolfendale, Paula Duca, thanks for joining us. We'll see you Wednesday.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.